violence is any act attempted or threatened that is sexual in nature and carried out without the consent of the victim. Sexual violence includes rape and sexual assault, sexual abuse and harassment, exploitation and forced prostitution. It can happen within marriages, especially when there is a lack of consent for sexual activity by one of the spouses. Any sexual activity with a child, any person who has not yet completed 18 years of age, constitutes sexual violence. The impact of SGBV is far-reaching. These acts not only violate fundamental human rights, but also lead to long-term physical, mental, and emotional trauma. It has devastating effects on the development of a child involved, as well as on his or her physical and mental health. SGBV has health, economic, and social impacts on the victims. Victims may suffer from health disorders. Victims may be unable to work or attend school, affecting their economic independence. Survivors often face ostracization, stigma, and isolation from their communities. To combat SGBV effectively, there is need for a multi-sectoral approach that would involve as key actors public awareness. There is need for public awareness on the ills associated with SGBV. Victims, survivors, their families, and other members of the public need information on how to seek help and justice. They need a new orientation on how to handle SGBV cases. They need to be educated on the need of speaking up and seeking justice. Even when community leaders want to cover up, they need to know that there are support services available for them. Community education and media campaigns can help change harmful gender norms and encourage reporting. Strengthen legal. 1. Public awareness. 2. Strengthen legal frameworks. There is a need for strong legislation on SGBV, as well as strict implementation of laws. Existing laws like Child Rights Act 2003, Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act, VAP Act 2025, and Trafficking in Persons Prohibition Enforcement and Administration Act 2015 should be enforced to the letter. States yet to domesticate the VAP Act should do so and possibly establish special GBV courts or gender response unit or team. The Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act, passed in 2015, has been a significant milestone, but its implementation remains weak and uneven across Nigeria's 36 states. 3. Empower victims. Create safe spaces, hotlines, and shelter for survivors and support them with legal and psychological assistance. Only 30% of victims seek help due to fear, stigma, and lack of trust in law enforcement. 4. Promote gender equality. Address the root causes of gender inequality through education and economic empowerment. 5. Funding. Prosecution of SGBV cases requires funds. Prosecution of SGBV cases requires funds. The victims and their families are usually financially incapacitated to prosecute the case. In all cases, the prosecution is done by a government agency or ministry within the limited resources available to them. There is need for adequate funding to agencies or units and the Ministry of Justice to help them prosecute the cases. Logistic supports to volunteers and service providers on SGBV issues. 6. Increased number of state councils. Having a reasonable number of state councils willing to specialize in SGBV cases will definitely add an impetus in the fight against the scourge. 7. Naming and shaming. Just like Lagos and Anambra states have cued into the policy of naming and shaming the offenders, other states need to align. The Sexual Offender Register, managed by the National Agency for the Prohibition of Trafficking in Persons, NAPTIP, is only accessible online currently. The register serves as a tool to document and track cases of sexual violence and abuse, including those reported, arraigned, or convicted under the Violence Against Persons Prohibition (VAP) Act. The register includes information on convicted offenders as well as those who have been arraigned or reported, with varying levels of access depending on the user and the nature of the information. 8. Train law enforcement. Equip police, judiciary, and healthcare workers to handle SGBV cases with sensitivity and urgency. Aside the already listed measures, establishment of specialized SGBV prosecution units, a national SGBV agency, launched grassroots engagement structures, making it easy for victims to report and seek protection and justice in the case of SGBV. Strengthening of data collection and reporting systems, the designation of special courts for SGBV cases, operationalization of the VAP Law 2017, and robust multi-agency coordination can go a long way in fighting the systemic social malady. The origin of SGBV lies in systemic inequality reinforced over centuries by culture, power structures, conflict, and law. To eliminate SGBV, societies must address these root causes by promoting equality, education, legal reforms, and accountability. SGBV is so pervasive that the United Nations Children Fund, UNICEF, and the United Nations Population Fund, UNFPA, have committed to the global movement to end violence against women and children, which began at the inaugural Women's Global Leadership Institute in 1991. Despite growing awareness and advocacy, millions of women, girls, men and boys continue to face various forms of violence simply because of their gender or sexual orientation. This is why efforts must be doubled to tame this scourge, which is more than a societal issue but also a public health emergency, a human rights violation, and a barrier to sustainable development. We must join hands together in fighting this menace. If you cannot prosecute or fund a prosecution, you can volunteer information on SGBV. You can volunteer information on SGBV. If you cannot volunteer information, you can create awareness or create a safe space for a victim. If you cannot create awareness, you can contribute to diluting the patriarchy, societal structures, and cultural hegemonic practices that normalize violence and discrimination against women. It is also important for state governments to support community initiatives as well as non-governmental organizations' efforts aimed at preventing sexual and gender-based violence crimes in the country.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Morning and welcome to News Update on Aneke TV, your trusted source for the latest developments from across Nigeria and around the world. I am Deborah Wakaba. And now moving over to the headlines. INEC fixes 2027 general election date. Federal government raises alarm over growing plastic pollution. And on the foreign scene, UN flags possible crimes against humanity in Sudan. And on business, Nigeria targets 2028 for first national asset register. And now the news in details. The Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) has announced that Nigeria's 2027 presidential and National Assembly elections will hold on Saturday, February 20, 2027. The INEC chairman, Professor Joash Amupitan, stated that the commission is acting to meet the constitutional requirement of publishing election notices at least 360 days in advance. Voters will return to the polls on Saturday, March 6, 2027 for governorship and State House of Assembly elections. INEC noted that 8 states, including Anambra, Osun, and Kogi, will hold off-cycle governorship election due to previous court rulings and delayed inaugurations. A detailed schedule of activities has been uploaded to the Commission's website for transparency. The roadmap covers voter registration, party primaries, campaigns, and election day procedures. The announcement marks the formal start to Nigeria's next political cycle. Parties, candidates, and voters now have clear timelines to prepare, ensuring the democratic process remains orderly and credible. Meanwhile, the main opposition parties have expressed readiness for the 2027 general elections following INEC's release of the election timetable. The African Democratic Congress (ADC) said it is fully prepared and raised no objections to the proposed dates. The People's Democratic Party (PDP), through National Publicity Secretary Ini Emobong, stated that it will participate once INEC is ready, stressing that the importance of free, fair, and credible elections. Chief Kwasu Korea noted that the timetable does not fully reflect public expectations. The Middle Belt Forum, led by Dr. Bidrus Pogu, called for real-time transmission of election results to ensure credibility. Civil society group CISLAC warned that delays in passing the amended Electoral Act could compress voter registration, primaries, and campaigns, potentially undermining public trust in the 2027 election. The Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) has acknowledged public concerns over the timing of the 2027 general elections, which coincide with the holy month of Ramadan. National Commissioner Mohammed Kudu Haruna said INEC may seek legislative adjustments if necessary. INEC emphasized that the timetable complies with the Constitution, the Electoral Act 2022, and its own guidelines and regulations. The presidential and National Assembly elections are scheduled for February 20, 2027, while governorship and state assembly elections are set for March 6, 2027. The Commission stated that it is sensitive to religious observances and remains open to adjustment to minimize voter inconvenience during Ramadan. INEC reaffirmed its commitment to transparency, public engagement, and ensuring that all voters can participate in the electoral process without disruption. Federal authorities have warned that microplastics are now entering Nigeria's food chain with traces found in fish consumed nationwide. Ministry of Environmental official Falmata Bukar Kolo described the pollutants as a serious public health concern. The crisis is driven by poor waste management and clogged waterways, which transport plastics into the ocean. Experts warn that marine litter threatens fisheries, tourism, and local livelihoods. The government is proposing new regulations requiring manufacturers to manage the full life cycle of plastics packaging, including strict enforcement of environmental laws. Officials plan to streamline maritime agencies and introduce funding mechanisms such as blue bonds to support clean-up efforts. Immediate public cooperation is urged to prevent long-term ecological and economic damage. President Bola Tinubu arrived in Kebbi State to attend the 61st Argungu International Fishing and Cultural Festival, recognized by UNESCO as an intangible cultural heritage of humanity. He is the special guest of honor and will also inaugurate several infrastructure projects completed by Governor Nasir Idris. The festival, held at the historic Matan Fadan Riverside, highlights local traditions and attracts participants from across the country. Political developments follow the celebrations, with Tinubu scheduled to travel to Kano State on Monday to receive Governor Abba Yusuf into the All Progressive Congress (APC). Yusuf defected from the new Nigeria People's Party due to internal leadership disputes. The kind of reception is a strategic consolidation for the ruling party, reinforcing Tinubu's political base while balancing cultural engagement with national political strategy. The Nigerian Air Force is set to acquire 46 advanced aircraft as part of a major modernization program. Air Marshal Sunday Aneke described the move as a shift towards high-tech warfare aimed at improving response to security threats. The fleet includes 24 Italian-made fighter jets, 12 American Viper attack helicopters, and 10 rescue helicopters. High-tech drones will provide continuous surveillance of dangerous areas without risking personnel. New training and housing facility in Kaduna will ensure personnel can operate and maintain the advanced equipment effectively. Partnership with the US, Italy, and Turkey will support an intelligence-driven security approach. President Bola Tinubu fully supports the initiative, which is designed to position Nigeria as a leading regional air power and strengthen national security against insurgents and bandits. Political tensions are high in Osun State ahead of President Bola Tinubu's visit. The state government alleged that the APC plans to stage a fake protest at Mandela Freedom Park to create unrest. The APC dismissed the claims as baseless, accusing Governor Ademola Adeleke of reacting to defection from his party. 5 National Assembly members are set to join the APC, intensifying political realignment. Security advisories have been issued, urging residents to avoid the area while ensuring proper monitoring of political activities. The situation highlights growing competition ahead of the August 2026 governorship election, followed by withheld local government funds and high-profile defections. Edo State has declared a Lassa fever outbreak following 6 deaths and 28 confirmed cases. Health officials say the virus is spreading, particularly in Etsako West and Essen West local government areas. The State Public Health Emergency Operations Center has been activated to coordinate response and monitor transmission. Specialized treatment parks have been deployed to the Irua Specialist Teaching Hospital. Health authorities urge strict hygiene and immediate reporting of suspected cases. The state is following international public health protocols to contain the outbreak. Officials emphasize that community cooperation is critical to preventing further spread and fatalities. Governor Similai Fubara of Rivers State has forwarded a new list of commissioner nominees to the State House of Assembly 24 hours after dissolving his cabinet. The move aims to stabilize the executive and restore governance continuity. The new lineup is expected to include allies of FCT Minister Nyesom Wike and high-performing former commissioners described as reconciliation cabinets to unite rival political factions. The state is preparing to commission the reconstructed House of Assembly complex, signaling a return to normal legislative activities. Rumors suggest possible changes in the governor's inner cycle, including the chief of staff. Local leaders have welcomed the reshuffle as a positive step for administrative efficiency, urging prompt confirmation of qualified nominees to advance Rivers State's development agenda. Former Kaduna State Governor Malam Nasir El-Rufai has reconfirmed he will appear before the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission (ICPC) on Wednesday, February 18, 2026. The announcement follows a reported attempt to arrest El-Rufai at Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport, Abuja. Security agents allegedly tried to detain him without a formal invitation and confiscated his international passport. El-Rufai's media aide, Muyiwa Dekeye, stated that the former governor will comply with the scheduled ICPC summons. The development highlights ongoing scrutiny of public officials and reinforces the Commission's commitment to investigating corruption allegations within the law. This news update is coming to you live from Aneke TV. Remember, you can stay connected with us on all social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now here's a quick recap of the major stories making the news. Aneke fixes 2027 general election date. Federal government raises alarm over plastic pollution crisis. And coming up shortly on the foreign scene, United Nations flags possible crimes against humanity in Sudan. And on business, Nigeria targets 2028 for first ever national asset register. We'll be right back. In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected. to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
On news, the United Nations has documented a campaign of widespread atrocities by Sudan's Rapid Support Forces (RSF) during the October 2025 takeover of al-Fashir. United Nations investigators report that over 6,000 civilians were killed in the first 72 hours of the offensive following a months-long siege. Victims and witnesses fleeing to northern Sudan and Chad detailed summary executions and targeted attacks on civilians. United Nations Human Rights Chief Volker Turk described the killings as war crimes and likely crimes against humanity. He ordered immediate international action to hold the perpetrators accountable. The report stresses that the violence was systematic and aimed at civilian populations, representing a major escalation in the ongoing Sudanese civil conflict. Turk called on world powers to halt the flow of arms into Sudan, warning that failure to enforce an embargo would allow similar atrocities to spread across the country. He emphasized that the urgency of intervention to prevent humanitarian disaster. The United Nations continues to monitor the conflict closely, insisting that political and military actors with influence over the warring factions take concrete steps. Without intervention, civilians remain at extreme risk as fighting intensifies across Sudan. The Bangladesh National Party (BNP) has won a decisive victory in the nation's first general election since the 2024 youth-led uprising that ended Sheikh Hasina's 15-year rule. The Awami League was barred from contesting. BNP secured over two-thirds of parliamentary seats, positioning Tariq Rahman as the country's likely next prime minister. The Islamist Jamaat-e-Islami came second, while the student-led National Citizen Party gained 6 seats. A concurrent referendum passed constitutional reforms, including term limits for the Prime Minister and increased judicial independence, reflecting public demand for stronger democratic institutions. Critics warn that Rahman's dynastic ties and BNP's history of corruption could challenge governance. The election also saw minimal female representation, highlighting gender gaps in political participation. The new government faces economic pressures, including a fragile economy and rising food costs. International reactions have been swift. Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi congratulated Rahman, reiterating regional stability commitments. Citizens, particularly the youth behind the uprising, are closely monitoring whether the BNP can translate electoral success into effective governance. French prosecutors have launched a criminal investigation into 5 leading baby formula manufacturers following a global recall of cerealide contamination. Nestle, Danone, Lactalis, Baby Bio, and La Marque and Moins are being probed for potential criminal negligence after 3 infant deaths were reported, although no direct causal link has yet been confirmed. The contamination originated from arachidonic acid (ARA) oil supplied by a third-party company in Wuhan, China. Cerealide is heat-resistant, posing serious health risks for infants, including vomiting and abdominal distress. At least 36 infants in the UK have fallen ill from suspected contaminated products. Manufacturers are racing to replenish safe stock, with Nestle operating 5 factories continuously to meet demand. Retailers have removed 28 batches across over 60 countries, while authorities urge parents to check for SMA, Aptamil, and Cow and Gate products. The crisis has intensified scrutiny on the global baby formula supply chain. Industry experts are calling for stricter quality controls and transparency to prevent further risks to infants and restore public trust in essential nutrition products. The U.S. military is preparing a prolonged air and sea campaign against Iran, signaling escalation beyond previous targeted strikes. Additional aircraft carriers, fighter jets, and guided missile destroyers are being deployed to the region. The Pentagon indicates the operation could target Iran's military and security infrastructure if authorized by President Trump. Mr. Trump addressed troops to North Carolina, emphasizing deterrence through force and framing the build-up to leverage in nuclear negotiations with Tehran. Recent quiet diplomacy in Oman has not prevented the U.S. from maintaining a full option stance. Nigeria has launched the Beyond Oil and Gas Alliance Fund program aiming to reduce reliance on fossil fuels and boost climate-smart economic sectors. Minister of Budget and Economic Planning Abubakar Atiku Bagudu stated the two initiative will enhance agriculture, mining and woodwork through technology and science. The program will map local economic potential to connect communities with global markets. Nigeria aims to replicate models from Norway and the Netherlands to increase productivity in farming, fishing and artisanal industries. Experts emphasize that decarbonization and methane emission reductions are key to long-term resilience. The initiative seeks to establish Nigeria as the green energy giant, preparing local industries for a global transition away from oil. The alliance will also address job creation and industry modernization, ensuring communities benefit from climate-focused economic development. Nigeria positions itself as a leading example for emerging economies adapting to the green energy shift. The federal government has set 2028 as the deadline for completing Nigeria's National Asset Register, currently 50% finished. The Minister of State for Finance, Doris Uzoka Aneke, said the initiative would document federal lands, mineral reserves, infrastructure and intellectual property to address long-standing resource mismanagement. The register seeks to identify untapped value, potentially unlocking 100 trillion naira over the next decade. Currently, the Ministry of Finance Incorporated manages 18 trillion naira in equity. Uzoka Aneke noted that past project failures were caused by lack of oversight and abandoned infrastructure. The administration plans to leverage public-private partnership to attract long-term investment, moving beyond contractor-dependent models. By digitalizing the mapping national assets, the government aims to de-risk development projects, increase transparency and maximize economic returns from idle resources and public property. Billionaire Tony Elumelu has declared Nigeria's foreign exchange market stable following high-level discussions with President Bola Tinubu. Mr. Elumelu stated that businesses can now operate with predictable access to dollars, ending years of scarcity and market volatility. The president emphasized support for small and medium-scale enterprises, urging private sector leaders to continue empowering startups. Elumelu said the central bank policies have successfully de-risked FX operation and promoted growth. Market stability is expected to reduce costs for consumers and strengthen local industries. Elumelu highlighted that the new environment allows businesses to plan and expand with confidence. This development signals government alignment with private sector needs and reassures investors that Nigeria's monetary framework is increasingly reliable and business-friendly. Morocco will host the 2026 Women's African Cup of Nations (WAFCON). CAF President Patrice Motsepe confirmed dismissing speculation that South Africa might replace the North African nation. The tournament remains on its original schedule as a disqualifying event for the FIFA Women's World Cup. Several nations had requested hosting rights but proposed calendar changes. CAF rejected all adjustments, emphasizing the need to preserve qualifying timelines. This will be Morocco's third consecutive WAFCON, reinforcing the country's leadership in African women's football. Preparations are expected to proceed without disruption. Motsepe expressed confidence in the tournament's success, assuring teams and fans of a well-organized championship and reinforcing Morocco's role as a continental sport hub. Nollywood veteran Rita Daniels received 2 new lottery cards from her daughter, Regina Daniels, following an accident that left her without transportation. Rita shared the gift on Instagram, expressing gratitude and pride in her daughter. Regina's generosity follows previous high-profile gifts, including a millionaire shopping spree and a gold chain. The gesture reinforces the close bond between mother and daughter, widely admired in the entertainment industry. Rita emphasized that the cars have solved their immediate transportation challenges, bringing relief and joy. Fans have celebrated the act as a testament to family support and the continuing prominence of the Daniel family in Nollywood. Reality star singer Hazel Oyese Onu, known as White Money, announced his engagement on Instagram, confirming that his proposal was accepted. The celebrity called it the best Valentine's gift of his life. The announcement marked a departure from his previously public skepticism about marriage and complicated relationship with former housemates. While the identity of his fiancée remains private, fans have reacted positively, sending congratulations across social media platforms. White Money is now preparing to transition from bachelorhood to married life, signaling major personal milestone in his career and public image. And finally, before we go here, is a recap of our top stories. Aneke has officially set the date for 2027 general elections. Political watchers and parties now have a clear calendar's preparation kick-off for the country's next big democratic exercise. The federal government has sounded the alarm over Nigeria's growing plastic pollution crisis. Citizens are being urged to take action as the government steps up efforts to tackle environmental hazards. The United Nations has raised concerns over possible crimes against humanity in Sudan, highlighting ongoing tensions and the urgent need for peace and humanitarian support. And that's news update on Aneke TV. For more news and live update, follow us across all social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. I am Deborah Wakba. Thank you for watching.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. And Aneke TV, move with the world.
Anambra State, located in southeastern Nigeria, is one of the nation's most dynamic and enterprising regions. Created in 1976, it takes its name from the Anambra River, a tributary of the Niger. Its land is steeped in history, from the ancient Nri Kingdom, the cradle of Igbo civilization and spiritual authority, to the bustling commercial rise of Onitsha, one of West Africa's busiest trading cities. Every inch of its soil seems to breathe heritage, resilience, and the quiet power of innovation that defines the Igbo spirit. Anambra's people are known for their industrious drive, intellectual prowess, and unyielding creativity. Across Nigeria and beyond, they stand tall as business leaders, scholars, inventors, and professionals whose influence reaches every corner of society. From the sprawling market of Onitsha to the humming industrial machines in Nnewi, fondly called the Japan of Africa, the state exemplifies the fusion of tradition and modern enterprise. In Awka, the capital, new technology hubs and startups are springing up, harnessing the energy of a generation determined to build a future powered by knowledge and innovation. The state's endowments are immense, Anambra boasts of fertile soils that yield abundant harvest of yam, rice, cassava and vegetables, feeding not just its people but the wider region. Sources: crude oil, natural gas, kaolin and limestone, waiting to be fully harnessed. With a well-educated populace and a vibrant entrepreneurial culture, the state's economy is driven by small and medium-scale industries that continue to expand Nigeria's manufacturing frontiers. Culturally, Anambra is the heartbeat of Igbo identity. Age-long traditions and legendary figures like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Chinua Achebe and Dora Akunyili, whose contributions have left indelible marks on Nigeria and the world. Its towns and villages are known for strong community bonds and progressive values that inspire excellence in every field. Anambra's potential lies not only in its natural and human resources, but in the unbreakable spirit of its people, a people who see every challenge as a call to greatness. With expanding infrastructure, digital transformation, and a thriving creative scene, the state stands poised to lead Nigeria into a new era of prosperity. It is a land where heritage meets ambition, where history fuels innovation, and where the light of progress never dims.
Technology surrounds us every day, from our phones to smart homes, but has it really made life easier or just more complicated? Today we hit the streets to find out what everyday people think.
It has done more good than harm. Because why? The harm aspect of it can be curtailed. It can be curtailed. It can be checkmated. If you put the necessary, just like some parents complain about their children, what they do using phone. If you don't give them phone, and if you restrict them from using phone, you can checkmate them. Even if you put DSTV in their rooms and you do parental the parental control, you can restrict it. So those bad side effect of it can be restricted. But we have to move. That technology is a movement, and you can't stop it. Development continues to come. People continue to come up every day with a new way of doing things, a new way of reducing the long time it takes for things to take place, and a new way of making it, more very convenient and at ease.
Technology has made life easier because a lot of things. What can you even mention? Can you mention car? Can you mention cell phone? Numerous. Technology has done a lot for us. Because of the negativity that is being attached. For instance, using phone to lie. Hello, please, where are you? I'm in Lagos. While the person is at Holy Ghost here. Please, I have to start coming. Yes, I'm at Abani Road. While the person is at home. So again, they use it to do a lot of evil. They use it to lure you and kill people. They use it to snatch a lot of things, steal from you. That is the negative aspect of technology.
Well, I can say it is 50-50. In the sense that, coming to the positive side of it, technology has really made life easy. In the sense that people can easily, comfortably access information. That's why the net is called a global village. So it's very easy to access information now. Many people don't go to a library to read. Any book you need online, you can easily access it. Any information at all. Whether social, political, religious, otherwise, you can access them on the internet. But on the other hand, negatively, there are so many negative information in life that is causing problem, affecting the youth of this generation, who don't know their left and right. Whatever you give them online, they just swallow it hook, line and sinker and become a social menace to the society. A government should put in place mechanism to checkmate destructive information so that youth will not be negatively influenced through it, and society at large.
Obviously, any normal human being in this 21st century know that it has actually made life easy. It gets, or else the person is not, even though you're not used to these gadgets, you would have seen a lot of things that you'll be like, oh, triggered, or like, wow. For example, I'm a teacher and it has helped me, my school has a smart TV, a smart board rather. Apart from that, phone, these days people are doing AI, it's making money. Even someone that didn't pass through the 4 years of school, they are trying to make money with all these little things they learn. And I mean, it's extra source of income, so it's definitely going to solve problem.
From my opinion, I feel technology has made life easy rather than making it complicated, because we are in a modern era where technology has aided a lot of things and had made life more easy. For example, in the areas of communication, prior to this modern technology, we communicate to people through letter writing, and it takes probably 3 or 4 days before your message can get delivered to somebody, no matter how urgent it is. But these days, due to technology, you can be here now and communicate to somebody in America without delay. You don't even need flight to go to America. You don't need a visa to communicate with somebody in America. You can send email. You can message the person on WhatsApp. You can message the person on Facebook. So as far as I'm concerned, internet technology has made the modern day life more easier. When it comes to the areas of education also, students have access to materials online as a result of technology. You mustn't buy a textbook these days before you get to maybe know something. You can be in Nigeria and have knowledge of a book that was written by somebody in America without going to America. So these are the things that technology has done.
When we talk about technology, the products of what most of the things we see today are technology. For instance, the vehicles passing on the road, they are all products.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070 3043 7110 right now.
Good morning, and thank you for joining us on the Week in Retrospect. Remember, the Retrospect is that program where we bring to you a habit of issues that dominated the news week in the headline. And of course, today is a very special one, being Valentine. I'm still your host, Uche Osai.
Yes, and I'm Deborah Wakaba, bringing you today's Week in Retrospect newspapers.
All right, and on the Week in Retrospect today, we will not just look at the news headlines. No, we will look at the essence of Valentine. Just do not move away as we bring in a special guest as well.
Yes, and we'll be bringing you our newspapers for today, starting from The Nation, Punch, Vanguard, and The Guardian newspaper. And on today's newspaper, starting from The Nation paper, where the headline says, APC ADC update as Nigeria elects president February 20th, 2027. And now over to our next paper, coming from The Vanguard, says Nigeria violence claims 1,258 lives in 41 days. And on the Punch paper, the Punch headline says terrorist warning letters spark mass exodus. And on the Weekend Trust paper, the Weekend Trust paper says connectivity or political will. And below the Weekend Trust, there's the future of medicine in Nigeria is private. Dr. Marian Dija Ogebe says. Mr. Ocha, I'd like to know your take.
All right, let's start first from that headline where you talked about connectivity or political will, and we know quite well that this speaking to the issues around the electoral reform. We've seen the situation, got to an impasse where the civil society, labor, and even Nigerians have come to protest against the Senate. Initially, as far back as December, you know that the House of Rep did pass their own side of that amendment where they gave credence and legal backing to the transmission of results in real time. Then one expected that by the time the Senate would, make that amendment, that they would, toe the line of the House of Rep by upholding same, measure in giving legal backing to the transmission of electoral results in real time. But we saw a deviation where the Senate tend to uphold the Electoral Act as it was enshrined in 2022 electoral amendment by upholding manual transmission. And to that effect, the generality of Nigerians did voice their hands against the Senate, and they spoke loudly and clear, leading to a two-day protest that we saw against the Senate, forcing the Senate to reconvene, instantly to equally take another look at this very issue. And what we have, though a short cry from what we expect, they've come to say yes, there will be transmission, but they put a but in case there is a failure of network to transmit. If there's network breakdown, you revert to the manual, which is the transfer of from EC8A after the conclusion of election at the polling unit. Nigerians are still clamoring for there not to be a precursor or a bot. Nigerians don't want bot. They want the transmission of results in real time to be and have that legal backing. They do not want any bot under. However, the good thing is that there will be a harmonization between the House of Rep and the Senate before the bill will be sent to the executive for their assent, the president assent on it. But be that as it may, you asked a question as is enshrined in the newspaper, is it that of connectivity or political will? And I tell you, the issue here is not that of connectivity. It has to do with the political will of our leaders, our politicians, the senators, to do the right thing by giving that section 60 subsection 3 the legal backing that it requires, so that it will be clear and not be shrouded in ambiguity should our elections get to the judiciary. We do not want judicial interpretation of what is. We want an interpretation of what we can see and uphold to be what the law says, and not subject to the grammatical interpretation of the judiciary. And this is what the generality of Nigerians are calling for. And I tell you, if the third world, if developing countries can do same, then how much more Nigeria will have the capacity, will have the capability? They're not minding the argument that should be a national grid collapse. Yes, grid collapse, but we've not seen a situation where it happens as is being projected. If Kenya If India, if Brazil can do same, how much more Nigeria? We can. And Kenya in their last election did transmission in real time. And I tell you, the Kenya's Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission has carried out e-transmission of ballot result from the polling units in real time. And if they can achieve that, then Nigeria can. Yes. And you see, when we talk about this system, you simply have to make use of GPRS. And Nigeria is so sufficient in our technical advancement. We are no longer where we used to be, and things are advancing such that we can transmit these results in real time. And to buttress this point is that you have network virtually almost everywhere. We do bank transaction almost from every nook and cranny of Nigeria. There is POS transaction, and I have a conversation with Aneke, an Aneke official just yesterday, and they were telling me the capabilities of the beavers. So when you take this into consideration, what is at stake here is not connectivity, but the political will to see that the right thing is done. So I will leave a system for the generation next that they will be proud of, a system where our elections will not be mired in controversy, and a system that will ensure that our election is free, fair, and credible. And that is it for me. Then to the other issue, when Mariam Ogbe was being interviewed, Dr. Mariam Ogbe, remember, is the first female doctor from northern Nigeria. And in this interview, she's letting us know the sorry situation of Nigerian health sector. When it degenerates to a point where we have to rely on the private sector for survival, it speaks of wanting, it speaks of negligence, it speaks of the government not being able to live up to the expectation. It signals a systemic failure, a collapse of the health sector. And where, one thing, the private sector is one thing, they are geared towards profit orientation. And should you now depend on them, it now begins to, paint the picture of where you have unaffordable health care. And that is a big challenge for this system. Look at the case, for example, where I saw in the news this morning, the outbreak of Lassa fever. You understand? You understand? So when you look at situations like this, it's quite appalling. The government needs to sit up. We don't need to get to a state where we just have to rely on private individuals. It has to be a collaboration of both the government and private individuals to see that our health system is what it's supposed to be.
All right, thank you very much for that. Now moving over to the next paper coming from The Punch. The Punch newspaper says terrorist warning letter spark mass exodus.
All right, it's still the same vein. We've been over time speaking about insecurity in Nigeria, and you can see to that the boldness, the courage of these insurgents, to come out, issue warning letter before they strike, speaks to another mark of boldness. It has to be studied where these individuals are drawing their courage from. Their boldness begins to negate the will of our security forces, their exploits in seeing that there is peace, there is safety of the generality of Nigerians. But like I can tell you that we've discussed this issue extensively. It now is a pointer to the fact that things are not same. Things are not, things are falling apart indeed. And is a clarion call to the leadership, to the security forces, that all hands needs to be on deck. They need to step up and see to it that this very, after these warnings, that they don't not have the privilege or the opportunity to strike such communities. We've seen where they've written letters in the past and they've gone ahead to strike, but it shouldn't be allowed to happen again. But that tells you that Nigeria is in really, really difficult situation, and all hands needs to be on deck.
Exactly, all hands needs to be on deck indeed. Now to our next paper coming from the Vanguard paper, where the major headline says Nigeria violence claims 1,258 lives in 41 days. Mr. Ocha, I would like to know your take on this.
This is just part of what we are speaking. The given the security situation in Nigeria, and I tell you always, it's a sorry situation. If nothing is being done about this, it continues to degenerate. It has gotten to a point where I would say that we no longer value human life in this part of the world, because every minute human life is being cut short in terms of either kidnapping, explosion, gunfire from these Islamists, terrorists, bandits. And I tell you, it doesn't matter the nomenclature. The emphasis should be on the sanctity, the sacrosanct nature of life, and we should work together to preserve that. That's what matters. When you look at the situation, it tells you that Nigeria is in a sorry mess security wise, and if nothing is done about it, it will risk being overrun by these insurgents, by these terrorists, and they have to be confronted, and confronted like yesterday. We need to do something about it. Though I commend the efforts of security forces, but more needs to be done to see that Nigerians feel safe at home, on the road, wherever they are. Nigerians should feel safe, and we should return to that period in Nigeria where we could move about freely without fear of being killed, without fear of being kidnapped, without fear of any kind, where Nigeria used to be sweet.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. Now moving over to electoral matters. In the Nation paper, the Nation says APC, ADC upbeat as Nigeria elects president February 20th, 2027.
All right. Kudos. While I was speaking with the Aneke yesterday, Aneke official, as I yesterday, they didn't know what their timetable would be, but Aneke at the national has come out with a timetable, and we've seen that going by this timetable, if there's no changes, the general election will come up on February 20th, will come up on February 20th, 2027. So, seeing APC, ADC upbeat as Nigerians elect president. Yes, these are political parties. What are they for? They are in the business of election. So, is their calendar, is their time? What remains to be seen is for them to, unroll their drums, begin to let us know their activities, the campaigns, and everything, to see if they have the capacity. Speaking to ADC, for example, the opposition, because ADC at this point in time seems to be the face of opposition in Nigeria. But what we wait to see is if they have that capacity, the capability to dislodge the APC from Asoro come 2027. And I tell you, yes, they have to be upbeat. A lot is at stake here. APC will do everything to retain the government at the center, while it behoves on ADC to see that the generality of Nigerians accept their message and push them through to Asorok. Well, it's an unfolding situation. We are gearing towards election proper, and it has to be campaign. Yes. Soon, the politics will be heated up.
All right, thank you very much for that. Now, this is all for today's newspaper on the week in retrospect. Please do not forget that you could grab physical copies from any of your favorite vendor or Kati paper online for more further information. And also do not forget to hashtag us at the week in retrospect. We'll be right back shortly after the break. In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose ox is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last block.
In-depth analysis, expert views, Real voices uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
Ohaneze Ndibo worldwide heartily congratulate two illustrious sons and a daughter of Ali Igbo, namely Collins Obinna Chibueze, Shabuzi, Tyler Gregory Okoma, Tyler the Creator, and Cynthia Chinyasa Onyedimonazo Ukebu Erivo on their historic victories at the 68th Grammy Awards held on 2nd February 2026. Their remarkable achievements across diverse creative fields stand as a powerful testament to the creativity, resilience, excellence, and global relevance of Igbo talents. By proudly carrying their Igbo identities and names onto the world's most prestigious cultural stage, they have brought immense honor to Nigeria and to Nigerians everywhere. Speaking on behalf of the global Igbo nation, the President General of Ohaneze Ndibo Worldwide, Senator Azuta Mbata, stated, "These outstanding achievements reaffirm the timeless Igbo virtues of brilliance, hard work, innovation, courage, and perseverance. Our sons and daughters have once again demonstrated that wherever the Igbo find themselves, excellence follows, and they hoist the flag of Nigeria. We celebrate these winners not only for their personal success, but for elevating the Igbo name as Nigerian citizens with dignity and pride before the world." Ohaneze Ndibo Worldwide thanks these award winners for being the worthy ambassadors of Igbo values and for inspiring millions of young people across the globe. Their journey sends a clear message to Igbo youth everywhere. Remain focused, law-abiding, resilient, and committed to excellence, knowing that integrity and perseverance can open doors on any global stage. As a people known for turning adversity into opportunity, Ndi Igbo remain proud contributors to national and global progress. Ohaneze Ndibo Worldwide urges the government, institutions, and stakeholders to continue investing in structures that nurture talent, creativity, and enterprise, so that future successes may flourish both at home and abroad. Once again, we celebrate these historic victories and salute all Igbo youths who continue to project the values of Ali Igbo with honor and distinction. Signed, Ezechi Chukwu, National Publicity Secretary, Ohaneze Ndibo Worldwide.
Thank you for staying with us. Remember, we told you today is Valentine and we wish you happy Valentine. But we did promise you that it's not just going to be the usual retrospect. And we'll be looking at this morning. The world is painted red for Valentine's Day, a day usually synonymous with flowers and chocolates. But today, we are looking past the surface. We are exploring the essence of love as a force for protection, dignity, and justice. Joining us is a man who sees love as service, Reverend Ikechukwu Nwogu, an Executive Director, Economic and Social Empowerment of Rural Communities, ESAC, who is equally a priest of the Anglican Diocese of Nike in Enugu State. Reverend, it's a pleasure to have you on the retrospect.
Thank you very much for having me.
Yes, thank you for answering us.
Thank
we know
you.
that days like these are so packed for you, so we really appreciate your being here.
Thank you very much.
All right, let's look at Valentine, and we're talking about the essence of Valentine. You know, often we see Valentine Day through the lens of romance and roses. From your unique perspective, one from the pulpit and one in the field as a humanitarian, how do you define true essence of love?
Thank you very much. You know, Valentine is often has been reduced, especially in this generation, to be all about romance, all about showing affection of who you truly love, who you are expressing any kind of emotional love for. But in essence, Valentine it goes beyond that. Valentine is sacrifice. Sacrifice is responsibility. It is service. It goes beyond the person you have affection for. It goes beyond the person you have, in those days in secondary school, you see Valentine's Day is a day you show the person you have been, eyeing, the person you have been, you have been trying to get close to. It's a day to express your feelings. But Valentine, in the real sense, goes beyond that. It is purely service.
Oh, purely service.
Service.
So beyond those red roses, the red clothes, the whites, and the hangouts, the gifts, and all that, the bosses, we should see it first as a service.
First of all, as a service.
Okay. You're a man of God. Let me take you through the scriptures. And the scriptures did say God is love. In the world that often feels divided, indifferent, how can we make that divine love tangible for the people who aren't sitting in church pews?
Thank you very much. As a priest, I sit in the church. I see people who are broken come to church. And secondly, as a civil society person, of course, I've been into NGO for close to 20 years now. And as a civil society person, I also know that there are people out there who are not seated in the pew that also need love. So, the Bible says in in 1 John chapter 4 verse, it said, God is love. But divine love must be visible.
Divine
love must be visible. And again, God in Matthew chapter 25, 35 and 40, God talked about, I was hungry, you fed me not. I was naked, you did not clothe me. So who was Jesus actually addressing to? The people in the church and the people outside the church. So when you talk about divine love being tangible outside the church, we are looking at who are those that are not in the church that also deserve this love. Let me say this, as the executive director of ESAC, an NGO, a non-governmental organization, I have been privileged to work with some of these people who inject drugs. They are not most of them are not in church. Female sex workers, most of them are not in church. People living with HIV, some of them are not in church. And as a person, these are people I interact with daily. These are people I serve. I provide services daily. What do I do for them? We provide health care services to them. We provide HIV testing services. In fact, currently in Enugu and in Imo State, I have a project funded by the US CDC on HIV and AIDS prevention and treatment and care. In Enugu alone, I have over 2,500 clients living with HIV under my care, under the care of my NGO. ESAC. And these people need love. I have also been opportuned to work with the funding from USAID back few years back, working with female sex workers. These are people, most of them don't go to church. Most of them, if you talk about God, Bible, they think, because some of them will tell you they found themselves in that situation because of conditions, and most of them feel that God has forsaken them, so they're just living their lives. We show love to all these people in the prisons. I am happy to tell you that before the end of that project with the female sex workers, we were able to convert one client, one person, a female sex worker, dropped that lifestyle, came back to normal life, started a good business, and went to their place and brought back the daughter and lived a responsible life. That is what Christ wants from you and I.
And to you, that's the essence of
That's
Valentine.
the essence of Valentine.
The love we speak about.
People are hungry. People are hungry. I tell them, even in my church, I tell them, when you see people hungry and you are telling them, pray, 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 it is good to pray. But show love. Do you know that when you see a person living with HIV, it's not even now that people are beginning to get awareness, information about HIV and AIDS. Back then, 2000, 2001, 2002, 2004, when we started this NGO fight, this NGO work, if you see anybody living with HIV, you hardly touch that person. But do you know that merely touching, only touching, you pat the person at the back, how it is well. God still loves you. That action alone, do you know how many people it revived? People that are still living today, for over 20 years living with HIV, for over 20 years living, because what? They received love. Their families showed them love. And we also have cases where people died because nobody showed them love. That's the essence of Valentine, showing true love. Not when today you take your girlfriend out, you take your boyfriend out, you take your family out, you share and eat. No, it goes beyond that. Maybe I should stop for now.
All right.
I can go on and on. Yes.
All right. But while you were speaking, I listened carefully, and I want to ask, given the society we are in, where there is scarce resources, unavailability of funds, systemic failure, and I ask, your work, though often we refer to it as humanitarian, how do you keep your heart in this work, getting in mind that there is scarcity of resources, systemic failure? How do you continue?
Thank you very much. First of all, to be doing humanitarian work, first of all, you must have the passion.
Okay.
And you must also know that it's a selfless service. When you recognize that, it will help you to know that what you are in for a very serious business. Unfortunately, we are in a society, in our country, Nigeria, our government cares less, unfortunately. By the support of international donors, currently now, the French government in Nigeria, that is the French embassy, is funding my organization on gender-based violence response and prevention. The one I told you about on HIV is being funded by US government. In fact, as we speak now, the project is telling us, is saying it is time to hand over these clients to your government. Let your government take over. And we are all afraid because we know if US pulls out entirely on HIV funding, we are all afraid because unfortunately our leaders here, they don't care. They only care for themselves. Pack money for the next election. Make sure that anybody you want to win over, you will give the person enough money that the person cannot say no. That's what we say here. So for us, knowing that there are challenges of resources, funding. In fact, in December 8th, of course, we were all there when we launched the Enugu State GBV Task Force. These people currently are working. Even to get vehicle for arrest today is a problem. I'm telling you, you were in that program when we launched Enugu State Gender-Based Violence Task Force, my organization, with support from the French embassy in Nigeria. Today, the most challenge we are facing today is how to provide resources for response. Call a police, they will tell you there is no fuel in the vehicle. We have done everything possible. You must pay for them to come for. And you will see a survivor that is about to lose everything, maybe because of the woman doesn't have a male child, the husband's family want to take over everything. The poor woman, the police will be asking this poor woman to bring 300,000. We have cases of they must bring 100,000 before we intervene.
Wow.
So this beyond the resources, beyond the support we are receiving from the donors, we are putting in our personal resources. We are putting in our time. Can you imagine when you'll be sleeping by 11 midnight, 12, you receive a call. My husband want to kill me. This one want to do to me. They just raped my daughter. At that moment, what will you do? You must have the compassion. So, in the midst of limited resources, God is helping us anyway. God is helping us. And we are also going, you can imagine now, individuals using their personal vehicles to go to the villages, to go to communities for arrest. It should not be so. We are advocating. In fact, in our last meeting with the Commissioner for Gender, Children, Gender Affairs and Women Development in Enugu State, Honorable Mrs. Ngozieni, I personally told her, please help us advocate to the government. The GBV task force need a response vehicle. At least to help them go for arrest, help them go for rescue, help them do ABCD. There is limited resources, and it is affecting the work. But God willing, we are pushing it, putting in our best, using alternative means to make sure we get our work
results done. Okay, that's good to hear. But let's get back to the Valentine that we speak of. You know, it's a day people express love. At the other end, it can be a lonely day for the abandoned. Speaking of the elderly in our society, you know, the orphaned, the displaced. And I ask, what are you doing for these people in terms of your church, your organization? Is there any preparation for them on a day like this?
Anyway, for us as a church, we don't need to wait until on a Valentine's Day to show this group of people that they matter, that they are not alone. It's something we do continuously. We don't need to wait until on a Valentine's Day. Yes, in a day like this, we know that some group of people feel very, very lonely. Just imagine a woman, a young wife that just lost the husband, maybe this year, or just imagine, or last year, and today you're talking about Valentine. Imagine children that their dad used to take out on a Valentine's Day, and today that man is no more. Imagine the trauma they will be passing through in a day like this. So many people. Then when you talk about the elderly, yes, they are part of this group, but not really, because most of them, the children come around. When my parents were alive, of course, I know in a day like this, on Mother's Sunday or this, we all come around them. But these other people that need support, yes, what are we doing? Like I said, it's not only, this is what we do continuously.
Good.
One, we make sure we provide for my church. From time to time, we give food stuff. We distribute food stuff to this category of people, the less privileged, the elderly. You pay them a visit, sit with them, chat with them. Their life comes back. 2 days ago, I was with one elderly man in my church, a retired priest. Very, 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 very early. I paid him a visit with the wife. They are retired. And I was like, if I know they will not want me to go, but because I'm too busy. But we had to spend little time. They value that time you spend with them. The people in IDP camps, the people in the prisons, a day like this is a day the church and NGOs like myself pay them visit. Let them know that they are not alone. Instead of wasting the money, maybe I may not call it wasting anyway, but instead of spending the money on girlfriend and boyfriend and all this and all that, these are the people that we spend more time, especially in a day like this, to show them love, show them that they matter, show them that God cares for them, show them that God still loves them. They are not alone. Then for the people that are heartbroken, also give them courage that all hope is not lost. So that is what we do, not only for today, but this is what we are doing and will continue to do.
All right. Let's say if you could challenge our viewers today on one thing they can do, to represent the true essence of love, the true essence of Valentine. something that may involve them stepping out from the way they've, been given the orientation to spend and celebrate Valentine, what would that be?
I would advise the viewers and everyone to just do one act of love today.
Just one.
Pick your phone. Call someone who you know is lonely. If you can visit that person. If you cannot visit, just a phone call. Mommy, how are you? Daddy, how are you? My sister, how are you? My brother, how are you? How are you faring? Spend, even if it's 1 minute, 2 minutes on phone call, it will go a long way. Help someone who is in need today. Help someone who is in need. If you can afford to support with any kind of gift, helping in school fees, helping in whatever, helping in paying health hospital bill, and if you cannot afford, just your prayers is something. I mean, today, help someone who is in need.
Okay.
Intervene safely if you know someone who is facing any abuse. That neighbor that is, you truly know. We receive a lot of reports on gender-based violence. You get some that the neighbors will tell you that they are tired of this couple, or they are tired because this is how they fight every day. And until something goes wrong, everybody. Today, if you have such things around you, please intervene. If you cannot intervene, please report. There are numbers of Enugu State GBV task force that you can call to report.
All right.
If you cannot help, if you cannot do anything, just report.
Wow.
This is an act of love. You are saving life. You are saving situation. You are contributing your own water. So there are a lot of things to be done today. So report abuses, report GBV, report cases of violence, report cases of rape, and like I said earlier, I will say it again: put a phone call across someone you know that is lonely.
Put a phone call across someone that you know that is lonely. That's powerful.
Pay visit if you can.
That's powerful. Reverend, I was going to ask you about your work concerning gender-based violence, but I just realized that when Reverend Aneke Chukwuwogu is involved, these two things are married together. You can't really separate them. But in a nutshell, let's know what's been happening 2026 with your work, ESAC, gender-based violence.
Okay, thank you very much. Through the funding from the French Embassy in Nigeria, ESAC was able to set up Enugu State Gender-Based Violence Task Force in Enugu State in December last year, 2025. And this year, I will tell you that it has been cases upon cases upon cases. And what are we doing? Most of these cases, you discover that poverty is the primary causes of, or the primary cause of some of the cases we receive. So what we have done so far, we have taken, today we have, as at today, we have over 785 cases reported. We have over 75 cases, perpetrators arrested. We have over 27 cases in court as at today. Then survivors are receiving medical and legal support. Survivors of, and we are also, with the funding from the US CDC through Caritas Nigeria, we are also providing care and support services for people living with HIV. We make sure they get their drugs timely. We make sure when it is time to conduct viral load test to know the level of the virus in the system, it is done. We also make sure that the people that we provided with seed grant and economic support, we monitor them to make sure that they are growing in there are families we can just give 100,000, and out of that money are going to, I call it waste to today, and their lives will change. So many of them are doing small things, doing this, doing that. One is doing audit, the other one is selling fufu, and from there they are feeding their children. They can't beg. So these are the things I encourage everyone, not only as a pastor, not only as a priest, but everyone. If you know God has blessed you, please give back to the society.
That's powerful work you're doing with ESAC, and it falls in line that today we are looking at the essence of Valentine. And I ask, in 30 seconds, what would you want people to remember about the true essence, the power and the true essence of love?
Thank you so much. 1 Corinthians chapter 16:14 says, let all that you do be done in love.
Let all that you do be done in love.
That is, do everything in love. Love protects. Love confronts injustice. Love feeds the hungry. Love restores dignity. Love builds systems of accountability. So if we practice love as responsibility, not just romance, sharing of gifts to the people we have affection for, 2006 will be safer, more just, and more compassionate for every one of us.
2006 will be safer, more just, and more compassionate
for everyone.
That's a very powerful one. We'll be speaking to the Reverend Ike Chukwumogu, who is Executive Director, Economic and Social Empowerment of Rural Communities, ESAC, a humanitarian and advocate for gender-based violence here in Enugu State and beyond. Reverend, it's a pleasure speaking with you on the
Thank you very much
of
for having me. Thank you.
Yes, and do remember, he said one thing. If there's nothing else you can do, pick up your phone. Call one person you know to be lonely. Just a call. But if you could, you can visit them as well. And that's powerful. And that's all we can take for today on the essence of Valentine here on the Week in Retrospect. And I'm still your host, Uche Osai. Enjoy your Valentine.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
My name is Dr. Emmanuel Ihechi Asonye. I am the CEO of Omenka App LLC. I created Omenka App for the preservation of Igbo language and culture. Omenka App was established in New Mexico, and it is headquartered in Albuquerque, but currently we are also being registered in Nigeria. We have a website. We are also on social media, because my app is primarily for the Igbo community. In 2006, something significant happened among the Igbo community. UNESCO predicted that Igbo language was going to go into extinction, and that was because Igbo people are one of the most traveled people in the whole world. So the more children are born outside of Igbo land, the more they get disconnected. The app is on iOS, it's also on Android. Access the website and download the app from there. And over 2,000 people are using the app right now. But there's an app that will teach you about Igbo culture, Igbo people. We have Igbo poems, we have riddles and jokes, we have Igbo proverbs, then we have the word section where you are going to search Igbo words. Whatever word that you can find in English, you want to make sure it is found in the app in Igbo language. And I encourage everybody from their communities, you can do what we're doing in Omenka app with your own language and with your own culture. Do not allow your culture or your language to die.
Many thanks for joining us. I am your host, Sharon Uche, and you're watching Health Matters, where we turn complex medical questions into clear answers for your daily life. Today on Health Matters, we'll be discussing on fibroids, which is discovered as a growth in or around the womb. Although common, they can cause serious discomfort, heavy bleeding, fertility challenges for women.
think from researches, they said that it's like a lump or so that occupies a woman's stomach, and most times, most of them is so bad that they might not actually give birth. Do you get? And most of them, due to the fear that if they go to remove it, they might end up dying. Most of them just carry it for long, both the discomfort and every other thing. A friend of mine had this lady he wanted to get married to, but when he heard that she had fibroid, he said he was no longer interested because of the things he has been hearing about it. But officially, I've noticed that some fibroid you don't actually need to do surgery. There are pills they give to you that comes out from your body without surgery. So I think it's advancing. Now technology is advancing.
Well, a fibroid in a woman is like a little swollen that stays close to the womb of the woman, and sometimes it prevents the woman not to conceive, depending on the size of the fibroid. If it's being discovered on time, it could be operated. But if not, when it gets larger or bigger, it will be a problem for a woman if not being treated.
I just know it's something that blocks the ovaries, if I'm correct, and then it prevents women from getting pregnant. It's not must actually give birth though. It's not everybody that is destined to have babies. So if you're able to like get the surgery and remove it, I'm pretty sure some people, like most women, survive it, and at the end they get pregnant.
It's a complex health situation that mostly occurs, in fact, occurs in female reproductive system, all right, and it's a serious issue. It's a critical health situation, one, because it has to do with the reproductive system. Okay, this has prevented a lot of women from getting the right, getting there's a word I want to use, but it's a clinical word. I'm not in that field, but it's a very serious situation that women are currently undergoing. Okay, and that has to do with their reproductive challenge. Like as I talk to you now, almost 70% or 75% of women in the world suffers fibroid, but I cannot tell you what causes it because I've not taken much interest in that, but I know it's a very serious health challenge in female. Okay, and I am not a health professional, I'm not a health expert, so I wouldn't actually proffer any solution for now. But if there is anything government or even private sector can do to ameliorate this situation, would be very, very appreciated, because it's like a global health emergency in women, all right, in female reproductive system. That's what I know.
Fibroid is one disease of the women, because it's only women that suffers fibroid, and it causes infertility in them. One won't even know that she have fibroid until when diagnosed. It creates fear, but what baffles me these days is even young people suffer from fibroid, unlike before. Till today, personally, I don't know what's the cause. One won't even know that she have fibroid until when diagnosed. It creates fear, but what baffles me these days is even young people suffer from fibroid, unlike before. Till today, personally, I don't know what's the cause.
It's a growth. Then this growth normally take a place of a child. That some people will even be convinced that they are pregnant, why they are not pregnant. I noticed one when I was still in my productive age. That should be my third baby. We went for normal checkup. Then there is this lady. She was just carrying herself that she was pregnant, without her knowing that it was fibroid, until when the doctor palpated her, and I noticed that it was not a baby because there was no fetus breathing. So, they were like, how are we going to relay this information to this woman? How she will feel, that emotional aspect of it. I was like, how can somebody carry who will not know that she's pregnant? Is it that she's not seeing menstruation or what? Are you getting it? The doctor was like, some they will not be seeing their menstruation. That then I now asked the doctor too, what about the beating, the heartbeat? He said that the fibroid is even alive. Oh, are you getting it? That it can be confusing. I was so shocked. But how to relate the information, you know, the emotional stature of the lady, that was the most concern of the doctors. But one of the nurses said, in an session, he said, there is nothing if not to disclose it, so that we will now go for operation. Are you getting it? That was my first time. Then my second experience is my cousin's sister, you know, at Owerri. I learned that she was hospitalized at UNTH. I didn't know that it was fibroid. This lady bleeded for more than 3 months. She was there for more than 3 months, non-stopping. And the bleeding is not just like normal menstrual, you know, discharges. It was very heavy. When you see lumps of blood coming out. Hey, I said I won't wish even my enemy to experience that. That advice to give is that your life is more important than any other thing. Like that lady I knew in my village, I didn't know, I thought she was pregnant. She carried it for years. She was scared of going through the, you know, they will tell you that if you go through the operation it's 50-50. But I don't think it's 50-50. I also have seen people that have gone through the operation and they survived it. So instead of them going, you see, they will prefer to stay with the disease and die of it. Are you getting it? But I will advise you, at that primal stage of it, if you can go for operation, I think it's better you save your life. Are you getting it? Your life is more paramount than any other thing. Your life first, because it's somebody that is alive that will get married. It's somebody that is alive that will even have children. So your life should be the paramount for any lady having such. Have your life first. Your life should be your paramount. That should be my advice.
Take it as like something like tumor or something like that, and that grows internally within a woman. Let's say the part whereby it reproduces side of the woman. You know. So, but I've seen many ladies who have this, and then many who have gone also for CS to take it out. Well, it affects women. In some, I believe in most cases, it did not allow women, you know, maybe for them to live normal life. Number one, and again, it's prevent them not to become pregnant when they ought to have, you know, to go into having babies, something like that. That's what I know about them. And I've even seen where people say that maybe they have fibroid, from fibroid to find baby. Yeah.
On this segment, we'll be having Dr. Chidinma Aneke, a consultant gynecologist who shared her insights on fibroids. Listening.
Okay, I'm Dr. Aneke Chidinma. I'm a consultant obstetrician and gynecologist working with Enugu State University Teaching Hospital, Park Lane, Enugu. I'm also a lecturer in the Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology, as well as pharmacology in ASUT, College of Medicine. Fibroids are growths. We say they are benign growths. Benign because they are not usually cancerous. They are growths that occur in the uterus, that's the woman's womb. Okay, they contain some tissues, both fibromuscular tissues. Okay, they start growing and getting bigger and bigger depending on how long they are allowed to grow. And currently, fibroids are very common. They're actually very common, more common than you can imagine. Usually, fibroids are seen among women maybe from 30 years and above, but in recent times we are beginning to see younger women, 25, 26, 27, having fibroids and multiple fibroids as well. Fibroids, we call them leiomyomas. They are not cancerous. They don't start off as cancerous tissues, and they can grow very big without being cancerous. However, some percentage a little percentage can transform into cancer, become what we call leiomyosarcoma over time, especially when they are left for a long time in older people. They can become very cancerous. The cause of fibroid is not known. The exact cause is not known. However, there is what we call risk factors. We have risk factors for fibroids, and then among those risk factors, number one is genetic. There are some genes and some abnormalities in the genes that can predispose a person to having fibroids. So development of fibroid has genetic predisposition, which means can also run in families. So you can find someone who has fibroid, maybe the mother had or the sister had fibroid. So there is a genetic predisposition to fibroid. Some chromosomes in the body have been found, because of some damages, what we call mutations in the chromosomes. Some have been linked to formation of some fibroids. Then, like I've said, age is also a risk factor. I said from 30 years and above. Now remember, the fibroids are associated with the hormones in the body, estrogen and progesterone. The estrogen and progesterone are the major hormones in the woman's body. So within the reproductive age group, that's when these hormones are higher. So that's also when the fibroids are likely to develop, especially the estrogen aspect of it. So that's that. Then also being a black person, because fibroids have been shown to be commoner in blacks compared to whites. So being a black, being an African, predisposes one to having a fibroid compared to the Caucasians. And then also what we call nulliparity. Nulliparity is someone who has never had a child before. So when people delay childbirth to late 35, 40, it also predisposes them to having fibroid. Obesity is also another risk factor. Obesity is a dangerous problem. It's a risk factor for almost anything you can think of. So obesity is a risk factor for fibroid. Reason being that people who are fat, they also have a lot of adipose tissue that they produce those hormones as well. They cause increase in estrogen. That leads to development of fibroid, among other things. Then other risk factors have to do with diets that are low in vegetables and fruits. Then alcohol, very, very rich in alcohol. Some food additives also. There are also risk factors for fibroid. Then there is also some studies suggest that vitamin D deficiency is a risk factor for fibroid. So some studies have shown that that vitamin D deficiency is a risk factor for fibroids. So I think these are basically some of the risk factors that have been associated with fibroids. Yeah, actually a lot of women have had children with fibroids. Because fibroid is not directly a cause of infertility, not directly. So there are a lot of women who have fibroid and they never knew, and they had their children. So women with fibroid can get pregnant, and unless fibroid becomes symptomatic, nobody goes about pursuing fibroid here and there. So there are some fibroids that are very small, they are not disturbing the woman, so the women get pregnant with it, give birth normally, finish giving birth to their children without even knowing that they had fibroids. So a woman with fibroid can get pregnant. We don't go about pursuing fibroids except when they are symptomatic. So and the symptoms can come as a result of the fibroid growing in size, or as a result of the location of the fibroid, because I had said earlier that fibroids are growths in the womb. Now the womb is like a bag, it's like a bag that has inside, and the inside of it is the endometrial cavity. That is where the baby sits. A fibroid can also grow inside that endometrial cavity, and when a fibroid is inside that endometrial cavity, irrespective of the size, the symptoms are going to be much. In fact, those are the ones that cause heavy menstrual bleeding, because it is inside the endometrial cavity. Now, because it is there, it can also affect the woman getting pregnant, or maybe the woman can get pregnant and have a miscarriage because the fibroid is sitting exactly where the baby is supposed to sit. So that woman can have a miscarriage because of the position of the fibroid. Then the fibroid can also be outside that endometrial cavity, maybe on the body of the uterus. And if the fibroid is small and is not disturbing the woman can comfortably get pregnant, carry the baby to 9 months and deliver the baby. However, sometimes with the growth of the baby, as the pregnancy increases, the fibroid is also increasing because the blood supply to the womb is increasing because of the pregnancy. So as a result, the fibroid also gets bigger during pregnancy. And when fibroid gets bigger during pregnancy, it causes a lot of pain. So that woman may be having recurrent abdominal pain during the period of pregnancy, causing her to be admitted, more often during the pregnancy period. So sometimes, like I said, depending on the size of the fibroid. So if the fibroid is very big, it may lead to preterm delivery. That the woman may not get to 9 months because she may start having contraction because the uterus has grown so big. She may have a miscarriage and things like that. So there is no hard and fast rule about whether the woman should go for surgery because there are also complications of surgery. So if the woman who has a fibroid and the fibroid is symptomatic, affecting her getting pregnant or causing her to have repeated miscarriages, then the woman may be advised to go for surgery first before getting pregnant. However, if the woman is getting pregnant comfortably and carrying the baby, then the woman may also be allowed to finish giving birth before going for the surgery. So it depends on the symptoms that she's presenting with. The common symptoms of fibroid, I have mentioned earlier that depending on the position of the fibroid, the commonest one that make people come to hospital is heavy menstrual bleeding. Now, maybe a lady that usually had 4 days of normal flow or moderate flow or uses 1 packet of pad for her menses, all of a sudden she notices that 2 packets of pad are no more enough for her, or she's having her menstrual flow come out in clots. It's coming out is heavier, or the period lasting longer. Instead of the usual 4 days, maybe it can last for 1 week or 10 days or more. So that's one of the things that make people come to hospital so quickly, because sometimes the fibroid may not be so big, but because it is within that endometrial cavity, is now causing the heavy bleeding. So it brings the patient to the hospital earlier. Because some can bleed and maybe after their menstrual flow they complain that they feel dizzy, they feel weak, they have a lot of headache because they have lost so much blood. Some may even faint after their menses because of the amount of blood they have lost. So that makes them come to hospital, and then when they come and they are examined, they will now be discovered to have fibroid. Then another one that also bring patients to hospital is when they notice that their tummy, that the abdomen is getting bigger in size, because as the fibroid grows bigger, if it is a fibroid that is not within the endometrial cavity, okay, and is outside, it may not cause heavy bleeding, so the person may not come to hospital, but over time she begins to notice that her tummy is increasing in size. Some can start feeling a hard mass. When they touch their tummy, they feel that there is something hard somewhere, they are feeling it, so they come to hospital. Some may even be watching the growth, and then maybe when people start asking them, are you pregnant, and things like that, they now begin to go to hospital and say they notice that their tummy is getting bigger inside. For some others, it can also cause painful menstruation, what we call dysmenorrhea. They notice that maybe a day or 2 days even before their menses, they start having severe menstrual cramps, which can last throughout the period they are having their menstrual flow, and then they begin to wonder what is causing this menstrual flow. Then for some others too, if the fibroid is big, it can press on the bladder, okay, and the person will begin to have what we call pressure effect. It can press on the bladder. Some may have obstruction, so they will find it difficult to urinate. When they go to urinate, they find it difficult to urinate. Some, it can cause frequent urination because it is irritating the bladder, so they use the toilet more often, and the person will wonder, I'm not diabetic, I'm not pregnant, and things like that, but it's because of the location of the fibroid irritating the bladder. Some others, they also have the fibroid, if it is located on the posterior aspect, it may be pressing on the rectum, so they can have constipation, they can have difficulty going to toilet because the fibroid is compressing on the rectum. So that may make them come to hospital because they say I've not been able to go to toilet for the past 1 week and things like that. And then when they are now examined and then check, they'll find out that maybe they have a fibroid that's causing that. These are some of the common symptoms that fibroid can present with. Usually in medical field, before we make a diagnosis, we take a history. And if you're a good clinician, when you take a good history and do a physical examination, you will almost be sure that this is likely to be fibroid. However, because in medical practice we also have what we call differential diagnosis. So in as much as you say, okay, this is fibroid based on the symptoms that the patient presented, the history you have taken from the patient, the examination findings you have seen, then you will still need to do investigation, and ultrasound is one of the commonest investigations that we do. Ultrasound is very good in helping you identify a fibroid, identify the size as well as the location. So ultrasound is a very good diagnostic procedure that is done. However, it's not the only one. It's just that ultrasound is the one that is readily available, affordable as well, and with minimum risk. So ultrasound is often used to make diagnosis. However, there are other modalities that can be used for diagnosis, such as the MRI, that's magnetic resonance imaging, as well as CT scan. Now these are employed when you are in doubt, or when you are suspecting that this is not just a fibroid. Maybe you are thinking that it has transformed into a malignant lesion, that it has become cancerous. MRI or CT scan may help suggest that this is not just fibroid, and they can also help you in, you know, identifying other masses that are not fibroids. But ultrasound is a basic diagnostic procedure that is often done. Actually, the treatment for fibroid is surgery. The definitive, what we call definitive treatment. That means it is surgery that you will do, and you will know that you have treated this. There are other forms of management, medical management, that is not surgery. However, they are used to kind of relieve the patient of the symptoms that the person is having. They don't give definitive treatment. For instance, if a patient is having heavy menstrual bleeding, there are some drugs that you would need to give to reduce the bleeding, the amount of blood loss that the patient experiences during her menses. If the person is having severe pain, there are drugs that you can give to take care of the pain. If the patient has lost some blood, you give drugs to help build up if the person does not need transfusion. Then if the person, maybe the person does not want to go for surgery immediately, you want to delay the surgery for some reason, there are drugs that you can also give. Those drugs can, in quotes, shrink the fibroid a little. Not that it gets the fibroid shrunken to the point that you don't have to do surgery. The drug, because the drug deprives the fibroid of more estrogen, okay, the drug kind of deprives the fibroid of more blood supply, so the fibroid reduces a little in size, but it only helps you to buy time to now plan for surgery. The definitive treatment of fibroid is surgery. And when you come to surgery, there are different types of surgery. If you want to get rid of fibroid entirely, the surgery that is done is what we call hysterectomy. That you remove the whole womb, and then you know that there will not be any growth again. But of course, because this fibroid, most of the time you see patients who are not even married, who have not given birth before, so they don't want to hear removal of womb. So then we offer them the other option, myomectomy. That is where you now go try to remove the fibroid as much as possible. However, there is also a risk of recurrence, so the fibroid can reoccur, you know, especially if those risk factors are there, and if the person has not approached menopause, because the risk of having fibroid after menopause is very minimal, because after menopause fibroids begin to shrink. Okay, so we offer myomectomy, that is removal of fibroids, to patients who have not given birth, or who are not married, who still have desire to give birth. But for those who have already completed their family size, you know, they have given birth to a number of children they want, and they come with symptoms of fibroid, we offer them hysterectomy, as we encourage them to remove the womb. Anyway, fibroid surgery are not easy. They are major surgeries, and they are delicate surgeries, you know, that require specialists to handle. Unfortunately, sometimes people can go to, you know, different places and say, maybe the doctor will say, I know how to perform the surgery, and they perform it. Well, some people are lucky, they escape, but some others, many others are not lucky. They end up with complications. Fibroid surgeries are supposed to be performed by gynecologists. They are the ones that are well trained to do fibroid surgeries, because a lot of complications can occur. In fact, recently we lost a patient who had fibroid surgery somewhere in one of the villages, and then she now presented to our hospital in Parkland with complications, you know, very severe complications, and she died. It's painful when we see patients dying from complications of fibroid. However, like I said, fibroid surgery can be very complicated, and even in best of hands, patient can still die, you know, because of the challenges that are associated with it. That is why a specialist should do fibroid surgeries. You know, healthy lifestyle is always an advantage. Okay, eating healthy, maintaining a good weight, because like I said, obesity is a risk factor. So as much as possible, avoiding obesity is one way to reduce the risk of having fibroid. Then eating diets that are rich in vegetables and fruits, reducing alcohol, smoking, you know, those are some of the dietary management that can help you reduce the risk of having fibroid. Also, encouraging people to get married early and give birth to their children early enough will also help to reduce the chances of having fibroid. But some other risk factors, like the genetic factors, being a black and things like that, we may not really have anything to do about them. Then, like I mentioned, vitamin D deficiency as one of the risk factors. So eating food that are rich in vitamin D, then having adequate sun exposure, especially early morning sun, can also help one to have enough stores of vitamin D. That can reduce the risk of having fibroid. The advice I will give to the women who are afraid of surgery, because you know there are many misconceptions when it comes to surgery. Yeah, people say if you do surgery you die, or if you do surgery you will not give birth again, and then the person carries the fibroid beyond the age of even giving birth. Then the person now eventually comes to have the fibroid surgery done, and maybe feels that it's a fibroid surgery that stopped her from giving birth. My advice is that those who have fibroid should present to specialists, to gynecologists. At least it is safer to do your surgery, have your surgery done by a specialist, than just going to anybody who says I can handle it. So if you have a fibroid and it requires surgery, I encourage every woman that requires surgery for fibroid to go for the surgery, and then trust God also to have a safe surgery, but please go to a specialist. And then generally, like I said earlier, healthy lifestyle, healthy eating. Avoid some of these junks that we eat, a lot of chemicals that we load our bodies with. They are also increasing the risk of some of these things. So let's eat healthy, let's eat a lot of fruits, vegetables, let's avoid obesity. Obesity is a major problem, and it's a risk factor for any disease you can think of. So let's run away from obesity and avoid foods that can lead to obesity. I think that will help us in our environment. Well, if the person has undergone the fibroid surgery, if the person is married, I'll encourage the person to try and give birth to children, maintain healthy lifestyle. Like I said, the risk of recurrence is high, so it depends on the age of the person. Although recurrence rates, maybe within 5 to 10 years, fibroid can recur if the person is still young. But if the person is tending towards menopause, then the risk of recurrence is quite low. So the person should just live a normal life, because having a fibroid surgery does not mean anything is abnormal with you. So the person should just live a normal life, eat healthy, and then that's all.
Remember, pain is not normal. Heavy bleeding is not something to ignore, and silence is not a solution. Speak up, seek help, and take charge of your health. This has been Health Matters, and I remain your host, Sharon Uche. Thank you for joining us.
Across Nigeria, from bustling cities to quiet rural communities, one institution has endured the test of time: the traditional leadership. Long before modern governance structures emerged, these institutions were the heartbeat of society, providing leadership, justice, and social cohesion in ways that remain indispensable to this day. Traditional institutions are not merely ceremonial. They are custodians of Nigeria's rich and diverse cultural heritage. From the Obas of Yoruba land, the Emirs of the North, to the Igwe and Obi of Igbo land, traditional rulers preserve centuries of customs, language, festivals, and rituals. They ensure that the stories, values, and identity of their people are not lost in a rapidly changing world. What sets these institutions apart is their organic legitimacy. Unlike elected officials whose authority depends on periodic votes, traditional rulers derive their influence from ancestry, community consent, and deeply rooted cultural norms. This legacy makes them trusted arbiters, moral authorities, and stabilizing forces within their communities. Their position above partisan politics allows them to mediate dispute and guide society with a unique combination of wisdom and authority. At the grassroots level, traditional institutions are indispensable for governance and social order. They resolve dispute, manage land and chieftaincy matters, and acts as intermediaries between local communities and government policy. In rural areas where formal structures are often distant or overstretched, the presence of these leaders ensures continuity, fairness, and accessibility in governance. Beyond mediation, traditional rulers are catalysts for development. They mobilize communities for education, healthcare, and infrastructure projects, while acting partnerships from government and private entities. Their influence ensures that development initiatives are participatory, culturally appropriate, and sustainable. In this way, traditional leadership becomes a force for progress as well as preservation. Traditional institutions also play a vital role in maintaining security. By leveraging local knowledge and community networks, rulers provide essential intelligence and oversight, collaborating with security agencies to prevent and mitigate conflicts. Their involvement strengthens community resilience and reinforces the social contract between citizens and the state. Equally important is the moral and ethical dimension of traditional leadership. These institutions instill values of respect, integrity, communal responsibility, and peaceful coexistence. In a society grappling with ethical and social challenges, the guidance of traditional rulers remains a vital instrument for fostering discipline and virtue. In a nation as diverse as Nigeria, traditional institutions serve as a bridges of unity. They manage ethnic and cultural diversity, promote dialogue, and encourage mutual respect, while preserving distinct local identities. Through their wisdom, they help maintain harmony and stability across communities that might otherwise be divided. The traditional institution is far from a relic of the past. It is a dynamic, enduring pillar of Nigerian society, a custodian of heritage, a mediator of peace, a driver of development, and a moral compass for generations. To harness Nigeria's full potential, there must be a deliberate integration of these institutions into governance and national development strategies. For in preserving the past, guiding the present, and shaping the future, traditional leadership remains at the very heart of Nigerian life.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
As the global community marks Valentine's Day on February 14th, the celebration goes beyond romance and gift exchanges. At its core, Valentine's Day reflects universal values of love, empathy, and compassion, values that hold strong potential for promoting peace and unity in Nigeria. Love, when expressed through understanding and respect, becomes a powerful tool for peace. In a society grappling with economic pressure, insecurity, and social division, intentional acts of kindness can ease tensions and restore trust among citizens. Nigeria's diversity remains one of its greatest strengths. Valentine's Day offers an opportunity to enforce shared humanity above ethnic, religious, and political differences, reminding Nigerians that peaceful coexistence begins with mutual respect. For young Nigerians, Valentine's Day can be a lesson of emotional intelligence, teaching that love includes patience, self-control, and responsibility. These values discourage violence and promote dialogue over confrontation. Peace at the national level is rooted in stable families and caring communities. Valentine's Day encourages generosity, inclusion, and social support, reducing isolation and resentment that often fuel unrest. The celebration provides a platform for civic engagement when communities use the day to promote charity, reconciliation, and peace campaigns. Valentine's Day becomes a quiet force for national healing. While Valentine's Day alone cannot solve Nigeria's challenges, its message of love and empathy offers a meaningful pathway toward peace. When sustained and rightly understood, the celebration can help build stronger relationships, calmer communities, and a more united nation.
The Osu-Ohu caste divide in Igbo society took center stage at the just concluded 4th Enugu Diocesan Synod held at the Holy Ghost Cathedral, Enugu. Under the theme, The Problem of Osu and Ohu in Our Communities and the Amadi Diala Linkage, Uniting God's Igbo Children, Njikozi Igbo Umochukwu. The gathering drew clergy, laity, and traditional leaders into an honest confrontation with one of the region's most enduring social challenges. The Emeritus Archbishop of Owerri and the head of Owerri Metropolitan See, Most Reverend Anthony J.V. Obinna, delivered the landmark paper tracing the historical roots, distortions, and human rights implications of the caste system. He described the hierarchy as an ancient but harmful legacy that contradicts Christian teachings and modern understanding of human dignity. Despite centuries of Christianity and legal reforms, Archbishop Obinna observed that discrimination persists in marriage, chieftaincy selection, and land ownership. He highlighted institutional efforts to tackle the problem, including the 2022 Joint Pastoral Directive by Catholic bishops in Onitsha and Owerri, which condemned caste segregation as obnoxious and incompatible with the Christian faith. He also referenced the 1956 abolition of the Osu designation by the Eastern Nigeria House of Assembly, noting that enforcement across Igbo states remains inconsistent. Human rights organizations like Pillars of Hope Africa Initiative have assisted traditional rulers in formally abolishing the caste system in parts of Imo State. The archbishop outlined key social labels, also individuals historically dedicated to deities, Ohu, those bought or captured as slaves or considered strangers, Amadi Diala, the so-called freeborn, often upholding discriminatory barriers, and Ume, a lesser-known category associated with alleged early death in some areas, facing harsh stigmatization. He stressed that while definitions vary, all these labels share a legacy of exclusion and social stigma. Archbishop Obinna urged all Ndigo, regardless of caste label, to reclaim their God-given identity. The Amadi Diala, he said, must renounce claims of superiority, while Osu and Ohu and Ume should reject feelings of inferiority. True reform, he emphasized, requires heartfelt repentance, personal and communal, not just formal declarations. He outlined 5 steps towards healing: reject false caste identities, renounce derogatory attitudes and joke, confess past wrongs, resolve to end divisive practices, and embrace forgiveness rooted in love and humility. Only through sustained repentance, the Archbishop said, can Indigo break free from centuries of inherited prejudice. The Enugu Synod's engagement with the Osu-Oru question represented a significant moment for Igbo society. By confronting discrimination openly, the Holy Ghost Cathedral has set a blueprint for reform, inspiring communities across Igbo land to uphold dignity, unity, and equality under God.
Across Nigeria, a powerful migration wave is reshaping the nation's economic and social landscape, popularly known as Japa. The term captures the growing number of young professionals and skilled workers living in search of stability, opportunity, and systems that function. But beyond the emotional stories lies a deeper economic reality, one that demands urgent and practical solutions.
We love you. Bye-bye.
One of the most visible impacts is the loss of skilled labor. Nigeria invests heavily in training doctors, nurses, lecturers, engineers, and technology professionals. Yet, many of them are building their careers abroad, drawn by better pay, safer working environments, and clearer professional pathways. Hospitals become overstretched, universities lose experienced lecturers, industries struggle to find qualified hands, productivity declines, and long-term development slows as the country loses both talent and the economic value they would have created. Migration also places pressure on the broader economy. Relocation expenses from tuition and visa fees to travel costs increase demand for foreign exchange, adding strain to the naira. A weaker currency raises the cost of imports, fuels inflation, and worsens the cost of living crisis. More Nigerians begin to consider leaving, creating a difficult cycle. Yet, the story is not one-sided. The Nigerian diaspora provides a vital economic cushion. Billions of dollars in remittances flow into the country each year, helping families pay for school fees, healthcare, housing, and daily needs. These inflows support household survival and contribute to foreign exchange earnings. But remittances cannot replace strong institutions, public infrastructure, or large-scale job creation. They help families cope, but they do not solve the structural challenges driving migration. The drivers of Japa are rooted in everyday realities. High unemployment and underemployment limit opportunities for young people to use their skills. Wages often fail to keep pace with rising costs of living. Infrastructural gaps, especially unreliable electricity, increase the cost of doing business and discourage investment. Insecurity and policy inconsistency further weaken confidence in building long-term futures at home. Reversing the trend begins with practical reforms that make staying in Nigeria a viable and attractive choice. Improving power supply, transport networks, and digital infrastructure can reduce business costs and unlock growth. When businesses thrive, they create jobs, expand industries, and provide opportunities for skilled professionals. Strategic investment in high-impact sectors is equally critical. Strengthening healthcare, modernizing education, supporting technology innovation, and boosting manufacturing can create meaningful career pathways. These sectors not only absorb skilled labor, but also drive productivity and economic diversification. Retention strategies in essential services must also improve. Competitive pay, safer work environments, modern equipment, and clear professional development pathways can help reduce the outflow of healthcare workers and academics. Support for research, training, and career progression strengthens institutions and gives professionals reasons to stay. Entrepreneurship offers another path forward: better access to finance, fewer regulatory bottlenecks, and stronger support for small businesses can empower young Nigerians to build at home. A vibrant startup ecosystem turns job seekers into job creators and keeps innovation within the country. The diaspora can also become a strategic partner in development. Beyond remittances, Nigerians abroad bring skills, networks, and investment capital. Structured programs that encourage mentorship, knowledge transfer, and diaspora investment can transform brain drain into brain circulation when talent flows out and back in, strengthening both sides. At the center of all solution is trust, transparent governance, consistent policies, and visible improvements in public services rebuild confidence in national institutions. When people see progress in infrastructure, security, and economic management, the incentive to build a future at home grows stronger. Migration will always be part of a globalized world. The goal is not to stop movement, but to ensure it becomes a matter of choice, not necessity. By creating opportunities at home, valuing talent, and engaging citizens abroad as partners, Nigeria can turn the challenge of Japa into a pathway for renewal, resilience, and inclusive growth. Good afternoon and welcome to the top of the hour news on Aneke TV. Now your reliable source for the latest update from Nigeria and around the world. I'm Deborah Wakaba. Glad to have you join us. Moving over to the headlines. Aneke holds consultations could approach legislature over 2027 election schedule. Federal government sets 2028 target for Nigeria's first ever national asset register. Kenya, Ethiopia maintain top positions at Lagos City Marathon. And now the news in details. The main opposition parties have expressed readiness for the 2027 general elections following INEC's release of the election timetable. The African Democratic Congress ADC said it is fully prepared and raised no objections to the proposed dates. The People's Democratic Party (PDP), through National Publicity Secretary Ini Emobong, stated that it will participate once INEC is ready, stressing the importance of free, fair and credible elections. Chief Chairperson Okorie noted that the timetable does not fully reflect public expectations. The Middle Belt Forum, led by Dr. Beatrice Pogu, called for real-time transmission of election results to ensure credibility. Civil society group CISLAC warned that delays in passing the amended Electoral Act could compress voter registration, primaries and campaigns, potentially undermining public trust in the 2027 elections. The Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) has acknowledged public concerns over the timing of the 2027 general elections, which coincide with the holy month of Ramadan. National Commissioner Mohammed Kudu Haruna said INEC may seek legislative adjustment if necessary. INEC emphasized that the timetable complies with the Constitution, the Electoral Act 2022 and its own guidelines and regulations. The presidential and National Assembly elections are scheduled for February 20, 2027, while governorship and state assembly elections are set for March 6, 2027. The Commission stated it is sensitive to religious observances and remains open to adjustment to minimize voting convenience during Ramadan. INEC reaffirmed its commitment to transparency, public engagement and ensuring that all voters can participate in the electoral process without disruption. Federal authorities have warned that microplastics are now entering Nigeria's food chain, with traces found in fish consumed nationwide. The Ministry of Environment official Falmata Bukar Kolo described the pollutants as a serious public health concern. The crisis is driven by poor waste management and clogged waterways, which transport plastics into the ocean. Experts warn that marine litter threatens fisheries, tourism and local livelihoods. The government is requiring manufacturers to manage the full life cycle of plastic packaging, including strict enforcement of environmental laws. President Bola Tinubu arrived in Kebbi State to attend the 61st Argungu International Fishing and Cultural Festival, recognized by UNESCO as an intangible cultural heritage of humanity. He is the special guest of honor and will also inaugurate several infrastructure projects completed by Governor Nasir Idris. The festival, held at the historic Malan Fada Riverside, highlights local tradition and attracts participants from across the country. Political development followed the celebrations, with Tinubu scheduled to travel to Kano State on Monday to receive Governor Abba Yusuf into the All Progressives Congress (APC). Yusuf defected from the New Nigeria People's Party due to internal leadership disputes. The Kano reception is a strategic consolidation for the ruling party, reinforcing Tinubu's political base while balancing cultural engagement with national political strategy. The Nigerian Air Force is set to acquire 46 advanced aircraft as part of a major modernization program. Air Marshal Sunday Aneke described the move as a shift toward high-tech warfare aimed at improving response to security threats. The fleet includes 24 Italian-made fighter jets, 12 American Viper attack helicopters and 10 rescue helicopters. High-tech drones will provide continuous surveillance of dangerous areas without risking personnel. New training and housing facilities in Kaduna will ensure personnel can operate and maintain the advanced equipment effectively. Partnerships with the U.S., Italy and Turkey will support an intelligence-driven security approach. President Bola Tinubu fully supports the initiative, which is designed to position Nigeria as a leading regional air power and strengthen national security against insurgents and bandits. The Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General, has inaugurated 3 renovated blocks of family flats for soldiers at Ribadu Cantonment, Kaduna. Each block contains 30 flats, bringing a total of 90 units for military personnel and their families. The project, previously deteriorated, aligns with the Army's commitment to improving personnel welfare. The inauguration was attended by Major General, who represented the Army Chief. One of the beneficiaries, Mrs. Fumilayo Yonde, described the previous condition of the flat as deplorable, citing risk from falling debris. She praised the Army leadership for the intervention. Yonde assured that residents would maintain the facilities and prayed for continued success for the Army leadership, highlighting the importance of sustainability for such welfare projects. The Cross River State Police Command has recovered 8 dried corpses from a mortuary in Isongi community, a Kamba local government area. One suspect has been arrested in connection with the discovery. The State Police Public Relations Officer ASP confirmed, according to the police, credible information led operatives to the facility where the 8 well-dried corpses were discovered. Preliminary investigations indicate that the suspect is employed by a company operating in the area. The suspect is currently in custody while a comprehensive investigation is ongoing. Authorities are working to ascertain the circumstances of the deaths and determine whether any laws are violated. The police command appealed to the public to remain calm and avoid speculation, assuring that verified updates will be communicated as the investigation progresses. The Federal Road Safety Corps in Plateau State has issued a stern warning against drunk driving and other hazardous behaviors during Valentine's Day celebrations. The warning was issued by State Sector Commander. The Sector Commander said the directive aligns with Corps Marshal's policies to ensure maximum road safety and prevent fatalities during festive periods. He emphasized ongoing educational campaigns for motorists to comply with safety regulations. The FRSC advised drivers to exercise caution and avoid distractions while on the road. The Corps also urged revelers to prioritize personal and public safety during celebrations. Authorities reiterated that law enforcement will be strict and violations could result in arrest, fines, or license suspension to ensure compliance and reduce accidents. Governor Similai Fubara of River State has forwarded a new list of commissioning nominees to the State House of Assembly 24 hours after dissolving his cabinet. The move aims to stabilize the executive and restore governance continuity. The new lineup is expected to include allies of FCT Minister Nyesom Wike and high-performing former commissioners, described as reconciliation cabinet, to unite rival political factions. The state is preparing to commission the reconstructed House of Assembly complex, signaling a return to normal legislative activities. Rumors suggest possible changes in the governor's inner circle, including the chief of staff. Local leaders have welcomed the reshuffle as a positive step for administrative efficiency, urging prompt confirmation of qualified nominees to advance River State development agenda. Former Kaduna State Governor Malam Nasir El-Rufai has confirmed he will appear before the Independent Corrupt Practices and the Other Related Offences Commission (ICPC) on Wednesday, February 18, 2026. The announcement follows a reported attempt to arrest El-Rufai at Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport, Abuja. Security agents allegedly tried to detain him without a formal invitation and confiscated his international passport. El-Rufai's media aide, Muyiwa Adekeye, stated that the former governor will comply with the scheduled ICPC summons. The development highlights ongoing scrutiny of public officials and reinforces the Commission's commitment to investigating corruption allegations within the law. The news on the top of the hour is coming to you live from Aneke TV. Remember, you can stay connected with us on all social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now here's a quick recap of the major stories making the news. Aneke consults may seek legislative approval on 2027 election dates. And coming up shortly, Nigeria aims to launch its first ever National Asset Register in 2028. Kenya and Ethiopia continue to dominate at the Lagos City Marathon. We'll be right back.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back. Still on the news, Nigeria has launched the Beyond Oil and Gas Alliance Fund program aiming to reduce reliance on fossil fuels and boost climate-smart economic sectors. Minister of Budget and Economic Planning Abubakar Atiku Bagudu stated the two-year initiative will enhance agriculture, mining and woodwork through technology and science. The program will map local economic potential to connect communities with global markets. Nigeria aims to replicate models from Norway and Netherlands to increase productivity in farming, fishing and artisanal industries. Experts emphasize that decarbonization and methane emission reductions are key to long-term resilience. The initiative seeks to establish Nigeria as a green energy giant, preparing local industries for global transition away from oil. The alliance will also address job creation and industry modernization, ensuring communities benefit from climate-focused economic development. Nigeria positioned itself as a leading example for emerging economies adapting on the green energy shift. The federal government has set 2028 as the deadline for completing Nigeria's National Asset Register, currently 50% finished. The Minister of State for Finance, Doris Uzoka-Aneke, said the initiative would document federal lands, mineral reserves, infrastructure and intellectual property to address long-standing resource mismanagement. The register seeks to identify untapped value, potentially unlocking 100 trillion naira over the next decade. Currently, the Ministry of Finance Incorporated manages 18 trillion naira in equity. Uzoka-Aneke noted that past project failures were caused by lack of oversight and abandoned infrastructure. The administration plans to leverage public-private partnership to attract long-term investment, moving beyond contractor-dependent models. By digitizing and mapping national assets, the government aims to de-risk development projects, increase transparency and maximize economic returns from idle resources and public property. Billionaire Tony Lumelu has declared Nigeria's foreign exchange market stable following high-level discussions with President Bola Tinubu. Mr. Lumelu stated that businesses can now operate with predictable access to dollars ending years of scarcity and market volatility. The president emphasized support for small and medium-scale enterprises, urging private sector leaders to continue empowering startups. Elumelu said the central bank's policies have successfully de-risked FX operations and promoted growth. Market stability is expected to reduce costs for consumers and strengthen local industries. Elumelu highlighted that the new environment allows businesses to plan and expand with confidence. This development signals government alignment with private sector needs and reassures investors that Nigeria's monetary framework is increasingly reliable and business-friendly. Kenyans won the men's category of the 2026 Access Bank Lagos City Marathon, completing the race in 2 hours, 11 minutes and 55 seconds. Ethiopian runner claimed first place in the women's category with a finishing time of 2 hours, 37 minutes and 36 seconds. Karen outspaced the competitive Allied field, demonstrating strategy and endurance on the Echo Atlantic City course. His victory continued Kenya's strong presence in the marathon, following previous successes in international road races. Dinke's win further cemented Ethiopia's reputation in long-distance running, showcasing consistent performance among top female athletes in major competitions. The result mirrored last year's outcome, where Kenyan and Ethiopian runners also dominated their respective categories, underscoring continued East African supremacy in marathon events. Stakeholders have raised doubt about Enugu State's readiness to host the 2026 National Sports Festival. Preparations are reportedly delayed, with the local organizing committee inactive since September 2025. Critics note the absence of progress on promised infrastructure, including an Olympic-sized swimming pool. Concerns include insufficient transparency and perceived sidelining of committee members. Some sources allege the state is prioritizing athlete recruitment over venue completion. The State Sports Commissioner, Mr. Lloyd Ekweremadu, reassured the public that primary work is on schedule. He confirmed mechanisms are in place to manage all projects and maintain oversight. Officials insist the festival will be delivered successfully with infrastructure completed on time. The state affirms commitment to hosting a world-class event for athletes and spectators. Abia State has received the Niger Delta Games torch, signaling readiness to surpass its previous 7th-place finish. Governor Alex Oti tasked athletes to compete with integrity and aim for top podium positions. Preparations include training camps and logistical arrangements to ensure performance excellence. The Secretary to the State Government, Dr. Emmanuel Meribole, confirmed full state support for the contingent games. Ambassador Joseph Edidiong led the ceremonial torch handover through Umahia, highlighting community engagement and excitement. The games run from February 20th to 27 in Benin, Edo State. Abia's government emphasized partnership with sponsors, including the Niger Delta Development Commission, as a vital to long-term athlete development and regional sports advancement. Afrobeat star has formally withdrawn his legal petition seeking custody of his daughter, Imade. The singer had initially filed a petition to secure joint custody with his first child's mother. In a statement shared on his social media platforms, Davido said he would no longer pursue the matter, citing what he described as an ethical breach by opposing counsel. He added that the case took a troubling turn when his late son, Ifeanyi Deleke, was referenced during cross-examination. Davido clarified that his objective was to obtain unrestricted access to his daughter, but invocation of his deceased child crossed a line he could not accept. He emphasized that the matter should not be viewed as a victory for either party. The singer, whose recent album, Timeless, has reinforced his global standing, called for sensitivity in reporting and insisted that deeply personal family disputes should not be played out publicly. Governor Peter Mbah of Enugu State joined mourners at the funeral of the late Senator Oke Asia of Enugu North. The governor described Asia as a principled leader dedicated to public service and the welfare of his constituents. Senator Asia began his career in the Nigerian Customs Service before moving into private enterprise and politics. Governor Mbah emphasized that the senator's legacy extends beyond his family to the entire state. The Catholic Bishop of Nsukka Diocese, Professor Godfrey Ona, highlighted Asia's courage, integrity, and selfless leadership as defining qualities that earn widespread respect. Governor Mbah and church leaders reassured the family of community support and acknowledged Asia's enduring contribution to governance, service, and civic values in Enugu State. And finally, before we go, here's a recap of our top stories. The Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) has started consultations with key stakeholders as it prepares for the 2027 general elections. The Commission indicated that it may seek legislative approval to finalize the official election date, ensuring compliance with constitutional requirements. INEC officials stressed the importance of stakeholders' engagement to guarantee a smooth and credible electoral process nationwide. The federal government of Nigeria has set 2028 as the target year of establishing the country's first ever national asset register aimed at improving transparency and efficient management of public resources. Kenya and Ethiopia continue to showcase strong performances at the Lagos City Marathon, maintaining the dominance in both men's and women's categories. And that's news on the hour at Aneke TV. For more news and live updates, follow us across all social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer, Chidima Sogwa, and the entire news team, I'm Deborah Nwakaba. Thank you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
As the global community marks Valentine's Day on February 14th, the celebration goes beyond romance and gift exchanges. At its core, Valentine's Day reflects universal values of love, empathy and compassion, values that hold strong potential for promoting peace and unity in Nigeria. Love, when expressed through understanding and respect, becomes a powerful tool for peace. In a society grappling with economic pressure, insecurity, and social division, intentional acts of kindness can ease tensions and restore trust among citizens. Nigerians' diversity remains one of its greatest strengths. Valentine's Day offers an opportunity to enforce shared humanity above ethnic, religious, and political differences, reminding Nigerians that peaceful coexistence begins with mutual respect. For young Nigerians, Valentine's Day can be a lesson of emotional intelligence, teaching that love includes patience, self-control, and responsibility. These values discourage violence and promote dialogue over confrontation. Peace at the national level is rooted in stable families and caring communities. Valentine's Day encourages generosity, inclusion, and social support, reducing isolation and resentments that often fuel unrest. The celebration provides a platform for civic engagement when communities use the day to promote charity, reconciliation, and peace campaigns. Valentine's Day becomes a quiet force for national healing. While Valentine's Day alone cannot solve Nigeria's challenges, its message of love and empathy offers a meaningful pathway toward peace. When sustained and rightly understood, the celebration can help build stronger relationships, calmer communities, and a more united nation.
Ohaneze Ndigbo worldwide heartily congratulate two illustrious sons and a daughter of Alibo, namely Collins Obinachiweze, Shabuzi, Tyler Gregory Okoma, Tyler the Creator, and Cynthia Chinyasa Onyedimonazo Ukebu Erivo on their historic victories at the 68th Grammy Awards held on 2nd February 2026. Their remarkable achievements across diverse creative fields stand as a powerful testament to the creativity, resilience, excellence, and global relevance of Igbo talent. By proudly carrying their Igbo identities and names onto the world's most prestigious cultural stage, they have brought immense honor to Nigeria and to Nigerians everywhere. Speaking on behalf of the global Igbo nation, the President General of Ohaneze Ndigbo Worldwide, Senator Azuta Mbata, stated, "These outstanding achievements reaffirm the timeless Igbo virtues of brilliance, hard work, innovation, courage, and perseverance. Our sons and daughters have once again demonstrated that wherever the Igbo find themselves, excellence follows, and they hoist the flag of Nigeria. We celebrate these winners not only for their personal success, but for elevating the Igbo name as Nigerian citizens with dignity and pride before the world." Ohaneze Ndigbo Worldwide thanks these award winners for being the worthy ambassadors of Igbo values and for inspiring millions of young people across the globe. Their journey sends a clear message to Igbo youth everywhere. Remain focused, law-abiding, resilient, and committed to excellence, knowing that integrity and perseverance can open doors on any global stage. As a people known for turning adversity into opportunity, Ndi Igbo remain proud contributors to national and global progress. Ohaneze Ndigbo Worldwide urges the government, institutions, and stakeholders to continue investing in structures that nurture talent, creativity, and enterprise so that future successes may flourish both at home and abroad. Once again, we celebrate these historic victories and salute all Igbo youths who continue to project the values of Alibo with honor and distinction. Signed, Ezechi Chukwu, National Publicity Secretary, Ohaneze Ndigbo Worldwide.
Ebonyi State, the salt of the nation. Located in the heart of southeastern Nigeria, is a story of transformation, resilience, and pride. Created on October 1, 1996 by the administration of General Sani Abacha, The state was carved out from parts of Enugu and Abia states. Its capital, Abakaliki, has grown from a quiet provincial settlement into one of the most rapidly developing urban centers in the region. The name Ebonyi is derived from the Ebonyi River, while its slogan, the salt of the nation, reflects the state's historic salt deposits in Amachara and Uburu, which were once central to trade and local industry. These salt lakes stand as living symbols of self-reliance and the resourcefulness of the Ebonyi people. Culturally, Ebonyi is a proud custodian of Igbo heritage. The people are known for their strong communal spirit, creativity, and deep connection to their traditions. The New Yam Festival, Ogene music, Nkwa Umuaboho dance, and the colorful displays of masquerades all reflect the beauty and vibrancy of the state's cultural life. In villages across the land, pottery, weaving, and blacksmithing are still practiced, reminding visitors that in Ebonyi, the past lives side by side with modern aspirations. Blessed with rich soil and abundant natural resources, Ebonyi is a major producer of rice, yam, cassava, maize, and palm produce. The Abakaliki rice mill, one of the oldest in Nigeria, remains a symbol of the state's agricultural heritage and its determination to feed the nation. Beneath its soil lie deposits of limestone, lead, zinc, marble, and of course, salt, all pointing to vast opportunities for industrial growth and investment. Over the years, Ebonyi has produced remarkable men and women who have made their mark on the national stage. Dr. Sam Egu, the state's first civilian governor and the former Minister of Education. Chief Martin Elichi, an accomplished administrator. Senator Anyim Pius Anyim, a former Senate President and Secretary to the Government of the Federation, and Engineer David Umahi, a visionary leader and the current Minister of Works, all embody the drive and discipline that define the Ebonyi spirit. From education to public service, from entrepreneurship to civic leadership, Ebonians continue to excel and inspire a new determined to shape a brighter future. The lessons from Ebonyi's story are clear. It teaches the power of vision, unity, and perseverance. It reminds us that no beginning is too humble and no dream too distant. Through hard work and community efforts, the people of Ebonyi have turned their challenges into opportunities, rewriting their destiny with faith and determination. Today, Ebonyi stands tall, a land of salt and substance, of culture and courage, of tradition and transformation. The salt of the nation continues to shine, seasoning the story of Nigeria with hope, progress, and pride. Ebonyi State, the salt of the nation. Located in the heart of southeastern Nigeria, is a story of transformation, resilience, and pride. Created on October 1, 1996 by the administration of General Sani Abacha, the state was carved out from parts of Enugu and Abia states. Its capital, Abakaliki, has grown from a quiet provincial settlement into one of the most rapidly developing urban centers in the region. The name Ebonyi is derived from the Ebonyi River, while its slogan, the salt of the nation, reflects the state's historic salt deposits in Amachara and Uburu, which were once central to trade and local industry. These salt lakes stand as living symbols of self-reliance and the resourcefulness of the Ebonyi people. Culturally, Ebonyi is a proud custodian of Igbo heritage. The people are known
ekene gị bụ onye ọma na-esonyela anyị na nzukọ ụmụ nwanyị na Aneke TV. Anyị abatakwa ka anyị karịa dịka ụmụ nwanyị anyị bụ, dịka ndị nne, dịka ụmụada, ndị na-ekwuchite ọnụ, ndị na-enwerọ ndị na-ekwuru ha, maka asị na-abịa n'obodo mgbe o mebibe kpọọ ụmụada, ha ga-agwa gị ya ka o si wee dị mma. Na nzukọ ụmụ nwanyị nke izu a, ihe anyị na-eji neba anya bụ ọ bụrụ onye oyibo, I say I don't know how to put it correct. Agwakwa m ha na m agaghị school, mana ndị na-ebe a bụ ndị gachacha ụlọ akwụkwọ gụọ onye ọfụma, mana mụnwa ga nke abalị. Mana nke abalị ma na ihe anyị na-eji n'anya tata bụ onwe ebe anyị gara asị na a na-edeba afa, ya deba afa, e-registration, ama m ndị na-edeba afa ha. Mana ihe mfụlụ ebe ahụ bụ amanya mmiri. Ụmụ nwanyị juru ebe niile, eti ka anyị si eti, ojebego onye nke anyị. Ịgụọ ụmụ nwanyị n'ebe ahụ, ha bara ụba, ụmụ nwoke dị mkpụrụ one na one. Mana mgbe o lụzi n'inye ha oche ha ga-anọ ebe dị iche iche, na kanselọ, na House of Assembly, na Senate, na House of Rep, echeta na ụmụ nwanyị ekwesịghị ịga. Onye aka iji wee sị ka anyị nekene anyị ihe kpatara na mgbe ụmụ nwanyị kwesịziri ije ewebe anyị n'azụ, ọ gịnị kpatara ya? Naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ sonyela anyị, maka ama m na mgbe nkata ga-agacha, anyị ga-ama ebe mmiri si wee baa n'opi ụgbọgịrị. Abụ m Ngozi Ọtahumele. Ndị mụ na ha nọ na nke izu a dịka nsi wee kwuo bụ ndị jere akwụkwọ n'efife ya na n'ụtụtụ, maka ndị otu anyị je n'abalị. Ndị a wee bụrụ site n'aka ekpe m, Honorable Princess Obiajulu Ugwu. Honorable Princess Obiajulu Ugwu nya bụ ihe na-anọchite ndị Enugu South Rural. Mma nkwụ maka ihe ọ na-eme kịta, emechaa anyị ga-ekwubie, maka ọtụtụ mgbe ka a na-abụ ọ dịka enye nwaanyị, ụmụ nwaanyị a na-anụrụ ụmụ nwaanyị ibe ha ọgụ. Ofu onye jụ mụ ajụjụ oge gara aga sị m biko na ya na-anụ maka Princess, na onwe ndị ọ na-akwụrụ ụgwọ akwụkwọ, nwee ndị ọ na-emelụ nka, nwee ndị ọ na-emelụ nka, o nwere ihe ọzọ ọ na-eme na-abanye ya na akpagbu ego. Mgbe o mechara, Princess ga-agwa anyị. Nya bụkwa Deputy Chief Whip n'Enugu State House of Assembly. Wee na-asị gị nnọọ na nke izu a, Princess Obiajulu Ugwu, daalụ maka isonyela anyị.
Daalụkwa maka ịkpọbata m ebe a taa.
Onye ọzọ anyị na ya so wee bụrụ, I put it to you, Barrister Nnenna Anozie, Her Excellency. Ọ ihe ọ bụ, ọ nọ na aula, ọ nọ na MBA, ọ nọ n'ihe niile, na-ekwuru ụmụ nwanyị ọnụ ha. Ụmụ onye ị ga-eje n'ụlọ ọgụ, mana emechaa anyị ekwuo maka nke ahụ. Barrister Nnenna, anyị na-asị gị nnọọ na nke izu a.
Isi eche ekene m gị, daalụ.
M ga-ebido ebe ị nọ dịka nsogbu ekwuo. Ihe anyị na-eji ineba anya bụ, a na-asị kịta pụta debanye afa, pụta debanye afa. Ama m ihe a kpọrọ ya, gwa gị na m jee skuul n'abalị, e-registration. Mgbe elu ụmụ nwaanyị wee ju, olu mgbe a na-edebanye afọ ụmụ nwaanyị eju, mgbe a ga na-eme kampen ụmụ nwaanyị eju. Mana mgbe o luzi n'iwepụta ha jee kanselọ, jee nọchite ogbe ha ma House of Assembly, asị na anyị eru ha. Biko, kedu ebe nsogbu anyị si?
Onye isi oche ekene m gị, Honorable ekenekwa m gị. Ọ dị mma nnọọ na unu mere ọfụma wee kpọta anyị ka anyị tinye ọnụ n'okwu a, kpọtakwanụ nwanne anyị nwaanyị nke nọzi anọ na ya bụ ọchịchị ka a na-ebela anya n'ihe na-eme mụ na onwe m bụkwanụ ndị na-eme ya bụ e-registration o nwere pati maka na arụ anụ nwaanyị nọ n'arịa bụzi nkwado anyị na-akwado maka ọchịchị ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị a ga-adọ n'arọ na-abịa ọtụtụ ndị ọda patis ebidogokwa nke ha na-akwadokwe ka ha ga-esi wee chebiri ya ihe ikwu na efuru ụmụ nwaanyị ka ha juru ebe niile abụrụ okwu asị maka na ịbịa mana ụlọ ụka ụmụ nwaanyị juru mana obodo niile ụmụ nwaanyị akụrụ anụ ọgbakọ si bịa ife ụmụ nwaanyị anyị ejupụta mana oluzie mgbe anwa asị ka enye anyị ọchịchị ka ewepụta ndị ga-achị ọkachakwa n'obodo maka oke obodo a ka anyị na-eleba n'anya tata ifu na a na-achọzi ụmụ nwaanyị ebe ha nọ ọ bụrụ gịnị ọ bụrụ ka anyị si fuo onwe anyị na dis obodo anyị a maka na ihe nji ekwu na ọ dị n'obodo anyị a ka ọ kacha wee dị maka na ụmụ ọtụtụ obodo ndị ọzọ ga-eji fụ na ụmụ nwaanyị emebego ihe anyị sobego oge obodo ụbọchịzi ụmụ nwaanyị na-achị dị obodo niile mana obodo anyị ka na-ekwudo okwu ikpuru kanselọ bụkwa nke ikpeazụ na ọchịchị dị ekwesịrị isi ụmụ ha ga na-agụta asị na ụmụ nwaanyị ka nkụ na ọhawa na-achị maka na ọhawa nọ na ihe a na-akpọ grassroots biko ihe ọ dị nnọọ ka ịbịa na famili si na nwaanyị anọrọ ịma na ihe niile anyị asachago so ekwesịrị ebido nnọọ na kanselọ ụmụ nwaanyị eju ebe niile ewebugote ya na chairmanship ndị bụzi chairman na local gọọmenti ụmụ nwaanyị eju ebe niile abịakwa na steeti otu a onye bụ n'obodo agaba mana afụtaghị otu a ndị be anyị ka na-ekwenye na ọchịchị ka mma n'aka ụmụ nwoke ọ na-adịdị ha ka ụmụ nwaanyị etozuru ịbụ inwe ọchịchị ma ọ bụrụ na a ga-enye ha ọ bụrụ ndị obere ndị na-enwechara ihe nwelu isi ha ga-eme nwunye ya mana ebe ahụ a na-ekwu ihe ga-eme n'obodo ka ihe ga-esi dị mma ka kee polisi nke a ka elọ nke a na-achọ mkpụrụ ụmụ nwaanyị mkpụrụ ụmụ nwaanyị one na one maka esi ewepụta ndọrọ ndọrọ a ị ga ha afụ mgbe a ga-ebido debanyewa afa ndị ga-ewepụta ego a ga-akpa afa ndị pati ga-ewepụta ị na-ajụzi onwe gị ka nwaanyị nwere udiri ụmụ nwaanyị one uduru ego mana ọ bụkwa ofu onye ga-asị masị ụmụ nwaanyị enwene mana ifu na opọchuniti a na-ewepụtacha bụkwara ụmụ nwoke ga na-eju bikọs opọchuniti a bụ ebe ọ ga-anọnụ wee na-enweta n'ego ọ ga-eji wee pụtakwa ya bụ ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị so ọ bụrụ ya anyị gaa na-atinye n'ihe eji adọ ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị agwa gị ya ifu na gịwa bụ nwaanyị ama mmezu ya andụ ka m si wee kwu na mbụ ọtụtụ ụmụ nwoke ma ndị ụfọdụ ụmụ nwaanyị ekwenyere dị na ụmụ nwaanyị erugo ịchị nwa nwoke ifuga ọ na-emetụta anyị n'ihe niile ma ọtụtụ ụlọ ụka ma ọtụtụ ebe a na-ekpe ekpere ihe ofufe ifu na ha ekwetebe so o bidogodo na nkweta anyị o bidoro na ihe na-enye anyị nsogbu nkweta anyị then kedu ka obodo society kedu ihe ha kwenyere ekwetego na nwaanyị nwee ike ịchị then ndị pati nwa na-ewepụta ndị akịta na-emecha na ha na-erejista ndị mmadụ ụmụ nwaanyị eju ebe niile ihe ha believe bụ na ụmụ nwaanyị a ka anyị jiri ha wee nweta ihe anyị na-achọ mgbe elu na nwaanyị a na ụfọdụ asị gị o nwere gọvanọ na-achị mgbe ahụ bịakwute asị biko ka anyị chọrọ ka iwepụta nwaanyị ka ọ bịa solu gị bụrụ onye nke ịbụa gị ọ sị na ụmụ nwaanyị mekịta ha nụọ di ndị nụrụ di ya mụọ nwa ndị mụrụ nwa eje ọmụgwọ a na-ewere ihe na-enwere isi wee na-akpa akụkọ anyị na anyị ga-anụ di na anyị bụ ụmụ nwaanyị na anyị jee na-edebe ụlọ na ịmụrụ ụmụ ihe a niile abụrụ ya ị nwere ego ị ga-eji wee na-eke so a lot of things ma even maka ọcha ya sị gị ka ebe ifu nwoke nwaanyị na-achị nwoke ihe a niile bụrụ ihe bụ ihe mgbaaka wee nye anyị n'ịpụta mana nke kacha njọ na nke ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị a bikos ama mmụọ nwere ebe kọchọs ga-abịa na bụrụ gọvanọ ma ọ ga-abịa na bụrụ kanselọ kama nọ sistem anyị furu onwe anyị ya na ya nwaanyị bụ financial secretary women leader na ihe ndị ọzọ ebe so maka na
financial secretary bụ onye ga-edi
onye ga-ejide dị ego so ihe a bụ amarọ m ka aba nkọcha bebi mgbe nwanne anyị tinyere ọnụ ihe a ga-ekwukarị
princess amanụ m na onwe okwu ị ga-agbakwunye nna ya ịbanyego anyị afụgo ọtụtụ ọrụ anọghị m n'Enugu South mana ofu onye kwuru na ya na-ajụ kedu ebe o si eweta ego o ji alụ ọrụ a onye a bụ na nwaanyị ga-eme nwunye mana ime anya na ihe na-eme ọ dịghị ka anyị agbagotego ụmụ nwaanyị ọ dịghị ka anyị akwadotego ijide ọchịchị
nke onye isi oche ka m kenekwa gị ọzọ kene ha excellency ịma na mgbe ị kpọrọ ya ha excellency isi na ọ na-eme ọtụtụ ihe anyị ji akpọ ya ha excellency bụ na ọnya bụ ofu nwaanyị zọrọ ọkwa gọvanọ na 2019 under Fresh Party so ọnya ka ebe ha excellency si bido so ọ dị ekwu ihe ọ dị eme nke a bido n'isa ajụjụ eju ma ụmụ nwaanyị akwadogo nenene ya nụnụ malụ ma ọkwa ma olu ihe eji nwaanyị eme ma olu ihe eji mmadụ eme n'ọchịchị ịna-anya na ọchịchị na administration anyị nke taa nke barrister Dr. Peter Ndubuisemba bụ onye isi ya na-anya na ndị niile o nyelu nke a na-akpọ appointive positions bụ ụmụ nwanyị ịna-anya efu ị na-anụ transport ị na-anụ na Enugu ị na-anụ na ọ nwaanyị nọcha na ọkwa na-eme ka ebe ndị a na-aga inwe ikike inwe ike gwa m mkpọtalụghị ụfọdụ ụmụ nwanyị na-eme ọfụma na gọọmenti a enwere mmadụ dịka Ngozi Eni Commissioner for Gender ọ nwaanyị ka ọ bụ ime anyị ifu na violence against women bụ GBV reduce to the barest minimum ọ bụrụ na ọ dịrọ ọ ka dị mana ọ na-agbasi mbọ ike ịfụ na ekpochapụrụ ihe ọbụla bụ mmegide nye ma nwaanyị ma nwoke ya bụ gender abịa n'ebe a na-akpọ smart green schools nọ n'Enugu ị na-anụ n'ụwa smart school na-eme ọfụma smart school nke a na-eme ọfụma nwaanyị bụ ihe bụ SPA smart school ya Dr. Chinyere onye isi ị bịa na transport system Enugu alụọ bus terminal eme nke a eme nke ọzọ nwaanyị bụ ihe bụkwa SSA transport ifi ugo na ifu na ebe niile ụmụ nwaanyị nọ sektọ niile ụmụ nwaanyị agbalụ mbọ tinye ụmụ nwaanyị ihe dị iche dị ya gịnwa ka m ga-ajụzi ọ dịghị ka ụmụ nwaanyị adị nkwadobe iji ọchịchị
ihe nji wee jụọ ma ọ dị ụmụ nwaanyị ọ dị nkwadobe iji ọchịchị bụ itinyesighị aka n'ebe dị iche iche mana ebe anyị na-ene anya bụ ebe a ha ga-ekwupụtazi ụfọdụ ihe na ndị kanselọs ụmụ nwaanyị bụ abịa kịta anụnwa na lokal gọọmenti ama m na ndị kanselọ na-elu ihe dị ka 6 ma 7 ma 10 mana ime anya na lokal gọọmenti niile dị n'Enugu ịgụ ụmụ nwaanyị niile dị na ama m na ha erukwere 10 ị bịa na House of Assembly ndị House of Assembly anyị dị ka ha dị 24 ụmụ nwaanyị one na ebe ahụ ebe ụmụ nwaanyị ga-ekwu okwu mee ihe a na-afụ anya ịma mfụ ụmụ nwaanyị onwe ihe o mere na nwaanyị bụ ka na deputy gọvanọ rụọ ọrụ ọfụma kemgbe ekele Enugu sọsọ ofu ugbo ka nwaanyị bụgo deputy gọvanọ onwe ihe o mere na enye nwaanyị deputy
ihe o ji dị mma na ibido n'oge wee na-ekwu okwu a dịka mụ na ha excellency bido na-akpa mgbe anyị na-akparịta ụka tupu anyị ebido ihe mmemme a anyị na-eme ihe o ji dị mkpa bụ na anyị ka bido n'oge ndị Igbo na-asị na ebido n'oge chụwa ewu dị ojii anyị ebidogo n'oge ihe a na-akpọ advocacy ọ ga-adị mma na ụmụ nwaanyị a niile pụta anụ na-eme e-registration APC anyị na ha tinye aka ọnụ ofu onye jụrụ m kedu mkpa ọ dị na ya rejista wee bụrụ onye pati nso na mkpa ọ dị bụ na irejista ha so onye pati iwe nwee ike wee kwuo onye a ga-enye tiketi na praịmarị na onye a ga-eje maọbụ na onye ame nje mana ọ bụ na irejistara ị ga-anọ n'ilo na-aba mba ị ga-atụwukwa vootu mbosi vote maka na ịdị registered as an INEC na INEC as a voter registered voter mana ndị ga usoro eji arọpụta ndị ga-aga ịzọ ọchịchị anwa ịma nwe nkwuwa okwu ebe anwa so ọ dị mkpa na onye ọbụla gbanye tinye aka debanye n'ọchịchị abịa na ihe na-ajụ m maka ụmụ nwaanyị ihe mee na ụmụ nwaanyị ha na-abịakwa ịbịa ụmụ nwaanyị ga-emenwe ya anyị ga-emenwe ya ọfụma mana ọ dị mkpa ọkacha kịta anyị nwere onye na-ege anyị ntị ọtụtụ oge m na-asị ndị mmadụ na ihe nji wee jee n'APC ihe njikwete banye APC bụ na 2022 anyị nwere 5 bills ụmụ nwaanyị weta na National Assembly ekwudi maka ya na-edi anya etufuo ya efefuo ya ọ bụrụ Tinubu bụ onye isi ala mgbe ahụ mana Tinubu a bụ onye isi ala ọ bụgokwanụ gọvanọ steeti o wee kwado nwunye ya wee bụọ esinetọ onye omeiwu nke kachacha elu na Naịjirịa ọ kwụsara ebe anwa ebidokwa ọzọ kịta o nwee ihe a na-akpọ reserve seat for women's bill anyị na-ekwu okwu ya kemgbe ebido constitution review. Tinubu ịba na Tinubu chọọ ka nwunye ya hala etinye n'ọnụ na ihe reserve bill, nwunye ya ma etinye, mana ọ na-akwado ya, a na-alọbi, a na-advocate ka o wee bụrụ na emeela ụmụ nwanyị oche pụrụ iche. Maka na ụmụ nwoke na-asị unu na-asị nye anyị 35% nye anyị kwota, onye ga-apụrụ gị n'oche? Ndị nke ụmụ nwoke mụ na ha nọ na house, ọ na-eme anyị nsị ha na obo next dispensation na anyị ga-enwekwa 8, that is to represent 35. Ha sị princess ọ bụ aka ị ga-achụpụ n'oche. Anyị amụọ anyị eweli amụ. Mana nke bụ eziokwu bụ na kịta bụ oge anyị ka bido n'oge ka anyị bido n'oge chụwa ewu adị ojii, maka na anyị nwee gọvanọ na-ege ntị, nwee prezidenti na-ege ntị ihe ụmụ nwanyị, nwee prezidenti na-ege ihe ụmụ nwanyị, ihe ụmụ nwanyị na-amasị na-emetụta. Gọvanọ anyị na-ekwu ebe ọ bụ na nje ihe o ji dịka ma eweli isi m tinye n'ebe Peter Ndubisi Mba nọ bụ na mgbe anyị bidochara administration na mgbe omebe kabinet ya ka anyị nwere interaction nwesịa onye isi nekwa na ịbụkwa gọvanọ, nekwa na onye ọzọ bụkwa deputy sa kekwa na otu anyị ga-esi wee nwee ụmụ nwanyị, nekwa na anyị dị ịbụọ na House of Assembly, kedu ka a ga-esi gọvanọ anyị wee sị na appointment ya ga-emeke sure na anyị nwere ọtụtụ ụmụ nwanyị, and o melia I nwee up to 50 nke mma mgbe m count mgbe m gụrụ ọnụọgụgụ. Aka na-ekwu ka a na-ekwu ebute reserve seats bill, public hearing. Governor Peter Ndubisi Mba bụ the first governor endorsed that bill ka enwee ụmụ nwanyị nwee oche. Ya ọ bụrụ na ụmụ nwanyị ga-achịkọnata onwe ha ọnụ jekwuwe ndị isi anyị mewe ha na-akpọ advocacy, mewe ha na-eme a na-akpọ lobbying n'oge, o nwere ike anyị enwee ike wee kwụọ onye ukwu ha.
Maka na ọ dị m ka nsogbu anyị ọ dị ebe ụmụ nwaanyị nọ, ma ọ bụkwa ma nsogbu anyị ọ dị ebe ụmụ nwaanyị nọ, nsogbu anyị dị ebe ụmụ nwaanyị nọ. Ọ bụrụ na ị na-ene n'anya, ihe anyị na-ene anya bụ kedu ka ụmụ nwaanyị ga-esi wee bata tinye ọnụ n'okwu o wee na-aga ọfụma. Maka na ebe ọbụla nwaanyị nọ ihe dị iche na-adị, dịka princess si wee kwuo, nene anya ebe niile ụmụ nwaanyị na-alụ ọrụ ifu na ọ na-agazi ọfụma. Ya bụ na echiche m bụ na ọ bụkwa na-enye ụmụ nwaanyị ohere, ọ bụ na ha dị abụọ na House of Assembly, mee ka ha luo 6, mee ka ha luo 10. Ọ bụ na ha dị abụọ na kọmishọna, mee ka ha luo 15. Ifu na obodo ga-agbanwe. Prezidenti anyị na-alụ ọrụ, gọvanọ anyị na-alụ ọrụ, ụmụ nwaanyị a na-alụkwa nke ha, ụmụ nwaanyị a na-akwado ibe ha. Ọ gịnị kpata asị nwaanyị na nwaanyị na-aga, ifu nwaanyị ga-anọ n'akụkụ si mgba m nka nwaanyị ga-alụ, ọ gịnị kpata ụmụ nwaanyị ejikọcha ọka ụmụ nwaanyị pụta nyere aka wee kwuo ọnụ?
Ọtụtụ oge ịma na ụmụ nwaanyị na-ekwukwanụ bụ ụmụ nwaanyị nọ na di. Ọtụtụ ha nọ na di, ọtụtụ ha bụ ụmụ ndị mmadụ. Ya na I don't know how to say this in Igbo. Okay, so our society makes it look like every nwatakịrị nwaanyị ọbụla maọbụ nne nwaanyị ọbụla, onye ọbụla bụ nwaanyị nọ n'okpuru nwoke. Ịma nkwu ma nwoke ekwube. Ọ bụgodị na ịchọ inwe all the wisdom, they don't want you to say it because na ịbụ nwaanyị. Nke a bụ ofu. Nke abụọ, ha na-eyi ụmụ nwaanyị egwu n'ịpụta n'ihe politics, n'ịpụta n'ihe ọchịchị. Ha sị gị mba agakwa n'ebe ahụ, a ga-emekwa nke, a ga-emekwa nke ọzọ. Nke ito abụrụ ọtụtụ oge ụmụ nwoke na-eji ajọ okwu wee gwa ndị nke ha nwee n'ụlọ banyere nwaanyị nke pụtara apụta. Ha sị gị ije gị ije so ịchọ ije soli ya nụ ka ije soli ya mewe ihe ọ na-eme di ya ụda anụzi ya nwezi, they tell you things that will make you ihe ga-eme gị isi ọ bụkwa etu aka politiks nwadị ka ị ka na-eme ya ka ị ka na-ekwu nka ha na ka ị na-ebidozi na-afụzi. For instance, ịfụwazie nwa bụ princess asa ajọ mmadụ na mesolugo ndị politiks. Ya echi ọ dịzie izi apụtasị gị ngwa ka ewepụ princess tinye Okeke Okafọ, isi eziokwu nwaanyị akwado ozugbo, oje CWO sị yes wepụnụ nwaanyị ọ bụrụ ihe poison ihe a gwara ya n'ụlọ ma di ya ma ụmụ nwoke gba ya round ihe ha gwa ya o mee ya ọ dị ya ka nwaanyị ibi ya etoruro anyị kwesịrị ịnanya sị ụmụ nwaanyị o ma ọ na-emete o ma ọ daghị emete ndị nke anyị fọrọ afọ anyị ga na-akwagide ha nọrụgodi n'ebe a nọchite oche anya ahụ maka na ihe na-atụ m ụjọ mgbe ụfọdụ bụ na o nwere ike ịka na-eme ka ị na-eme ewepụ nwaanyị ahụ eweta nwoke tie chi ọzọ nọmba anyị bụ ụmụ nwaanyị aka na-ajụ.
Daalụrị nne gị bụ onye ọma na-esonyela anyị ama m na ọ na-adaba dịka anyị si ekwu maka na anyị bụ ụmụ nwaanyị anyị agbachigo nkịtị karịa ka anyị kwesịrị ịgbachi nkịtị oge erugo mgbe anyị ga-eti mkpu anyị ebidogokwe ntịbịa anya bụ mkpu ka anyị gbatị ụkwụ ọ bụ na anyị nachite azụ anyị na-aga n'ihu.
A sị na ekwe kụọ ama agba ekwe ụmụ nwaanyị akụọla o ọkwa na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị oge anyị ji akpa maka ọdịmma anyị karịkwa maka ọdịmma ezinụlọ. Nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị bụ ebe anyị na-akpa maka arụ ike anyị ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị azụmahịa omenala ndị ahụ dị mma nakwa ihe ndị ahụ ga-eweta ọganihu n'obodo. Naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ sonyela anyị na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị ebe ahụ a na-akarị ihe na-eweta ọganihu n'obodo. Ndị nne ndị nna oge a bụkwa nke anyị sonyela anyị na Aneke TV n'ebe a na-emetụ aka na ihe ndị oyibo na-akpọ soshal midia na TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, X, Instagram ọkwa na Aneke TV ka ihe ndị a niile na-eme. Aneke TV anyị apụọnụ.
Ekene gị dịka ị ka na-esonyela anyị agbatigo ụkwụ tinye mmiri n'akpịrị wee nachite azụ na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị na Aneke TV. Ihe anyị na-ene anya bụ kedu otu anyị bụ ụmụ nwaanyị ga-esi wee bata ọfụma na ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị ịnụgono ya ka esi ekwu ya anyị bụ ụmụ nwaanyị kwesịrị ịpụta egekwana ntị ha na-ekwu ị chọghị ịpụta ewee chọọ ịba politiks tụfie akwa ọ bụ ọkwa ụmụ nwaanyị niile na-aba na-akọtọ asị ọ ihe eji aghọrị anyị mechie anyị anya ka anyị ghara ịma ya mana nkịta anyị amagoro ihe ọfụma. Na-abịa ebe ị nọ barista Nnenna anọzie dịka princess si wee kwuo ọtụtụ ihe ka anyị fugo n'aka biko kedu ihe ọ dị ka anyị kwesịrị ime?
Aga m ebido banye ikwu na ụmụ nwaanyị anyị ndị nke banyegoro abanye dịka ọnọrọbụ ha bido mebegodo ihe mesibia ike gudetin na ikwu na onwe onye jos fuge na-asị ga nwaanyị a na-eme ihe a niile ebe ka o si nweta ego maka ego ole ka a na-akwụkwọ nọ ha na-emekwa ihe ndị ahụ. Amagodo m na krismas anụ ndị saịdị ebe mbi maka ebiko na ma onye isi mbi ya eso mebi m na konstituensi ya ọ sị biko na a ga-enwekwa ya ndị famili na-enwere ka ọha m bịakwa bịa buru akpa rice bụ ọnọgide gada ụmụaka niile ụmụ agbọghọ ndị na-achọ ọrụ na ndị si m jekwa mee ha trenin na a ga-eme ndị a trenin ka enwe ike na-enye ha ọrụ edejuba afa ọkwa ya na-asị ya na echọrọ ebe 150 edebe afa debe ifuga ọ bụrụ so anyị na-afụ na ha na-eme ihe ndị mmadụ na-afụ na ụmụ nwaanyị ka ndị ọgụnyecha ndị nọ na smart school ndị nọ na transport ndị na-ebe dị iche iche afụ na ndị ahụ ụmụ nwaanyị anọ na-enwe ihe ha na-arụ ọ ga-enyere anyị bụ ụmụ nwaanyị aka so that anyị na-eje na advocate anyị asị ya ọkwa ifu na obere nke pozishọn ụmụ nwaanyị nọ na ha ji emepụta ihe otu a ha pelu mpe wee nọrọ na haus spika ndị ọzọ nọ ebe ahụ nwaanyị wee binye si ka okwu okwu isi ya ngwa ka anyị nụrụ ihe nwaanyị ga-ekwu maka nwaanyị na-asọpọtụ bil na-ewepụta bil na-ekwu okwu na ọ nwere ka ị ga-esi ebe ọbụla nwaanyị nọ ka ya fee mana olesi ọ nyere nwaanyị ahụ ọpọchuniti mana inye ọpọchuniti ọ na-eme ihe kwesịrị ime ha a ga-ama na ọkwa mkpụrụ ibu aka ha dị mana na ihe ha na-eme ifugia so ndị nke enyegoro ya bụ ohere mee na ọfụma ndị nke na-enwetabe ohere bido gbaba mbọ. Ihe ọzọ bụ ọbụ na ọpọchuniti abịa anyị adịkwa nkwadobe ọ bụrụ akwụkwọ ka ị chọrọ ịnidiri ego ọ bụrụ ọrụ aka ka ị nidiri inweta ka ị wee nwee ike wee nwetagodo ya bụ ego maka nwerekwa nke a na-adash mgbe anyị ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị na 2019 a na-asị na na-enye ụmụ nwaanyị free pati m si na ha da-enye akwụ m 100,000 naira ka wee nweta tiketi ifuge si ebe a jee Lagos awa onye isi mgbe ahụ Reverend Chris Okotie atị onye ọbụla ifu na ị ga-espend ego enwere onye ga-abịa wele anya gị ọsọgodị pati gị si na a na-enye free si enye na gị free maka na ọ bụ na enye gị free tiketi azụ nwaanyị onye nke kwụziri ụgwọ wee mee iwe sị ya jee pụọ ọrụ gị n'akụkụ so ị ga-agba ụmụ nwaanyị ga-ebido gbaba mbọ tinyebe aka otu ọnụ si na agwara onye na-acha ajụ ya kedu ihe ọ ga-abụ nya rejista uru gị bụ na ibugoro pati memba ibuzi stakeholder. So a na-ekwu okwu si ndị pati apụta maka ihe niile na-ebido bụ ibugodu memba inwe interest a sị na enwere opportunity na a na-azọ escos isoro na ndị nwere ike ịpụta na ya chọọ ịbụ onye isi enwere pati n'Enugu a ADC nwaanyị bụ onye isi ya n'Enugu steeti ọ nwaanyị ka ọ bụ ị na-agwa m na enwere ụmụ nwoke niile na-achọcha ka ha bụrụ ya mana ị ga-eprove godo onwe gị so dị nkwadobe mebe ọfụma gbaba mbọ nwetebe ego nwee ihe ị na-arụ na-emepụta ihe n'obodo na-eje imego na-apụta maka ịma nọ n'imebe ga-amalụ gị akpọ ụdịrị okwu akpọrọ asị na achọ nwaanyị ga-abịa kwuo ofu okwu pụta kwuo ifu na o tere aka gwalụ honorable na ọ ga-eme ha ọ sịrị ewo bizi nke nwa ọgbalụ bịaba hapụta ihe niile maka na ọ chọrọ ka ekwugide ihe a kwuruo ya o so na ndị bụ ihe biil a n'isi ka a ga-esi mee ka ụmụ nwaanyị maka ije n'obodo ndị mba dị iche iche dịka Rwanda na ndị ọzọ ha nwecha dị special seat bill mezi eji nwee ọtụtụ ụmụ nwaanyị na-achị and ijecha n'obodo a na-agwa gị maka ya obodo a na-eme ọfụma and all na this law making ihe na ka anyị chọrọ ka e nwee more women maka onye wepụtara ọchịchị bie ọkwa mbọsị aka na-ekiri steeti gọvanọ si na afịa ama nzu for 1 week ịmakwa pawa iji na-enwe ọchịchị na afịa ama nzu for 1 week ọ dị otu a emechie ya so ebe anyị chọrọ anyị chọkwala onwe ya na-akpọ appointment or this thing of tokenism how dị mma mana anyị achọchara ya because anyị chọrọ ebe nke ọ gaba anyị nọrụ anyị na-ekwupụta okwu anyị chọrọ elective position as much as we anyị chọkwalụ appointive position so ka enye ohere parties ndị a na-eme ha wetụta na ego nwa obere ebe ọ ga-ekwe ma nwoke ma nwaanyị enye na anyị free nwoke ga-enwetenwu tiketi a nwaanyị ga-enwetenwu ya then citizens so wee na-ezunye ndị a ka ha jezuo oshi princess bịasị gị na ya chọrọ ka ị sọpọtụ isi ego ole ka ị ga-enye m enye makwa na honorable Emmanuel nyere ya 20,000 gị nwa bịa na-akpọ ya ịkpọrọ mitin nwere common ọjị ijụkwara ya mgbe ọ ga-espendicha ego a niile ọ banyezie ihe ọ ga na-achọ bụ ka a ga-esi recover so ma ndị a na-achị o unu kwesịrị ịkwado nwaanyị ụmụ nwaanyị bụ unu nweenụ confidence na unu ga-achịnwu pụtanụ n'igwe enwe nwaanyị pụta ọ bụrụ na ọ dịrọ mma ya na di ya na-ese okwu nwere nke a ọnwa because ụmụ nwoke ndị na-achị anya bụ ha nwa bụ the best anyị enwego prezidenti ya na-asị na ọgụchahụ sekọndịrị skuul mana ọ chịrị anyị chịcha anyị enwe nke a na-achị achị asị na onwero satifiketi onye achịcha na-achị
because they have AIDS
AIDS can do anything yes. So enene nwaanyị na hey ka ya nene echetara m mgba nke ahụ ụfọdụ asị ka ha fụgodo ọ bụrụ na win gọvanọ Enugu steeti nche anyị chịcha ya ọfụma enwe ndị ọgbọ m bụ prezidenti ndị gafe ndị ntọcha ọ bụrụ gịnị icheta ya ịchọtakwa ndị ọzọ dịkwa ka gị tinye na ndị ka gị mma sef achịrị obodo na-aga
maka na ọ bụrụ
ofu onye na-arụ ya so ihe nzọ na agwụ nwaanyị bụ ọ bụrụ ewepụta nwaanyị onwe ka anyị si jegide ha gọvanọ Mba maka anyị na-ayọkwa ya osi ike nwoke mmalụ uru nwoke na nwaanyị ba ifu ihe nwunye ya na-arụgasị interventions ọ nwere nwunye ya arụ ọrụ nọ na ya biko ekwekwana ka ijekwa walụ nwoke tinyekwala onwe gị na ọchịchị ga
onye a ka m chọọ ịjụ Princess Obi ajụrụ dịka ndị nọ na House of Assembly ọha maka ọ dịara ikwu ka anyị tibe mkpu ka ụmụ nwaanyị gaa mụọ onwe ihe o mere na-abịa na dịka na steeti ọ bụ sọsọ Enugu nwoke bụrụ gọvanọ nwaanyị abụrụ deputi kedu nke bụ nwoke bụrụ gọvanọ nwaanyị abụrụ appointment biko ụnụ nwa bụ ndị n'ebe a na-emebi iwu ọ ihe dị possible
so ihe a bụ a na-ekwu na the journey of 1,000 miles starts with a step. If you can help me translate it, I'll be happy.
Na ọ bụ na a na-atọ ụkwụ kpọm nwayọọ nwayọọ anyị eruo ebe anyị na-aga ka si otu atapịa anya
daalụ nne. So anyị na-ekwu kịta maka reserved seats bill. Ọtụtụ ihe ga-emenwu n'ebe a na-eme iwu mana ebe a na-eme iwu ọ bụrụ na ọtụtụ ụmụ nwaanyị anọ ga-ekwute nwa ọnụ ha ịma na nwere ihe a ga-eme ya na anyị ga-ebidogodi gụọ anyị egbegodi n'igwe anyị etukwu ala anyị wee gbuo igwe wee gaa ije ya na anyị nweta ọnọdụ maka ụmụ nwaanyị na-emebi iwu Enugu South ana m ekenekwa ndị Enugu South maka ha gba mbọ rinne anyị nweta 13 wards n'Enugu South 5 bụ ụmụ nwaanyị na councilorship ọ bụrụ na replicate ya na the whole local government that will be a lot. Abia Bugoti and House of Assembly, and we also told why. So that now all of why I say, Ndi say I, and we also told why I say I. Makana otu anu ebe a kita na obulu so nu ha ya biachi onu mana enwe ọtụtụ ụmụ nwanyị na enwe ike wee weluzi iwu wee kwado nke ị na-ekwu maka ya mana ka anyị na-eche iwu ahụ ọ dị mkpa ekwu maka advocacy kwuo na gọvanọ bụ gọvanọ na-ege ntị kwuo na gọvanọ bụ gọvanọ na-ege ntị banyere ihe ụmụ nwanyị specifically ekwuru ya tie aka n'obi kwuo ya maka adama ekwu na mmadụ gwara m na-ekwu nke mfụ n'anya m ọ bụkwa na anyị ga-advocate ọ ga-enyekwa aka maka na ọtụtụ oge dialogue na-aka enyela aka ọ dị mma na anyị ga-emenwu ihe nwoke ga-eme mana enwe strength nwaanyị nwee nke nwoke nwee ọ bụrụ na ọtụtụ n'ime anyị gụrụ akwụkwọ akpọ She Stoops to Conquer ọ bụrụ na ụmụ nwaanyị ndị Igbo sịkwa na igbu ikpere ka nwee uji ahụ nne ya anyị jee anyị maka anyị esi wee bido wee gwawa ndị nọ n'ọchịchị okwu ha ege anyị ntị wee meela anyị ha anyị na-arịọ.
Daalụ rinne barista Nnenna ọ dị ka o nwere ọrụ ụmụ nwoke ga-alụ n'ọrụ a na-ekwu
ụmụ nwoke bụ allies akwụkwọ na onye na-achị anyị kịta ọkwa nwoke ka ọ bụ anyị ji na-asị na anyị jekwunu ya ma ndị di anyị dịka o kwuru mgbe ọ na-ekwu ị ga-afụ ụfọdụ ndị di so n'ihe na-akwanyere ụmụ nwaanyị akwadokwana nwaanyị a n'ime a na nwaanyị a na o melụ nka so anyị nidi ụmụ nwoke ịghọtagodo onye ka jisi gị na ya bụkwu mindset anyị ka anyị si wee na-eto o bidocha ivu mma na ezinụlọ ịbịa n'ihe gbasara ihe a ga-emesi ike ma ebe okwu na-eru n'ọnụ na-eru n'okwu asị ka ụmụ nwaanyị pụọ ị ga-afụ nwaanyị ọmụchacha nwa zụba zụchacha gbasa ya bụ ịnụrụ nwa ya asị ya madam jee na nwaanyị adịghị esi ekwu okwu kedu eme na ọma njikwe o ruzie echi nwatakịrị je banye na famili ọmarọ ifugia ma ọ dabazia n'isi nne so a ga-emegodo ka ụmụ nwoke anyị ghọta na ọchịchị abụrụ mgbe Chukwu na-eke ụwa ọ sịrọ nọọsụ nwoke ga-achị ọ sịrị jee chibanụ mụbaa na ọ gwara ya ụmụ nwoke na ụmụ nwaanyị so ghọta na ya na ọchịchị abụrụ maka ụfọdụ na-arụ ọrụ ebe ọ ga-abụ ebe ị na-arụ na negative ọ bụgụwa bụ managing director o nwecha ụmụ nwoke nwere ike ịnọ gị n'okpuru anyị bụrụ nwaanyị ha nwa bụrụ nwoke kwagwa bụ onye isi so o nwere ihe ọ na-ewepụ mmadụ na-arụ na nwaanyị bụ onye ọchịchị mana ka ndị be anyị si afụta ọ dị ka arụ na-abịa nnọọ na whole steeti asị na nwaanyị bụ gọvanọ so mana ha gbaghọta ya na ụbụrụ isi ada enye ya maka na ịbụ nwoke ma ọ na-ebu nwaanyị ọchịchị ekwesịrị ịbụ na ịbụ nwoke ịbụ nwaanyị eziokwu na ọ nwere ihe nwaanyị ga-emenwu nwoke ama mmenwu enweghị nwoke mana ọ bụrụ maka ọchịchị ọkpọ ndị gụrụ egwu mgbe wasị na ọchịchị ka mma na onye o doro anya onye ahụ o doro anya nwere ike ịbụ nwoke ma ọ bụrụ nwaanyị so anyị nidi ka ụmụ nwoke kwado anyị na-afụta ya na ọ bụghị ịma aka ka ụmụ nwaanyị na-ama ha na anyị na-asị na onye nọ n'ebe a onye egwu ụmụ nwaanyị na-agụ side by side in true equality ya na ihe a bụ anyị na-abụ dị mma ịrụ ihe a onye ọbụla oru equality anyị na-ekwu abụrụ na mụ na gị bụzi anyị razi maka equal opportunity na achọrọ onye ga-abụ gọvanọ Enugu steeti asị nwoke weta akwụkwọ nwaanyị weta akwụkwọ ede exam onye ọbụla pasị anyị achọghị mma ịbụ nwoke ịbụ nwaanyị achọrọ m ka ụmụ nwoke fubi otu a maka anyị need ha to support us ndị di soro ụmụ nwaanyị nyebere aka n'ụlọ maka ọtụtụ mgbe akpọọ meeting ọ bụ na otu a princess nọ na ọnọlụ di ya kwadoro ọsịa biko ya na-eje Aneke TV ọsịa gịnị gị na school run erugo nne efife erugo mana ọ bụ na nwoke ga-ejenwu school run ma ọ nyere aka mee nke nne efi ọsị oke nsizie na studio pụọ njebezie school run ifu na ị na-enyere aka n'ọrụ ụlọ na-enyekwa aka na-akwado ụlọ na-akwado nwaanyị ga-apụta n'ike soro ịbịa mee mitin a na-eme ọ bụgodị ma n'abalị nwasị ka a na-eme mitin ị nwere ike iburu nwunye gị kipụ ya kọmpani na-eje mee ya bụ mitin so that ihe isi na ọ na-eje ịgba akwụna ma ọ na-eji ime ihe nwa so anyị dịrị ụmụ nwoke ọha maka na politiks na biko gbakenenụ mbọfụ ọ bụgodoro na ka ebido na deputy nwa emere ya na Kogi steeti the whole deputy chairman bụ ụmụ nwaanyị unless ma nwaanyị winzi the chairman anyị eme otu a ifu na ọ ga-eme a na-agba maka ebe a ka anyị ga-esi nweta experience asị na ya nwere experience ụmụ kedu ka anyị ga-esi nweta ebe m nọ na be m ebe a ka anyị ga-esi nweta experience ebe a ka anyị ga-esi nweta tu obere ego anyị ga-ejizi wee na-emekwa ihe ndị ọzọ a na-eme
daalụ rinne na mkpokọta okwu gị Princess Obiajulu mgbe ị na-ekwu okwu o nweghị isi wee kwuo advocacy ya bụ na unu ga na-eje na-akọwatala ụmụ nwaanyị ke ndụmọdụ ị ga-adụ onye na-ene n'anya kachacha ndị a na-abịa registration a na-eme kịta ụfọdụ n'ime ha na-eje ebe ahụ ha kete cook ekete pọts a na-ekecha anya ha naba ke ndụmọdụ ị ga-adụ ụmụ nwaanyị ka ha marụ mkpa ọ dị na ha pụtara.
Daalụ onye isi oche, ndụmọdụ m ga-adụ ụmụ nwaanyị dị abụọ. Ime nkwunye okwu ebe ị na-anọ, ọ dị mkpa na ịbata na irejista, ime rejistreshọn ga-enye aka iwe nọnwụ na ebe a na-ekwu okwu. Nke ịbụọ wee bụrụ ọtụtụ ihe na-efegharị na soshal midia tata na-eme ndị mmadụ ụmụ nwaanyị ma alụkwa na Enugu steeti Nigeria nwere Christianity as their background. Ọtụtụ ihe na-aga kịta na-eme na social media, ọ na-afly ndị mmadụ a na-achọ ịnwa aka ka unu si kwuo, nwoke na nwaanyị a na-achọ ịnwa aka. M na-agwa anyị nke bụ eziokwu, ọ bụrụ na anyị afụ ụmụ nwoke dịka ndị anyị na ha ga-arụrịkọta, anyị akwanyela ugwu n'olu ha, ha akwanyela anyị ugwu n'olu anyị, ọ ga-akara anyị mma iweta ihe anyị na-achọ n'aka ha. Mana nke bụ eziokwu bụ na anyị mewekwa ka anyị dụọ n'ugwu, anyị aba ngakwa aga.
Daalụrị nne. Na mmechi okwu barista Nnenna, ke ndụmọdụ ị ga-adụ anyị?
Ndụmọdụ m ga-adụ anyị kachakwa ụmụ nwaanyị, kwado n'onwe unu, gbata votas kaadị gị. Ọ bụ na nke gị emebigo, jewe kịta ebidogo ihe niile gbasara next year erugo eru, next year bụ ọchịchị, jee soro zọba. Ọ bụrụ kansel ọzọ, ọ bụrụ na onye ra ka m dị otu a, enwerọ m ego niile, enwerọ m ihe niile, wee kata obi zọọ gọvanọ, and the budget na nzọrịa that position exposed to so many things, and zọọ ya one nzọrịa. So ị ga-azụ ihe ọbụla, pụta bịa jee register bụrụ a party member. The active na your political party, the active abụna yes, ọ ga-enye aka mgbe a na-ewepụta ofu onye bụbụrụ deputy mayor n'Enugu asị n'otu a ya na-abịa meeting nwaanyị otu a ga-esi bịa kụzielu ụmụ nwaanyị ndị na-eme ntọkwa n'ụdị ka nyekwa honorable ọ na-agbanikwa na-eme ntọnụ younger ones, na-agwa ha kụzielu ha ka ha ga-esi wee na-abanye na political party. Kịta unu na-emere jize na ihe kwesịrị ka ime ka ị wee bụrụ memba, jecheje gbata were mgbe a ga-atụ pụta n'igwe tụọ ebe ọ bụla tinye ya sị na nwaanyị na-azọ ọchịchị, tinye ya gị na onwe gị kata obi, nwee the confidence na ị ga-achịnwu, jee tinye gbata ka ị bụrụ pati afọ ya, ka ị nweta tiketi, ka ị bụrụ nweta tiketi of your party ịzọ ọchịchị, ọ bụ House of Assembly, ọ bụ rep, nke ọbụla ị na-eme otu a, ịfụ na no how anyị ụmụ nwaanyị ga-agbagote. And ndị ọchịchị anyị biko nyelụ na anyị aka, sọpọtụ anụ this reserve seat. Gọvanọ anyị wepụtala anyị deputy gọvanọ ka ọ bụrụ nwaanyị, n'ihe ndị a niile mee ka ụmụ nwaanyị ju na grassroots, kanselọ, meyọ, ụmụ nwaanyị ju ebe ahụ, ị ga-afụ na ọ ga-enyere aka na ọrụ ọ na-alụ.
Daalụrị nne, maka na ụmụ nwaanyị ju ebutuleta ibu alọ ebunyelu ndị nọ n'ọchịchị. Ya bụ na anyị na-ayọ ha biko nye na ụmụ nwaanyị ohere ka ha pụta bịanyere aka. Ọ bụrụ na onye nọ na smart school ga-alụ ọrụ ọfụma, onye nọ na transport alụ ọfụma, onye nọ na gender alụ ọfụma, inye ụdị ndị a ohere echi ma na ha ga-edozi akachacha Enugu steeti anyị chọọ ka ọ dị mma. Daalụnụ maka isonyere anyị. Ama m na mgbe ọzọ m ga-akpọ unu ma unu ga-abịakwa maka ihe a ga-ekwu erikekwa nọọ ihe anyị na-asịzi bụ ntị a na-agwa ha na-anụkwa. Wee luo mgbe ọzọ anyị ga-anọkọ na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị na Aneke TV. Abụ m Ngozi Ọtọhumele, na-esonyelu na anyị n'ebe mmetụ aka anyị dị iche iche na soshal midia anyị na Facebook na Aneke TV, na YouTube na Aneke TV, na TikTok. Ebe ọ bụla ị pịara aka ị ga-afụ ihe a na-eme ebe ahụ. Tụnyere anyị alụ otu ọ ga-abịa eme ya kasị ya mma. Wee ruo mgbe ọzọ anyị ga-abịa emesịa.
Depression is more than sadness. It is a medical condition that affects thoughts, emotion, and daily functioning. Many people struggle silently, masking their pains with smiles or business. This silence often makes the battle harder. Recognizing symptoms like fatigue, isolation, and loss of interest is an important first step. Depression is not a sign of weakness. It is a health challenge that requires care and understanding. Just like any illness, it deserves proper attention. Help exists through therapy, medication support groups, and open conversations. When society treats mental health seriously, more people find the courage to seek help. No one should suffer alone. Compassion can save lives.
The Osu who cast divide in Igbo society took center stage at the just concluded 4th Enugu Diocesan Synod held at the Holy Ghost Cathedral, Enugu. Under the theme, The Problem of Osu and Ohu in Our Communities and the Amadi Diala Linkage, Uniting God's Igbo Children, Njikozi Igbo Umochukwu. The gathering drew clergy, laity, and traditional leaders into an honest confrontation with one of the region's most enduring social challenges. The Emeritus Archbishop of Owerri and the head of Owerri Metropolitan See, Most Reverend Anthony J.V. Obinna, delivered the landmark paper tracing the historical roots, distortions, and human rights implications of the caste system. He described the hierarchy as an ancient but harmful legacy that contradicts Christian teachings and modern understanding of human dignity. Despite centuries of Christianity and legal reforms, Archbishop Obinna observed that discrimination persists in marriage, chieftaincy selection, and land ownership. He highlighted institutional efforts to tackle the problem, including the 2022 Joint Pastoral Directive by Catholic bishops in Onitsha and Owerri, which condemned caste segregation as obnoxious and incompatible with the Christian faith. He also referenced the 1956 abolition of the Osu designation by the Eastern Nigeria House of Assembly, noting that enforcement across Igbo states remains inconsistent. Human rights organizations like Pillars of Hope Africa Initiative have assisted traditional rulers in formally abolishing the caste system in parts of Imo State. The Archbishop outlined key social labels, Osu individuals historically dedicated to deities, Ohu, those bought or captured as slaves or considered strangers, Amadi Diala, the so-called freeborn, often upholding discriminatory barriers, and Ume, a lesser-known category associated with alleged early death in some areas, facing harsh stigmatization. He stressed that while definitions vary, all these labels share a legacy of exclusion and social stigma. Archbishop Obinna urged all Ndibo, regardless of caste label, to reclaim their God-given identity. The Amadi Diala, he said, must renounce claims of superiority, while Osu and Ohu and Ume should reject feelings of inferiority. True reform, he emphasized, requires heartfelt repentance, personal and communal, not just formal declarations. He outlined 5 steps towards healing: reject false caste identities, renounce derogatory attitudes and joke, confess past wrongs, resolve to end divisive practices, and embrace forgiveness rooted in love and humility. Only through sustained repentance, the Archbishop said, can Ndibo break free from centuries of inherited prejudice. The Enugu Synod's engagement with the Osu-Oru question represented a significant moment for Igbo society. By confronting discrimination openly, the Holy Ghost Cathedral has set a blueprint for reform, inspiring communities across Igbo land to uphold dignity, unity, and equality under God.
My name is Dr. Emmanuel Ihechi Asonye. I am the CEO of Omenka App LLC. I created Omenka App for the preservation of Igbo language and culture. Omenka app was established in New Mexico, and it is headquartered in Albuquerque, but currently we are also being registered in Nigeria. We have a website. We are also on social media, because my app is primarily for the Igbo community. In 2006, something significant happened among the Igbo community. UNESCO predicted that Igbo language was going to go into extinction, and that was because Igbo people are one of the most traveled people in the whole world. So the more children are born outside of Igbo land, the more they get disconnected. The app is on iOS, it's also on Android. Access the website and download the app from there. And over 2,000 people are using the app right now. But there's an app that will teach you about Igbo culture, Igbo people. We have Igbo poems, we have riddles and jokes, we have Igbo proverbs, then we have the word section where you are going to search Igbo words. Whatever word that you can find in English, you want to make sure it is found in the app in Igbo language. And I encourage everybody from their communities, you can do what we're doing in Omenka app with your own language and with your own culture. Do not allow your culture or your language to die.
It is in a special way that I welcome you to Security Watch on Aneke TV. It is the enlightenment program that is designed to look into the security of lives and the properties of the citizens. It also provides solutions through which the security and crime rate will be reduced to the barest minimum. Thank you so much for being there. You can find us on our socials, our Facebook page, TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube at Aneke TV. Thank you so much for being part of this program. My name is Chukwuemeka Obasi, and today we want to examine the security duties of the NSCDC. Of course, good enough, we have a superintendent of corps, a former public relations officer of the NSCDC Enugu State Command, and of course, he measures as the PA to the commandant of the NSCDC Enugu State Command. Emmanuel Watu is here. You're welcome on the show, sir.
Thank you so much.
All right. Today, we want to look at the duties of the NSCDC when it comes to the crime control and the crime fighting. So what are we talking about when we talk about how has the NSCDC controlled or prevented crime?
Thank you very, very much, Obasi. It's what a pleasure to be here. It's always a delight to be in Aneke TV. And thank you so much. My name, once again, is Superintendent of Corps, Watu Emmanuel, and just like you said, I've been a former public relations officer of the NSCDC Enugu State Command, and currently the PA to our very hardworking, very ebullient state commandant, Commandant Elijah Etim Willie. He is from Akwa Ibom State, and he has truly transformed NSCDC Enugu State Command into what it ought to be. And he came in around November, the 1st of November 2024, and since his coming, he hit the ground running by ensuring that there is an upgrade to the administrative structure within the state. Previously, we had just 3 area commanders. When he came, he increased the number to 7. And we also had just 17, divisional officers covering the 17 local government areas of Enugu State. But he decided that no, there was a need to increase the number of divisional officers, and so he increased the number from 17 to 37. The whole idea, of course, is to partition Enugu State into smaller, manageable chunks.
Okay, that is very, very wonderful. But permit me to come back to that a little bit later than now.
Thank you.
So let's come back to the duties or the security duties of the NSCDC.
Thank you very much. The NSCDC is a grassroots paramilitary agency charged with the protection of lives and property. Many people want to worry and wonder what we do. So I hope that before we wrap up this program, we'll be able to showcase and tell everyone that the NSCDC duties are highly defined and delineated. First of all, the NSCDC is into critical national assets and infrastructural protection. Of course, when we're talking about critical national assets, we're talking about public utilities and infrastructure that is critical to the survival of our people, such that if such places are not properly policed, properly guarded, any disruption could really be disastrous to the nation. And that is one very critical aspect of that. The second one, of course, is crisis management. Crisis management, we have a department in the NSCDC that is strictly into the to ensure that de-escalation of crisis within the state. We have a disaster management team, a department that is devoted and dedicated to interventionist operations, where there are accidents, where there are building collapse and things like that, emergencies here and there. They also undergo weekly surveillances. We also have under the same crisis management function of the NSCDC. We also have the Peace and Conflict Resolution Unit. This is a unit that leverages on alternative dispute resolution. Here we have trained mediators, and their work basically is to ensure that they help warring parties to settle disputes amicably. We also have lawyers, in the NSCDC trained lawyers who also help to ensure that everything we do is within the ambit of the law. Of course, we have the counter-terrorism unit. We also have the CBNR, that's a very longish name, the Chemical, Biological, Nuclear, and Radioactive and Explosive Unit. Of course, they work to ensure that they monitor the movement of chemicals around the state, so that sometimes there are some chemicals that can be used for the manufacture of explosives, and so there's a need to keep an eye on what's going on, how chemicals are moving around, what type of chemicals are moving around for the safety of our people. I must also mention the private guard company regulation, the licensing and the regulation of private guard company, and of course let you know that everything we do leverages on intelligence gathering. The NSCDC, before it became an armed outfit, was purely an more or less intelligence-driven community, and we have not forgotten where we came from.
Okay. Well, and you wouldn't forget that in the haste. Okay.
So that is something that whatever we do, we try to ensure that we have adequate intelligence to be able to pursue, so that we don't make mistakes on the field. And of course, the VIP protection is now on us.
Okay.
I'm talking about the protection of very important persons. Just last year, the president said that this duty will now be managed by the NSCDC, and so we're already onto that.
Okay. Thank you so much. You have really enumerated a lot of duties, but permit me, this topic or everything we're going to discuss today will be revolving around all of these duties. Yes. If at some point in the program we'll come back to the ones maybe you have mentioned. That means we'll have 1 or 2 things to understand there.
Certainly.
Okay, thank you so much. You talked about the protection of lives and property of the citizens.
Yes.
Okay, how do we go about doing that, sir?
Oh, that's a very interesting question. The NSCDC, like I said earlier, is a grassroots, and by that I mean, of course, that the structure of the NSCDC is designed to ensure that there is maximum impact at the community level. In other words, we are very, very concerned about what happens within the suburban areas, rural areas. We have our structure right there at the federal government level. At the state level, we have our state commands. And of course, we have our area commands and our divisional offices, where we have divisional officers who are in charge of various areas of the state. The whole idea is to bring security closer to the people. And as such, our doors are always open to the public, so they can come in with their complaints, come in with their issues, and we have officers who are trained. The NSCDC is trained to respect human rights, and of course to follow the rule of law. And so, how do we do what we do? We have, like I said earlier, when I was mentioning the duties of the NSCDC, we have officers and men who are trained to intervene during disasters. We also have people who are trained to protect critical national assets within the state. Of course, when we're talking about critical national assets, like I said earlier, we're talking about telecommunications, power installations. If you go to the EEDC, you will see our men there. If you go to the water installations, the water board, you see our men are there protecting actively, well, 24-hour surveillance. Our patrol teams move around the nooks and crannies of the state, ready to take in any information that will be actionable. We also have our intelligence men. Like I told you, the NSCDC rides on the backbone of intelligence. So we have our officers, plainclothes men who are always on a daily basis.
Oh, plainclothes?
Oh, of course.
Okay.
On a daily basis.
Unidentified.
Unidentified. And so, that's why I pity a lot of people who are into crime these days. Oh, yes. It's only a matter of time. And when I say it with all level of seriousness. You will be caught. And you will pay the price. The long arm of the law will definitely catch up with you. And of course, so we have our rapid response squad that is always ready to move in at short notice. Most importantly, the NSCDC does not believe it can do all of this work alone.
Okay.
That is something that must sound right from the start. We have come of that perfect knowledge that it is only by proper collaboration with other security agencies, proper coordination with the DSS, with the police, and with other very relevant sister agencies that we work with every day, that we can be able to deal with this kind of crimes in the society.
All right,
also, just one thing to add also, of course, the society, we recognize the importance of partnering with the society.
Okay, thank you so much. I understand that you have enormous jobs to do, and all of these things you do are to better the lives of the citizens. Nothing more than that.
That's correct.
Thank you so much. You talked about crisis management.
Yes, please.
Okay, crisis, I don't know if it's crisis between state and state, or crisis in the family, or crisis at what level, sir?
Oh, yes.
And how do you come in to manage?
Yes. Let me use the Agro Rangers, one of our responsibilities. We have the Agro Rangers department, and we have trained, these are trained mediators, basically. And their work is to mediate between farmer and herders. You know, the incessant clashes of farmers and herders.
Okay.
And to protect farmers, to also protect agro-allied industries. We're talking about companies that utilize agri-based products to produce whatever they do, to ensure that these companies are protected, to ensure that farmers can go to their farms. Of course, when I say this not only for Enugu State, for all over Nigeria, the work of the Agro Rangers. And so by the Agro Rangers intervening, being closer to the farming communities, they are able to know exactly what the issues are right there in the rural places. they're able to become a member of the community, because the NSCDC ordinarily is not designed to live outside. We're not designed to live in the barracks.
Okay.
I think I must stress this. We're not designed to live like maybe the police or the army in the barracks. No, no, no. The whole idea is that the civil defense should live among the people. So you don't see us bothering ourselves about living in the barracks.
Okay.
The whole idea is that when we blend well with the people, we'll be able to get better intelligence. And so I just use agro rangers as an example of the crisis management function of the NSCDC. I also talked about the peace and conflict resolution, remember, unit, where we have mediators who can use alternative dispute resolution to resolve crisis among families. And you can see a husband and a wife quarreling. You take them to some of the other agencies, and you see that they may not know how to handle it. So the NSCDC we have mediators that can wade into such matters, community land disputes, and problems like that. Problems in the society that really are a bit complex, where they really want to be. Sometimes litigation creates enemies, if you know what I mean. You take a man to court and you come out and people will never talk again. And so the aim of the Peace and Conflict Resolution Unit of the NSCDC is to bring partners together and ensure that at the end of the day, justice is met, one, because the results we make sure it is binding. Yes, it is part of the function of the NSCDC.
Okay.
Make sure it is binding among all parties, and we make sure that you are satisfied and you are happy. We encourage what I call fair discussions, and at the end of the day, everybody's happy. So this is just
all right. Thank you so much.
Go on and on and on.
It's all right. I must tell you, it takes hyper intelligence and psychological prowess for one to delve into all of these conflict resolutions, and at the end of the day, get result.
You are right.
That means your training must have been such perfect one. Yes. Because dealing with people at the grassroots, going to communities, live with them, and all of that solve their problems.
That is correct.
Yes, it takes somebody who knows it. Okay. Permit me to come back, because if you can't really offer what you don't have.
That is true.
Now, are all the civil defense officers the same, or are there some who are better trained than others to do that job? Which brings me to this question: who is a responsible civil defense officer?
Wow, that's a very deep question. Very, 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 very wonderful question that I even want to reflect on it, even as you ask me now. Civil defense officers, like I told you earlier, we have what we call a basic training, as we are coming into the core, where the ideals of the NSCDC are, to the best of our ability, are sold to these people who are coming in. Of course, you know that we are trained by the military. That's very important.
Okay.
And many people think that maybe
that makes you paramilitary.
That makes us paramilitary. But more importantly, we are the babies of the army. Let me put it that way. Let me just quickly inform that the NSCDC came into being in 1967. That was at the beginning of the Nigeria Civil War, and it was at a time when war was a new idea. We were not very used to it. New idea. And so that was the bet of the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, to help civilians during those that period, to know how to identify bombs, how to jump into trenches and so on, to avoid being wiped out, annihilated, and emergency procedures when there are casualties during the war. That was how the NSCDC, because we are very blessed in Nigeria to have an indigenous civil defense. Now that means that our civil defense evolved naturally, if you know what I mean. Yeah, then it was known in that time, 1967, as the Lagos Civil Defense Committee. Eventually, in 1970, it became known as the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps. In 1984, it became a national outfit. And in 1988, it became, there was a major organization in the NSCDC, and state commands were now established in the states of the Federation. And then, of course, in 2003, the Act of the NSCDC, that established the NSCDC, was now enacted, and today you know that the story that we have grown through, in leaps and bounds.
Okay.
To become a bona fide, what I would call a member of the security architecture of Enugu State.
And Nigeria at large.
And Nigeria.
Now I'm talking about a responsible civil defense officer.
Yes. A responsible civil defense officer is one who is well trained. That's one. And like I told you,
and they received the training.
Everyone must go through that basic training. It's not just all about arms training. Usually the arms training may come just a bit later, but it's not just about the arms training. It's about knowing that we as security agencies must respect the rule of law. We must respect the fundamental rights as we discharge our duties. It's about inculcating in these civil defense personnel that they need to truly be security conscious. You know our motto is defending the defenseless.
Okay. Okay.
Defending
the defenseless.
So from day one, we begin to sell that idea to you that this is what we ought to do. You must lean towards even our name, civil defense. You see, we are leaning towards the civilians. You may call us betweeners. We are in between the military and the civilians. But our leaning is more towards the civilians to ensure that any good, well-trained civil defense officer will not just pass where he sees somebody's right is being trampled. No. We're not trained to behave like that. We are trained to work with integrity. We are trained to be conscious of our environments. We are trained to report any incidents of crime and to ensure that we take it to a logical conclusion, which is to ensure that justice is done. So yes, I will tell you that basically that is true. Of course, there are individuals, there are individual differences. And you may have seen a bad civil defense officer, just like you may have seen a bad soldier or a bad policeman.
it is in every agency. Yeah, it is there. Okay, we'll come back to that. But then, I understand you have powers to arrest culprits.
Yes, that is correct.
Then when you arrest, what next? Do you also have powers to prosecute, or you hand over to the police?
Yes. When we, the NSCDC is, like I told you, a very bona fide security agency, federal security agency of the nation, and we have powers to arrest. In fact, with or without a warrant, it is specified under the Act of the NSCDC, with or without a warrant, under the name of the Attorney General of the Federation. Not only that, of course, we have, like I told you, you can see that many people think that civil defense is clashing with the police or with other agencies. Not at all. We see in those particular areas, those specific areas where the NSCDC, which are our core mandates, I've mentioned some of them to you already, especially critical national assets, private guard companies. Last year there were quite a lot of arrests of illegal private guard companies who are operating illegally, some impersonators among the PGC companies and things like that. They are arrested because we are empowered to ensure that sanctions are given to them.
Then when you arrest, do you detain?
Of course. We arrest, we detain, we investigate. We have a very vibrant, robust investigative department. Like I told you, everything we do is, it doesn't always remember that, always remember the backbone I told you about. And that investigation is done. And we have lawyers that will prosecute. But then there are those other ones that we will, of course, those ones that maybe pure crime, criminal affairs, we can give it to the police.
Okay.
Yeah, but those ones that fall under the core mandate of the NSCDC, we pursue it rigorously. So yes, we do prosecute, especially those ones that are right under this. And we also have the police too and other agencies to do a kind of investigation that will help their case when they themselves are prosecuting, if you know what I mean.
All right, thank you so much. Our viewer, thank you so much for being there. It has been the program Security Watch on Aneke TV. We have been with a very important personality who is a superintendent of corps. He is the former public relations officer of the NSCDC Enugu State Command. And today he is the PA to the commandant, NSCDC Enugu State Command. Emmanuel Wato. Thank you so much. We'll continue. We want to observe just a short break. We shall be right back. When we come back, you will help tell our viewer how the NSCDC can come in to advise the government in terms of policy making. Thank you so much. Please don't go away. We shall be right back.
na mbozi okuko kapo ogugu ọma mbo wa bia mi ebube eme mbo wa bata wa mi ebube eme wa Aneke television no 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 we yamala madiya ina aba nko ina nanke kutanwa ina kwezu ina aba nko ya Aneke television ya ke zuru ozi ọma ya wa Aneke television yiduba ne no we yamala madiya umi ibo bia wo na nka bo nka ibara bo ga no eti wo mo wo ta ke to ka mo wusin ya be ha di wa ta no
All right, back from the short break, we are still on the program Security Watch on Aneke TV. Today, we are looking at the security duties of the NSCDC, and we have a very important personality here. We have gone at length, having finished the first part of it, and we have observed our break. And today, we have Emmanuel Wato.
Thank you.
A Spirit of Core. Thank you so much. Let's continue.
Thank you so much,
before we went on the short break, I was talking about how the first of all, I acknowledge the fact that the duties of the NSCDC is quite enormous, up to the extent of coming in to advise the government on the on the policy making of policy formation. Right. Okay, how does that happen? Does government invite the members of the NSCDC to do this, or maybe you sensitize when that has to do, or be done? Then you move ahead to do that.
Thank you very, very much for that very interesting question. The NSCDC, the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, like I told you, is what I call a bona fide member of the security architecture of Nigeria, and in this case, in Enugu State. There is what is called a monthly security meeting with the governor. This is one forum where the security heads, the heads of security agencies in the state, can interact one-on-one with the governor. Allow me just a minute to also laud the governor on the very wonderful atmosphere that he has created in Enugu State. If you go around, you can see that Enugu State is clean. Let me talk about cleanliness first. Enough for Enugu to have won an award for one of the cleanest states in Nigeria.
Okay.
We also have the governors has put a lot of effort in providing the DRS vehicles you see the police using, which provides security presence. That's very important. You will also notice, of course, that there are security cameras in different strategic points of the metropolis, and we know that the government is making more effort to establish more of such cameras that is being monitored real time. If you go to the government house, you see the command and the control center, where Enugu State is more or less laid bare, for proper assessments via cameras that are, positioned at strategic places to monitor activities going on within the metropolis. Very intense it is that even if a crime happens, just tell them the time, just send a message to the control center, tell them that it happened at so time at so place.
Okay.
When they hook up to those cameras, they are able to nip in the board and be able to pursue that thing aggressively. Security is expensive. If you go to places like developed societies, places like Dubai, for instance, you see they have invested a lot in this kind of arrangements that makes their country safe. So within those, going back to the question you asked, those security meetings is an opportunity for the security heads to interact one-on-one with the governor and to let him know what they have noticed within their various agencies. The NSCDC is no exception to this.
Okay.
But we will want to encourage the state government to continue to encourage these meetings because, intelligence is very, very important. Without intelligence, we will only be groping in the dark.
Okay, in the meeting now, the meeting.
Yes.
Is it more of security reports.
Oh yes.
So far, we have gone. The achievements so far, and maybe the strategies to forge ahead.
Exactly.
Okay.
You know, that's why I call it security meetings.
Okay.
It's properly tagged.
Okay.
And these are meetings of the heads of security agencies. You know, including the DSS, including the Nigerian Army. Of course, the GOC is always there. The NSCDC is always there. Even the fire and the correctional.
Okay.
And all of these agencies, you know, because we work together. Like I told you, it's all hands on deck. Things are getting better, and I want the good people of Enugu State to know that things are getting better.
Okay.
But you know, there's a need to work with us, because without the what I may call the firm support of the public, we will not go anywhere.
Okay, you have the terrorism counter or counter-terrorism unit.
Counter-terrorism.
Okay, how do they operate, and what are their major challenges so far?
Yes, the NSCDC is a relatively young security agency. But like I told you, I mean, there is room for overtaking, and the NSCDC is
okay.
Trust me, we may be young, but we are out for the job. We are only asking that the recent recruitment exercise that was to have been concluded already.
Okay.
We're asking that the government should please hasten things up to ensure that we bring in more of our vibrant youth into the NSCDC. I mean, we need more hands to be able to help us. Of course, Nigeria is under-policed, and that one is very clear.
Under-policed?
Under-policed.
What do you mean by that?
What I mean by that is that the number of security men per number in the population is inadequate.
Does it supposed to be commensurate?
No, the whole idea is that there should be a minimum number of security men, you know, per 1,000 of the population. And if you look at the internationally accepted standard, you will find out that it is grossly inadequate right over here in Africa. Not just in Nigeria, of course, in many parts of the world. Even in most developed societies, it is still not commensurate. But we should begin to beef up our numbers so that we begin to have, you know, more security men policing, patrolling our communities.
How often does NSCDC organize recruitment exercise? How often?
I would say that it has not been as often as we would want it to be. On the average, you would say roughly every 2 years or 3 years or thereabouts. But it is not just a question of the recruitment. It's how many people are you bringing into the system. That really is the query. The entire population of the NSCDC.
But I understand people apply. Each time there's an advertisement for recruitment, people apply in their numbers.
Yes.
Why is it at the end of the day you have a chunk to be recruited each time?
Of course, you know, this is determined by the provision from the government of the number of people that they are willing to admit into the system.
Oh.
Yeah, but now you can see that with the NSCDC's increasing responsibilities, we're talking about the critical national assets and infrastructural protection. We are talking about the Safe School Initiative. That's very important. The Safe School Initiative of the NSCDC. The NSCDC is supposed to be policing and protecting the schools in the metropolis and in the suburban areas and in the rural communities. We need personnel for all of this. We are also talking about the agro rangers function, which we talked about. We need to establish agro-based stations in the in the senatorial zones of Enugu State. That is very, very important. And I know last year the state commandant made a lot of efforts towards that, towards sensitizing the government that they need to give support to the NSCDC to establish agro-based stations from where the agro rangers will be able to launch closer, where they will be closer to the farming, the agrarian communities.
Okay, let me understand this. Are you looking for this increment of the officers because of the enormity of the job the NSCDC has to do, or because you think the police is more populated than the NSCDC?
Not at all. If you recall, like I said, late last year, the president assigned the VIP duties to Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps. The entire number of the NSCDC, let me tell you, even if you include all the very senior officers, to be very frank with you, will not be enough to be able to handle that single responsibility of protecting VIPs. And you see, the NSCDC is actually moving away from that old mentality of protecting only those what we call VIPs, to protecting the new VIPs. It's not about, you know, for instance, election people who are.
But I am thinking that in the meeting you say you normally have with the governor, governor with the security architecture, for instance, in the state.
Yes.
This is one of the things or one of the complaints that will be laid in such meeting.
Indeed, this is one of them. Of course, we have we also advocate through a lot of what do we call prominent persons who we are friends with, including senators, you know, who will help to take our matter to help us take it to the table of the government. But recently, of course, we have already done that as I speak. We are only waiting and praying that one day will hasten up the recruitment exercise and bring in more people so we can do this job, because we can't do it, we need numbers. We are also asking that on a yearly basis to be able to correct the anomalies of very poor recruitment into the system.
Okay.
Right now, the NSCDC is basically heavy at the top and slim at the bottom. Now, when I say heavy at the top and slim at the bottom, what I mean is that we have a lot of what we call senior officers and very disproportionate in number of field officers who can do the work at the field level, and that's a problem. So we need to recruit more people who are maybe SSCE holders.
Okay.
Bring them into the system, not just the graduates now. Bring those what I may call younger ones.
Are you exempting the graduate?
I am not.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is that in terms of the proportion that we brought in, let us give more space to what I may call WAEC holders. While of course we bring in, let me just give a rough estimate of roughly 60 to 40%. Let's have 60%. So instead of having it maybe the graduates mainly and having the other number, no, we need more of those who will be able to go to the field.
But I don't think you need more of the graduates that has acquired the knowledge.
Now,
I'll be more intelligent to
like
study.
Like I told you already, we already have a very heavy top and a slim bottom.
Okay.
That means we have a lot of when you compare the graduates to those who are the younger officers, it's disproportionate. So we need to begin to gradually balance up the numbers so that we can have men who can also go to the field and do the job, if you know what I mean.
Okay, I understand what you mean vividly. All right, let's come back to what your duties look like on the election days.
Yes, on the election days, wow, that's, of course we get our briefing, that's very, very important. Even before then, our officers are already being sensitized about the importance of ensuring that elections are free and fair, and that we must not accept bribe of any kind. We must ensure that we monitor the process properly, ensure that election materials are properly secure, and that election officials too are protected, to ensure that our men are up and about their duties on that very day, to ensure that the environment is properly is under surveillance, and to ensure that we have a proper what I may call synergy with other security agencies, because I mean the security exercise involves a whole lot of other security agencies and officials.
Or maybe you do this at headquarters, or you're dispatched to different polling booths?
Even before they are dispatched, even before they are sleeping. Of course, when we have men at the polling booth, they also have supervisors who are supervising, their operations at those areas. So we do this at the command, where the commandant has the opportunity of briefing them before they are deployed.
Okay.
To their various places. Usually they will go, days even before the exercise commences. And then, of course, they are also briefed on the field before they are finally deployed, by their supervisors who oversee them. And most importantly, like I said, they ensure that they have the phone numbers and they are able to link up with other security agencies, especially in the event where there are any issues or trouble whatsoever.
Okay, then in terms of, or in the case of election violence, what do you do?
Of course, when there's election violence, the NS, like I told you, it is not just the NSCDC alone that is posted to a particular area.
Okay.
There are some areas that are better off in terms of security. There are some other areas that are not as secure in terms of personnel. That is just the experience because of the what am I call the challenge of personnel. We see that even play out in our elections. And that's why we are calling out for more recruitment of officers to ensure that we always have large numbers at our election. That will help very, very much. And so, of course, we work with a lot of intelligence. We have intelligence men who have mingled into the people. And so normally, even before something happens, intelligence must have already filtered in that there's a group that is, trying to be violent and so on and so forth. And so this information, of course, usually will get to us, and our men immediately alert the rapid response teams. Some of them are in the joint task force vehicles who will immediately land and ensure that they deal with that particular challenge, whatever it may be. If these people are arrested, of course, they are taken down to our command.
All right. Is there anything like post-election duties of the civil defense officers?
Post-election duties? Well, I would say yes. I would say there is. Post-election duties would relate to an assessment of the exercise. Yes, there is always that moment where because we all have our reports, our security reports, and so all those reports are discussed. Already many of our men on the field are already sending in real-time reports, to our what I may call control room. Outside the control room that is set up, by the Aneke, we also have our control room within our state command and control room even within the area commands of the NSCDC. So after the election, most of these those actionable ones are taken out and analyzed, and if there are recommendations to the government so that we can have a better election, fine. If there are issues that the government will look into and say, okay, this area is not clear credible, the election in this area is not credible, we'll lend support by our reports. So yes, in that sense.
All right, let me put this question to you directly. If you find yourself, for instance, in an age like 16 years or thereabout as a school leaver, will you choose to be an officer of the civil defense once again?
My goodness. I am delighted to tell you that I find myself in my calling as a civil defense officer. I am delighted to tell you that right from an early age, I have always desired to be able to be in a position to protect others. I hate injustice. I hate cheating. I am delighted to work with the NSCDC. I am happy to know that the NSCDC is a core that truly, protects the rights, the fundamental rights of the citizens. I think it's a divine occupation I find myself in. And yes, my answer to you is yes.
All right. You've over and over again talked about what you are doing to better the lives of the citizens. Are the citizens aware you are doing all of these things for them?
Yes, I am delighted that you asked that question. Let me just tell you that the NSCDC is very concerned about the citizens. That is why the state commandant established the Civil Defense Community Partnership Network, what will now be known as CDCPN, the Civil Defense Community Partnership Network. The whole idea of the CDCPN is to partner with members of the society to find people who have that burning desire of interest in the security of their people. We partner with them. Okay, let me give you an example. Just like what the road safety is doing with those wonderful persons, whom are you may call them honorary road safety officials.
Okay.
We see them from time to time. Established men who go about supporting the work of the road safety. You see them with their bands, with their jackets, and very wonderful. And so the NSCDC is leveraging on this. This is an initiative by the substantive state commandant, Commandant Elijah Etim Willie, to ensure that we partner with them, because that's the only way we can get intelligence.
Okay.
That's the only way, because it is critical that we continue to get support from the people. And the NSCDC is doing this very, very well. We just last year were able to swear in a number of people from various communities in Enugu State, and we're giving them a charge already that they are partners. They will be given ID cards. They will be undergo an investiture ceremony where they will have some of those paraphernalia they need to operate, on the field. And by so doing, NSCDC will continue to get stronger and continue to win public trust. That is very important, to win public trust, and we'll continue to work with the people. So through measures like that, and through opportunities like this one that you are creating here, through what we call a stakeholder meeting, the NSCDC, we are always attending all such projects, whether coming from the civilians, that are all talking about insecurity and in the state. We ensure active participation. We ensure that if we have programs, we open our doors to the public, and the commandant always gives a charge to his officers to be civil at all times, to respect the people, because we need to win their trust for us to win the war against insecurity in Enugu State.
All right, thank you so much. Let's come back to the drawing board. You mentioned earlier that civil defense officers are the babies of the army.
Oh yes.
What do you mean by that?
Oh, that's very interesting. Like I told you, the NSCDC is a very unique paramilitary organization, in the sense that it is one of those, in fact, you may not find many of the security agencies operating during wartime. Let me tell you the truth. I don't want to mention names. Everybody will fizzle away. Only the military will remain. And of course the civil defense. Now you begin to understand. The civil defense will be out there giving support to the military. Of course, you also need to know that right there in the northeast and places of the theaters of war, that the NSCDC men are fighting side by side with the soldiers. Now that's very important. And you also need to know that our philosophy, our orientation is that of the military. Our mindset. We don't take from the police. We take from the soldiers, from the army. And the army knows. So it's not as if I'm not telling you something that is strange. The army knows. We support them every time. In the recent Armed Forces Remembrance Day celebration, NSCDC was out in our numbers to give adequate support. And all our men were carrying the badges, the badges of the Armed Forces Remembrance Day 2026, because we know that they are our senior brothers, and they know that we are their brothers.
All right, thank you so much for the enormous job you are doing.
Of course, not to mention that they train us, that our training is directly from the military.
Okay.
Yes, that's not okay. So our mentality, our understanding of weapons handling, we go to shooting range, the army takes us to shooting range, and so on and so forth. So in a very real sense, without overdoing this, we are the babies of the.
Yes, I've understood with you, and I want to acknowledge the enormous job you are doing.
Thank you so
and I may have to say that it's not possible that your name, Civil Defense, gave you that opportunity or the enormous job to do for the civilians and defending and working for the people.
Yes, it is true. And we are not shying away from that enormous responsibility.
You don't need to do that.
You
don't need to do that.
We're all out to work. So please, I want really this opportunity to tell the good people of Enugu State that the NSCDC, we are your friends. We love you, and our gate is open every time, open to you. Please come in with your complaints. We assure you that we will protect you. We will be discreet about handling your matters to ensure that you don't get any backfiring in any way that would be injurious to you. Please bring in your actionable intelligence. The NSCDC is there, our doors are open, and this is the best time to help build a security agency that you can be proud of.
Thank you so much. I want to add my voice to say that the citizens, they are very lucky to have civil defense officers around them.
Thank you.
It is an opportunity. Yes. Okay, let's come back quickly to the DRS we have in Enugu. You know, the DRS are almost everywhere.
Yep.
They are more like monitoring squad.
Yes.
If you look at this, where you may be seeing them coming, seeing the other one going, and all of that. How has your working with the DRS, how has the synergy been before now? Is it cooperative?
I will tell you, it is so much more improved.
Okay.
So much more improved. The police we have today is a highly improved version of what it used to be. I am very proud of the police. I am very proud of their officers and men. We do see improvements. You know, we could wish for better, but we thank God for what we have already, and with continued support from the government and from the good citizens of the country, I am sure we'll continue to see better. The police is doing so well. If you go, the other day I was moving across the Enugu-Suka way, and I could see almost every kilometer you see one of the vehicles parked there. It's very, very important that security men are, at their duty beats. And
so I understand from what you said that your synergy with the police is very, very solid.
Very, very solid and getting better.
All right. What are the road safety officers?
The same.
Okay.
The same. The road safety are our friends in every way. Especially, like I told you, that we have the disaster management department. That is a department that is dedicated to dealing with emergencies. And so we are always providing support to the road safety. We do not see, the department does not see any, what I may call areas of trouble between it and the work of the road safety. And road safety understand that we are there to give support to their work. If it happens that the civil defense team is able to intervene at an accident scene, we ensure we start the work already while we give a call to the road safety to say, see what has happened here. So we begin the work immediately. That is how the synergy works. We start doing the work, and then we hand over everything. As soon as they come, we hand over everything, and then we move to the background and give support, security support. Because even during emergencies, there's a need for security support to ensure that, because some people steal things during accidents. So we ensure there's traffic control. We join hands with them, and we ensure that we help them to do their work. So another very robust.
All right, thank you so much. I want you to quickly give a shout out to the governor of the state and then the citizens for the needed support you've received from them.
What an incredible opportunity, Obasi, to look at this governor that has come at the right time. An incredible person, a man who works and or whatever he says, a man who cares for the people, who has a heart for the people, a man who has matched every word with action, and a man who is a pride to security agencies, giving support at every point in time. I want the governor to know that the good people of Enugu State appreciate you. I want to know that your work will not be in vain, and I want you to do more for the good people of Enugu State. And to the good people, and especially to the young people, the youth of Enugu State and the youth of Nigeria, I want you to know that hard work pays. I want you to know that we must work together to move Nigeria to a greater place. That Nigeria can be better. But we must work together. We must believe in ourselves. We must eschew corruption. We must eschew all those vices that give Nigeria a bad name.
And work hard to make Nigeria better.
Embrace agriculture. I think it's an opportunity to embrace agriculture. Embrace agriculture.
Make it brave.
And we will be a better nation.
All right, thank you so much. Before I let you go, I want to say a very big thank you so much for the noble job you're doing.
I agree.
Thank you so much.
Obasi.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you so much.
All right, we have been with the Superintendent of Corps, the former Public Relations Officer of the NSCDC, Enugu State Command, who also mentioned as the PA to the Commandant, NSCDC, Enugu State Command, Emmanuel Watu. You're welcome.
So much. Thank you
so much for coming. And viewer will thank you also for being there. It has been a nice time we had with you, discussing the security duties of the NSCDC. Thank you so much for being there. We shall see you again. My name is Chukwuemeka Obasi.
Aneke television. Hey, agiribolu bi ewu kwa na mboji okuko kapo egugu ọma. Hey, mbo wa bia ni ebube eme. Mbo wa bata wa ni ebube eme wa. Aneke television no me wo ya mala madiya. Ina aba nku, ina nanke kutanwa, ina kwezu, ina aba akwụkwọ. Ya wa Aneke television. Bia ka ezu oru ozi ọma. Ya wa Aneke television yidume. Hey, ne melo go ya mala madiya. Umi Igbo bia wo. Na nke abụ nke anyị. Ịmara bụ oge ọrụ eti ụmụ ọrụ ntakịtụ ka mụ si nne. Ya mere ha ji wee weta
As the global community marks Valentine's Day on February 14th, the celebration goes beyond romance and gift exchanges. At its core, Valentine's Day reflects universal values of love, empathy, and compassion, values that hold strong potential for promoting peace and unity in Nigeria. Love, when expressed through understanding and respect, becomes a powerful tool for peace. In a society grappling with economic pressure, insecurity, and social division, intentional acts of kindness can ease tensions and restore trust among citizens. Nigerians' diversity remains one of its greatest strengths. Valentine's Day offers an opportunity to enforce shared humanity above ethnic, religious, and political differences, reminding Nigerians that peaceful coexistence begins with mutual respect. For young Nigerians, Valentine's Day can be a lesson of emotional intelligence, teaching that love includes patience, self-control, and responsibility. These values discourage violence and promote dialogue over confrontation. Peace at the national level is rooted in stable families and caring communities. Valentine's Day encourages generosity, inclusion, and social support, reducing isolation and resentments that often fuel unrest. The celebration provides a platform for civic engagement when communities use the day to promote charity, reconciliation, and peace campaigns. Valentine's Day becomes a quiet force for national healing. While Valentine's Day alone cannot solve Nigeria's challenges, its message of love and empathy offers a meaningful pathway toward peace. When sustained and rightly understood, the celebration can help build stronger relationships, calmer communities, and a more united nation.
Dear woman, this is a safe space for you to feel seen, heard, and acknowledged. My name is Chidima Asowa, and I'm your companion on this journey of being a woman. Now, I know Valentine's season is around the corner. Everybody's feeling mushy. Love is in the air. You can't wait to be part of the Valentine's celebration. Maybe get something for your loved one or your partner, or just the whole Valentine Yahabuhu. That's what I call it. Valentine Yahabuhu. I don't even know what it means, but it just sounds fun saying it. It sounds kind of, let's say it sounds a little bit classy and then mixed with ethnic fusion. So yes, Valentine Yahaba. So I'm here to share with you some of the things you should not be doing as a woman during this Valentine season. Yes, I know that you're all feeling lovey-dovey. I know that this is happening, that is happening, but these are the utmost things that you should not be found doing during this Valentine season or even on Valentine's Day. Number one thing is your mindset. You thinking that Valentine is just for people in a relationship or for people that are married. My dear, nope. Valentine is not just for those that are married or those in a relationship. It is also for you that is single. Yes, you can spend Valentine's Day with your other loved ones. Maybe your mom, your dad, your siblings, your friends. I remember when I was single, there was this particular Valentine, I spent it with my friend, and it was one of my fondest memories as a single person celebrating Valentine's Day. We got dressed up and we're looking hot, if I might add. We looked all beautiful, all mushy, gushy, just really cute, dressed up really nice, wore our heels with our bags and our money and our cards in our bag. And we took ourselves out, had something to eat, we gisted, took pictures, and we looked extraordinarily beautiful. Like, I can't even forget it. It's one of my fondest memories. Like, every time I just think back and always holding on to that memory. This is an opportunity for you to create new memory. People that you love aside that special someone. And it's also a particular opportunity for you to show yourself love or show your loved ones love. You can write a love letter to your siblings, to your parents, to your mom, to your dad. Just appreciating them and telling them how much you love them. It is also an opportunity for you to do something nice for yourself. The years leading to me being married, every Valentine's Day, I will do something special for myself. I will take it as maybe a special skincare day or self-care day, and I will just do some of my skincare, do this, do that, or I make a special meal for myself. And if I can afford it, if it's in my budget, I would get myself a Valentine's Day gift. That is something I did when I was single. So even if you're not in a relationship, you're not excluded from Valentine's Day. You just need to make it about something meaningful. Valentine is the act of showing love, of being, particular about love. And love is not linear. Love is multidimensional. You just need to express it in a way that is beautiful to people around you. Help people in need. Reach out to the community. Reach out to people in the community. Do something that would impact people's lives. That is one thing. Change that mindset of because you're not in a relationship, because you're single, Valentine's Day is not for you. Says who? So the next thing you need to change is, if you're in a relationship, thinking that the number of gifts you get on Valentine's Day equates the love that the person feels for you. No, my dear. Someone can get you someone can even get you a landed property or a car or a house, and that person is getting it because they beat you up the previous day. That is not love. So don't equate the love that someone feels for you because of the gifts that they get for you. It could actually be because that's what they can afford at the moment. It can be because they don't really know what to get for you and that's all they could get. So don't equate that because the person got you this, that means that the person's love for you is on this level. The next thing is, please, my dear, don't compare your relationship to social media. Yes, I know that on Valentine's Day they are going to pressure some people, but not allow some people to be you. Not you that you're watching Dear Woman, not you that you're part of this gang and we're having this conversation right now. Not you. Don't allow yourself to be pressured. Now, if you see people posting all sorts of things on Valentine's Day, how they got them 12 gifts, 50 gifts, 50 new bags, 50 Birkin bags, don't allow that to pressure you. It is good for them. They should live their own lives, but don't allow it to pressure you or make you pressure the person you're in a relationship with, or your husband or your partner, your husband, and tell that person, oh, because you not see that this person got this for his wife, you are getting this for me, is that not your fellow man, You're talking like someone that does not have sense. And there's one thing I know about us women, we have sense. At least if you're listening to Dear Woman, I know that you're somebody that has sense. You cannot be found doing something like that. Definitely not. So don't go and pressure your man or start comparing your relationship with that or other people because of what you see on social media. Social media is not real. Social media is pretend. It is packaging. Now, for instance, social media is just like a lady putting on a dress. The lady might have saggy boobs, she might have flapping or apron belly, but you will not see it because the person has really picked out an outfit, did her makeup, and is looking all cute. So you will definitely not see that part of the person's body because the person is all covered up. The way I am sitting right now, you don't know my flaws, you don't know the good thing or the bad thing about me. You just see someone that is looking very pretty in her natural face, in her beautiful dress. That is what social media is. Don't allow them to pressure you. Okay? Yes. Now, another thing that I don't want you to do on this Valentine's Day, especially for those people that are single, somebody gives you a gift and then asks you to come to a hotel room to pay for that gift, and you follow that person to that hotel room. Hey, if I hear that anybody listening to Dear Woman, anybody, you are listening to Dear Woman and you do that sort of thing, the way I will use Koboko to beat you, the way I will use Koboko to wipe you, you will not like it. When that person gives you that gift, or the person asks you to come to your hotel room to get your gift, or the person asks you to come to his house to get your gift, because you are smart and because you have sense, what are you going to do? You will tell the person, okay, but you come up with something even better as a reason why you cannot go to that place. And you can ask the person to send it through a rider. The person will give you stories of, oh, I want to give it in person, I want this, I want that. You tell the person that if I actually mean that much to you, you would make the effort to get the gift to me because of this particular situation. No, when I say have sense, you have to have sense. And I don't want you to do on Valentine's Day is for you to pressure yourself by being in a relationship. You know you don't want to be in a relationship, but you are being there because you want that person to spoil you on Valentine's Day. I said we don't do that here. No, we don't do that here. Nobody here can be in a relationship they don't want to be in simply because of Valentine's Day presents. Nope, I know that is not happening. It can't be for you. No, you, because you know that I'm going to beat the hell out of you if I catch you. So I know you will not do something like that. Now, if you're in any relationship and you don't want to be in that relationship, please leave. Don't allow yourself stay there because of Valentine's Day. Valentine will come and pass. But you see the scars, you see the things that you get from that relationship, the trauma you will get in that relationship, the bad experiences you have in that relationship, it will live with you forever. But guess what? There's another Valentine's Day coming. Leave that relationship urgently. The next thing you need to know and avoid during this Valentine's season or Valentine's Day is thinking that because it is Valentine's Day you have to partake. There is no rule that you have to partake. In fact, you can, because how the algorithm works, social media algorithm is that once you watch anything, it's going to keep bringing things like that to you. So avoid anything Valentine's Day. Just avoid it. Don't watch it. Don't partake in it. Don't give it time. Don't give it credence, so that they will not give you any more of that stuff on your For You page, on your For You page. So stay away from things like that. Don't overspend to prove your love. I know that you love that guy. I know that you love him. I know that you love that person so much. But don't overspend because of Valentine. If you know that doing this is going to be above your budget, you're not going to do it. You're going to do something meaningful within your budget. There are so many meaningful things you can do for somebody within your budget. Do it. Show that person you love them within your budget. If the person that loves you will not want you going way above your budget because of them, they will want you to stick to your financial goal and financial plan. I remember what we discussed earlier this year. We said that we're going to have a plan for ourselves. We are choosing financial independence. So don't allow Valentine to drag you back to the gutters. Don't. One thing you're not going to be doing on Valentine's Day is to be the party pooper or the sad person in the midst of others, or that person, that wicked, evil person that is going to be dropping bad comments for people when they post things that their loved ones did for them. Yes, I know that you think it's not real. I know that you're hot, you're angry, you wish that was you. But please, bottle your emotions and go and heal somewhere. Go to a therapist lounge, go and heal. Come and watch Dear Woman, and this is an opportunity to heal. Don't go people's comment section and write something meaningless or senseless or stupid or insulting or vulgar. Don't, or demeaning to them. Please hold that emotion. I know you are angry, your belly they pepper you. Good. But please don't share that feeling with others. Hold it in Valentine's Day. You don't just have to say, oh, just make sure you get me Valentine's Day. Sometimes men are confused and men are clueless. They may be saying that you are talking about this thing and they will not pick up the cue that because you're talking about this thing is because you need that thing. They will just be there. But you've heard them complain about one or two things, you've heard them talk about this thing, and you know that they need it, but they don't. Men are not like that. So don't put your mind and trust that because you have been saying you want this, is going to get it for you. Just come out plainly and tell the person, I want this on Valentine's Day. But when you're bringing, maybe add a little bit of paparazzi to it so that I can have that mushy-gushy feeling added to it. If you know that another person is going to take away, that feeling for you, just tell them to add a bit of paparazzi. But don't allow them to rack their brain, get something you don't need, and then you're upset that they got something you don't need, or they don't take the cue from what you have been saying all along. Men are not like that. Just go straight to the point and tell that person, I want this, I want that. Shaking. What happens on Valentine's Day is not a test on your relationship. It's not the ultimate test on relationships. People are busy. You see, real life is not social media. Real life is not movie. People have jobs, people have businesses, people have commitments, responsibilities that they need to show up for. So do not make what happens on Valentine's Day the ultimate test for your relationship or for your love life. If that person is busy and cannot show up the way you want them to show up, please try and understand. A relationship is not just on Valentine's Day, it is other days, and relationship has so much more than just how that person shows up for you on Valentine's Day. There are other days and there are better ways a person can show up for you. Just because that particular day is not convenient does not mean you should do anything. You should get angry, you should break up. Please don't. Now another thing is, don't feel pressurized because of the gift you are given to go and open your legs for somebody. And this one I say to my single girls, because I know that some people, some men, they can go out of their way to get you something really, really thoughtful, something really meaningful. And because that thing is expensive, they expect you to come and pay for it. And you yourself, because that thing is expensive, you will go cowardly, mushily, you work to go and pay for that thing. Please, my dear, even if that thing is expensive, don't go and open your legs and you want to pay for it too. HIV is real, STDs is real, STIs are real, unwanted pregnancy is real. And childcare, you see, having a child, oh God, it will test you, my dear. So please, be careful. And then, most importantly, on Valentine's Day, be security conscious. Be security conscious. Someone can take you out on Valentine's Day, but the person has been targeting you for a couple of months now, and the person quietly adds something to your drink and you will not see that person. The person quietly whispers to the barman or to the waitress or to the waiter and tells the person, please just add that and that to that person's drink or to this person's food. And then because you're not as security conscious as you should be, you just take it. You take the meal, you take the food, and you have no plan. When you're going out, tell people where you're going to, tell your family, tell your friends where you're going to. Don't just go and see a man without telling anybody where you're going to. So if you're missing, we'll know where to start from in looking for you. Please, we don't have strength to come and post missing. Last seen on 13th February. Last seen on 4th. No, Holy Ghost. No. It's not happening. Not to my. No. That's not happening. So please be security conscious. Tell people where you're going to when you're going out on Valentine's Day. When you are out, be alert. Look at what you're drinking. When you move your hand, cover it. Make sure that you're not leaving your drink unattended. And also go with a pepper spray. Now I'll give you my recipe for making a pepper spray. Cameroon pepper, atarubu, lemon or lime, water. Blend it to be very smooth, and if possible sieve it when you're done blending so that it should just be the watery contents that will come out. Put that watery content in something like all this perfume spray, all these small spray bottles, cleanser bottles, toner bottles, yes, or even your sunscreen bottles. Put them, retinol bottles, all those, those mini bottles there, yeah. Put them there and then hold them. in case that person is about to drop you home and decides that the road leading to your house is no longer this way but that way, just bring it out, shook, 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 and get out of the car. Okay? Another thing that you should not be found doing in this Valentine period or season is ignoring your instincts or your gut feelings. There are so many things that sometimes you go out, sometimes things happen, and your instinct, gut feelings is just telling you that something is amiss. But because you have coconut head, you refuse to listen. Please, this time around, listen. Okay? Please, 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 please. Try and listen. Don't go get coconut head though. I'm begging you. Try as much as you can to listen to, your gut feelings, your intuition, your instincts, whatever you call it, your inner man, your spirit within. Listen to it. And when it tells you not to do something, please don't. When it tells you to leave a particular place, carry yourself gingerly and leave that place. When it tells you not to go somewhere, stay indoors. Don't go anywhere. I'm begging you. Ejo, I beg. Biko, stay inside. Don't go anywhere. Thank you. I'm going to share a brief story with you or something that happened on Valentine's Day, not to me personally, but to someone else. And I'm hoping that you get to learn a few lessons from this Valentine's Day season. So, there is this guy, I'm going to call her Lady Mara, and there's this guy I'm going to call him Johnson. So, Johnson has been asking Mara out from the previous year, all year round, and Lady Mara consistently refused. Now, we're edging towards December and then January, and towards the ending of January, Johnson was still asking Mara out on a date and to be his girlfriend, and Mara was still going to refuse. But then all her friends were like, oh, my boyfriend is going to take me out, oh, my boyfriend is flying me to Dubai, oh, my boyfriend is going to do this and do that. And Mara was feeling left out, and because she was feeling left out, she decided to give this guy a chance. That's Johnson. Yes, she decided to give Johnson a chance so that she would not be alone on Valentine's Day, and hopefully she will get a cute gift that she can post online and share with the gram. So she accepted Johnson's request and accepted to be his girlfriend. Johnson was, excited and happy and started taking her out, doing things for her, spoiling her silly, giving her gifts, sending her random text messages throughout the day to check up on her, romantic text messages, all those things that make a girl go mad. Yes, he was doing all the right things, checking out the right bosses, and he would try in between that time to to do one or two with Mara, but Mara did not agree because for Mara, that relationship was going to be short-lived. She was just in that relationship for what she can get specifically on Valentine's Day. She didn't really like Johnson. When you're not really attracted to somebody can be a nice person, but you're not attracted to that person. So she was not really attracted to Johnson, and she just wanted to string him along until Valentine's Day comes and goes, and she gets her gift, her paparazzi gift that she'll share with the gram, and she would move on from that. Now, the relationship continued, and they were seeing each other. Towards Valentine's Day, Johnson was not asking Mara, do you want anything special? Is there anything that you want? Maybe hair, maybe clothes, maybe jewelry, maybe perfume, but shoes, what do you want? So Mara was like, just use your discretion and get me something. Anything that you get for me is fine by me. And Johnson was like, okay, fine, alright, I'm going to get you something. I'm going to make this our first Valentine's Day as a couple really special. So I was really excited, and Johnson was getting ready. Now, on Valentine's Day, Johnson called Mara, and Johnson asked Mara to come to a particular place, and when she gets there, she should just tell him that, and the particular place turned out to be a hotel. So Johnson said that he wanted to really make everything special for her. He had a lot of activities planned, and because I don't know if some of you are familiar with some houses, they usually give time. Okay, once it's 10 p.m., once it's 11 p.m., just lock the gate. No one is allowed to come in. So Johnson was like, because there's a deadline and a curfew in your own house, we can't go to your place when we're done with everything I have planned, and we can't also go to my place when we're done with everything I have planned. So I have booked this hotel room so that when we're done with everything, we can spend the night here, and in the morning we can go. I just have a lot of things planned, and we'll not be able to get back to the house on time. So Mara was like, okay, what and what did you plan? Because I really don't want to stay out too late. Because I really don't want to stay out late. And Johnson told her that, first of all, our night to start with a dinner at so and so place. And after the dinner, we'll go to the cinema, watch a movie. After watching the movie, we'll hit the club. And after the club, when the club is done, we'll come back to the hotel room, and then I will show you the gifts I'd gotten for you on Valentine's Day. And then Johnson was like, hope you got something for me on Valentine's Day. And Mara was like, oh no, I'm the lady, and ladies are the ones who get Valentine's gifts, not the men. Mind you, men get Valentine's gifts. Yes, so if you're a lady, get something for someone you love, for that person that you love. Back to the story. So Mara was like, okay, fine, cool, I love the plan. It really shows effort, A for effort. I really love it. And fine, I'm going to come. I'm going to stay with you here. So she got dressed, looked up with her dinner gown, and everything was just looking special. And he told her to wear something that can transcend to the three places, from dinner to cinema and then to club. So just wear something that can go through the gifts from the bed. And they were, going to sleep. As they were sleeping, as they were about to sleep or in the sleeping mood, Johnson tapped her and was like, hey, are you sleeping? Then tried making out with her, and she wanted to refuse, but iPhone, clothes, shoes, bags, hair, wristwatch, jewelry, nice time out. It was too much for her to say no, so she accepted. And they are doing one or two, and when they were doing that one or two, Mara was like, oh my god, please, can you just use protection? And I was like, don't you trust me? I'm devoted to you, I love you, I've been going at this, I've been chasing you, asking you out for over a year now. Don't you trust me? I've not been in a relationship, I know my status, just trust me, I'll take care of you, you have a good time, trustworthy, I love you all my heart, in fact I want us to lead to marriage. And with everything he has said, Mara was like, okay, fine, let's just go on. And they did everything, and after packing everything up, they slept. Next day, Johnson dropped her off at her house, and that was it. Just later on, she tried calling Johnson, and Johnson wouldn't pick up. She tried calling him, he wouldn't pick up. She was like, what's wrong? She went to his house to see him. He wouldn't come out, he wouldn't respond. Just like that, he just ghosted her. At some point, she was like, okay, me self, I really didn't like this guy. That's the things that he would do for me on Valentine's Day that made me date him. Now that he's ghosted me and I've gotten everything I wanted for Valentine's, it's fine. Even I would have loved to get more things for him, but it's fine. He has tried. Let me take this one and count my losses. I'm really grateful. At least I have a new phone, another gift to show for it. That continued till a few months on. She started getting sick. She went to the hospital only for her to find out that she had HIV. Yes. So Johnson had infected her with HIV, and the gifts and the phone and everything he got for her was payment for giving her HIV. Now, she was so angry, so sad. So there was a lot of emotion going through her, and she ran to Johnson's place, tried calling him, he wouldn't pick, so she went to his place. And luckily, she met him at home when he was just driving into the compound. So she comforted him, was like, why would you do this to me? You know you are HIV positive, and I even asked you to use protection and you didn't. You gave me all these assurances and now you gave me HIV. So just was like, yes, I know. I knew my status, I knew I had HIV, and I gave it to you on purpose because guess what? It was a lady like you that gave it to me, or you gold diggers. I know that you're not with me because you like me or anything like that. I know that you're with me because of what I would do for you and what you get for me. I saw your chat with your friend, and a message popped up on your phone when we were hanging out one day and you had left your phone to go use the restroom. And I saw the chat and I saw that you really went with me because you love me. I wanted to tell you that this is it. But when I saw that chat, I was like, okay, fine. I will give you this HIV and give you what you want as well. And I did that. I gave you the phone, I gave you the clothes, I gave you everything you wanted. I gave you a nice time. And then I gave you HIV as well. You can sue me. Oh, she was heartbroken and depressed. She cried a lot. and her life continued, but now as someone who now had HIV. I hope you get the moral of this story. I'm not going to tell you the moral, but I hope you get it yourself. However, I need you to listen to your intuitions and don't let anybody's gaze pressure into doing something you don't want to do, and be smart. Don't go to a hotel room, don't go to the person's house, don't allow the person to come to your house and stay for too long. Anything that will need you compromising, don't accept it. Okay? Don't accept it. And I want you to remember something. Remember that you are whole, you're complete, you're beautiful, and because you're single right now, that doesn't mean that you're going to always be single. And because you are not financially stable enough to do for yourself all the things you want to do for yourself for Valentine's Day, doesn't mean that better days are not ahead. And because your husband is not really as romantic as you'd like him to be, it's not the end of the world. You are still beautiful, you are still lovable, you are still an astonishing person. And if you can't get anyone to give you what you want for Valentine's, I want you to pre-plan and do something for yourself. Maybe write yourself something good, something nice, something encouraging, and get yourself a gift. And if you can't afford it, do something within your means, but always have a positive mindset and a positive attitude. That's what matters. I hope you're going to keep these things that I've shared with you in mind as you go on ahead to have a beautiful Valentine's Day. I'm going to have a beautiful Valentine's Day, and I don't know how my Valentine's is going to go, but if I don't know, I'm probably going to vlog and then share with you guys. I don't know, let's just see. If my Valentine is any fun, I'm going to vlog and share, but if it's not fun, then I'm going to leave it. No pressure here, no pressure here. Real life, let's see how real life goes. But now I don't have any much plans for Valentine's Day, but let's see how it goes. Okay, fine. Now let's move on to our bowl of words. As usual, the fun part of our advice. Let's pick a word. Let's pick something. I want something really special. Oh, I picked two. Okay, now it's one. My potential is limitless and I'm constantly expanding. That is our word, that is our affirmation, that is a word of encouragement for this week. My potential is limitless and I'm constantly expanding. So I want you to know that even as Valentine's Day is on, your current situation is not a permanent situation. There are better days ahead and more beautiful Valentine's Day that are going to happen. So be at peace with yourself. Don't pressure yourself and have a lovely time. Remember that Dear Woman shows on Aneke TV. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and drop a comment. And share with somebody that you know is about to make one or any of these mistakes I've listed during this video. Share this video with someone you know that is going to make at least one of those mistakes I said or I shared in this video. Share with them and make sure you don't fall victim of any of the things I've said. Let's have a beautiful Valentine's and let's empower each other as women. Remember, my name is still Chidima Asowa and I'm your companion on this journey of being a woman. Bye.
Good day, Nigerians. Electricity has always been a major concern for Nigerians, from households to businesses. Today, we hit the streets to ask everyday Nigerians on a simple question: are you satisfied with the current electricity supply in your area?
I think there is a little improvement in terms of distribution, but the tariff, I'm not happy with the tariff. There is an increase in tariff. It's not about where I live. Everybody feels it because, I mean, whatever you put in, before a day or two, it goes up. So, yeah, it's not satisfactory. So they need to review the tariff, you know, a government that feels for the people. People should enjoy something from the government. Almost all the things that are controlled by the state is on the increase. Think about electricity, think about fuel supply, water supply. It's not fair. An average Nigerian deserves a bit of fresh air, you know, so they can start it with reducing the tariff. For once, let's feel a reduction in tariff.
I'm not satisfied at all. The tariff is very, very high. Like 4 units for 1,000 naira is too much. It's too high. They should be giving us like 10 units for 1,000, please. It's too high. It's affecting me because I'm using industrial machine. I'm using a lot of electronics, so it's affecting me seriously. Sometimes you will collect a customer clothes that we charge the person like 10,000 naira. The light that you buy to sew the clothes is even more than the money that you charge the customer, so it's too high. Please, they should do something about it. They should do something about it. Even if they should increase the units. That 4 units for 1,000 naira is too much. It's too much.
Please, oh, not fully satisfied, but it's the better. It's very, very better. I'm from the village, and we are getting it better now. At least when we have full light, and there's no day we don't have it. So I'm very happy now that something is very, very fine. Please, very fine. I mean very fine. Before, it used to affect me because I may not have, the main thing I have is the fridge and the phone. So at times I'll put something inside the fridge, it will spoil. But now it's no more like that. When I put, if there's no light in the morning, it will be in the night. Then my phone now is always available. Yes, there's a big change. They are doing better. Please, myself and other people around me will confirm, because it's a village that know the most thing that is happening.
There should be a constant interaction, one-on-one interaction, you know, with stakeholder. There should be a kind of maybe monthly, I get me, or quarterly. The electricity distribution should convene a stakeholder meeting so that we can sit down and interact to know the way forward. Because the way things are, you know, almost our earning is going into electricity.
They provide light very well, but the price is kind of high. But their light is, at least in a 24-hour space, we can have light for 20 hours. So the light is very stable, but it's just the amount, the tariff that is high.
There is a significant improvement in supply, I must confess. Yes, there is remarkable improvement. I can acknowledge that. But where the problem lies is most transformers are overloaded. And when it drops, when some phase fails, or fail, the response is not rapid. It's always very, very sluggish. Then in terms of tariff, government should try to subsidize electricity for the citizens. If this economy will thrive, 200 and something naira per, what is that, kilowatts or whatever, is so outrageous in the current economy. Many Nigerians are poor.
It's necessarily affecting us. Everybody is not comfortable. The business is affecting, livelihood is affecting, because, you know, when there's light, when there's electricity available, a lot of it takes shape. But when those things are not there, a lot of things will begin to dwindle, you know, and many persons lives with the service of electricity. There are things you may not even use your generator to operate with. There are things you might need electricity to get into doing. But when those things are not there, it affects everybody. Even the consumers and the producers. It affects the whole structure of the society. So if those who are operating the system in our society will now begin to understand that they are serving people, and the people know what they are doing, we are interested, we want to use these things for our daily well-being, then things will begin to flow very well.
Personally, I'm not satisfied in any way. Because, you see, sometimes it will take some time before they will bring the light. Sometimes they will bring it in a epileptic way, yet they still collect their money. They don't miss to collect their money. So for me, I'm not satisfied. I think they have to do some kind of reforms in their ministry, or whatever I should call it. Understand? Because it's not the consumers that will come and do whatever that is necessary to be done. It's the power authority. They are the people that will have to do something to improve the supply. But people are not getting the regular supply needed. but they collect money on regular basis.
We have constant light, but the tariff is actually expensive. And I don't know about other people that could not or cannot afford tariff, how they are actually managing. They should like reduce it a little. The amount for buying unit of light, they should like bring it down a little. Though I'm impressed with the amount of light we are getting currently, but it's too expensive, to be honest.
From Lagos to Enugu, Nigerians share their thoughts on the state of electricity today. Whether it's consistent power or consistent outrage, one thing is clear: electricity remains a top concern. We want to hear from you. Comment below, let us know your experience. Chinaza Ifeanyi, Aneke TV.
put X, Y, and Z amount, and we have not gotten commensurate profit. What will be your first, second, and third, assessment to find out the root cause?
Okay, first of all, I'll look at their services or products if it's something that is actually in demand, because when law of demand and supply states that when there is this thing short of this thing, when there is scarcity of product, you understand there will be higher demand of that product. So most people, for example, in Enugu, for example, okpa is something almost everybody eats in the morning. You understand, but you get to understand that in certain areas, that particular okpa, you understand, some people don't make it really nice, or maybe let's say that they don't even make it at all, and you know that people really need this okpa. For example, in Okpara Square, if you bring your okpa here, it's scarce there, and if you want to make really huge amount of money there, you bring it, but you sell it out, even sell it more than the price you're supposed to sell it if you were selling it in Gariki. Do you understand?
Yes.
So that is it.
Absolutely. So I must confess, I didn't like economics in school growing up, right?
Yeah.
So, and I know that you're a healthcare person.
Yeah, sure.
So at what point did you begin to understand the rudiments of economics, so much so that you became a business development expert?
Well, this is going to be a free advert, but my secondary school actually, Maris Brothers Junior Rate, Uturabia State, actually is a school that embodies, like, it makes you fit into any field you want, even when you didn't study that in university. For example, economics is just the basic economic discipline that I had in secondary school that got me where I am today. You understand? So I understood the principles of all of those economic factors of the factors that and business growth, you understand? So I understood it while in secondary school. So after my university distance, I had to also venture into business aspect of it. You understand? So that is it.
So as one man wearing two caps, right? How do you manage healthcare and business development? How are you able to balance the two?
Okay, it has not been easy, but I also have a brother, my twin brother. So he's a law graduate also. So whenever I'm choked up, you understand, he acts as a support system. In fact, it's the both of us in the field together. You get, so both of us actually put hands together to make sure that things are working perfectly fine. So that is it. Thank you.
So tell us before we let you go.
All right.
I'm curious. You have a twin brother.
Yes, ma'am.
Is he identical, and what is his personality? Is it different from yours?
Yeah, we have unique personalities, you understand, but we are identical to a reasonable extent. He's also here. He's one of the interviewees, you understand.
I can't wait to meet him.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Jeffrey, for your time. Okay, so Kenneth, thank you for joining us. As a medical laboratory scientist, your primary area is diagnostics.
Yes.
Okay. So there's pre-analytical, analytical, and post-analytical. Okay. Where do you see AI coming in to improve, on lab processes?
All right. Being an intern scientist before now, I've been looking at integration of artificial intelligence in biomedical diagnostic, first to ease off the workload. Then at the same time, just as you asked, in pre-analytical is very, very vital, because 70% of accurate result got in the lab is being determined by what happened in pre-analytical part of diagnostic. And AI coming in, we go a long way in transforming it positively, in being able to capture the patient's name accurately, the diagnostic in which the patient is going for, and at the same time, rule out any other possible error in terms of sample container selections, as the case may be.
Now, there's a slight push against AI, whether overtly or covertly, because most people feel that AI has come to take over their jobs. So there's this anxiety, there's this fear. So are you sure you're speaking for your people when you say you're welcoming AI? Because it could entail that they lose their jobs. What's your take on this?
All right, thank you so much. I think artificial intelligence in area of biomedical diagnostic is not going to take anybody's job. The only thing I foresee is that our job is going to change. It's going to change from our usual manual method of analysis to more of a supervisory role, where we now have to analyze the output of the AI and help in troubleshooting. Yes, it might interest you to know that even the AI itself is being developed by humans. So, that will like me to take us back to a definition of AI in diagnostic contents. Yes, somebody there, Hassan Abbas, he defined it as automation of cognition. So that is to say that AI itself is a science that helps machine to find solution over complex issues, thereby borrowing characteristics of a human intelligence and applying those algorithms in diagnostic.
Okay, can you walk us through the difference between AI and machine learning?
When you talk about AI and machine learning, I believe that AI itself is the model already. Then the machine learning is us now trying to queue up to the AI system.
Interesting. Okay, so let's dive into your imagination. As someone who is enthusiastic about AI and healthcare, delivery, what imaginary app would you think is necessary to bridge a gap that you see either in healthcare delivery generally or in diagnostics?
Okay, coming to that, you talk about AI first, addressing diagnostic in terms of delay and error. You know, one of the persistence barrier to quality health delivery is delay and misdiagnosis. Then you find out that integration of this artificial intelligence will help analyze sample faster, thereby potentially reducing the turnaround time from weeks to minutes. Then at the same time, there are some challenges that might occur when you now talk about data quality and representativeness. Now, it's occurred to me that most of these AI models, they are being trained with data gotten from all those high resource countries, like talk about USA, Canada, all that, thereby missing out on the local populace. So I think there is an urgent need for the local investors to queue up to developing data that could represent the African context.
I love what you're doing with this question. So how can we make AI culturally relevant?
We can make AI culturally relevant first by getting samples that will represent our identity first, and providing a framework, a regulatory framework that will help to monitor the usage of those AI. Because once you come to that, you now ask about some of the ethical questions when you talk about data privacy. Then you now ask yourself, who is responsible when this artificial intelligence makes wrong diagnosis? What safeguards are in place to make sure there is no bias in decision making? So you find out there should be a regulatory framework that will help to transform this AI.
Wow, this has been a very enriching conversation. Thank you so much, Kenneth, for your time.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Solomon.
Yes, ma'am.
So you are enthusiastic about leadership.
Yes, ma'am.
But there are several types of leadership. There's transformational leadership, there's servant leadership, there's positional leadership. Tell us, which leadership style do you advocate?
I am interested in purpose-driven leadership. Purpose-driven leadership. A leadership that is born out of understanding why you want to lead, not just taking up position.
Okay, so who is your favorite leader of all time?
Nelson Mandela.
You have to tell us why.
Okay. Nelson Mandela is why I think of Nelson Mandela as one of my favorites is that Nelson Mandela inspires me in several ways. First of all, he found a purpose before becoming a leader. I say that because he saw a change that he needed to effect. One of those changes that in his country, there is this discrimination against the black, apartheid, which he deemed wrong, and he threw his energy into it to change the narratives. And he passed through a lot of afflictions and this thing, but at the end of the day, he came out victoriously and become the first black president of his country. And not just he, and that's what inspires me about him is that when he became the first black president, he never seeks revenge on those who has hurt him very, very badly. Rather, he seeks for unification of his nation.
So, as a leader, how would you define purpose, to a child or to someone younger? Just break it down to a layperson's understanding. How would you define purpose?
Okay. This is a mic I'm using to talk. It can equally work as a toy in the hand of a child, right? Yeah. So purpose is taking up what something is meant for and then using it rightly for that which is intent. So purpose is likely the intent in the heart of the manufacturer concerning a product. So if I'm to define the purpose to a child, I will tell that child that purpose simply means the reason for the existence of a thing.
Okay, so there's this school of thought about who makes a better leader, the women or the men, because women are more emotional, men are more logical. So in your work as a leader, who do you think makes, the most, the better leader actually?
I think we should not be talking about who makes the better leader. We should be talking about every one of them has a role to play. The logical type and emotional type. There are situations that require that one become logical in solving that problem. There are also situations that one has to throw an emotion into it in order to solve a problem. So rather than debating on gender-based who is more prone to leadership, good leadership and all of that, we should be talking about collaborations, each coming together to dish out his own quality into seeing that a positive change is accomplished.
Okay, so finally, before we let you go, how would you describe leadership as it stands now in today's Nigeria?
Well, leadership is partisan based today in Nigeria. People are interested in politics that are, of course, are the ruling class, where the ruling class belong, where they have more opportunity of climbing to whatever position they want. They're not really interested in changing the narratives as it is.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Solomon.
Thank you, ma'am.
So I heard from the grapevine that you are interested in HIV and AIDS in terms of diagnostics and treatment.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
How did that start for you? What was the journey for you?
Okay. Everything all started from my childhood. While I was growing up, I had this passion to be a medical practitioner and save lives. So that's just the bedrock, the foundation, the beginning. And so as I continued my journey in my education, I got to a point where I had to now find myself in the laboratory section. That's what we call the laboratory medicine. And where I'm actually happy to be because of the scope I see in it, being a researcher, trying to find out some missing gaps. And so that's where this purpose come in to still save life. And so in this aspect of the HIV/AIDS and AIDS, I've seen from the past researches that there is still some limitation which humans and scientists working behind the scene haven't yet gotten up to. So that's where I believe that the future is going to go to.
All right. So can you walk us through some of those gaps and limitations you picked up, along your practice in HIV treatment and management?
Okay. One specifically, it's the aspect that even at this dispensation, dating back from where it all started till now, that it's only to just manage. Because I believe taking care, and because healthcare practice in summary is to take care, and to take care means to treat, apart from diagnosing and then cure.
Mm-hmm.
So, or more or less like the motto for medicine that we care and God cures. So now I still believe that there is still something that has to be done for the cure to come to the limelight. So that is just it.
All right. So for you to make an impact in this area of, healthcare, do you see yourself improving or fine-tuning your skill or getting a course or going for a training? What do you see yourself doing to, better position yourself to profile solution in this field?
Thank you very much. Okay, I would say this. The gap specifically, when I looked into it, I discovered that HIV as a virus, it's a rapidly regenerating one, and it mutates, which I just discovered of recent. And so having such a kind of a mutating virus that does not have any specific target to be cured with a drug. So definitely we'll have to the healthcare or the scientists or medical practitioners working behind the scene now need to look into the gene aspect. So that's where I thought about this aspect of medicine called the gene therapy and personalized medicine, where the gene of either the virus or the human specifically to be treated needs to be manipulated in such a way that it could be targeted and then something could still come out of it.
All right, so you've been talking management and treatment, but you've not said much about prevention. Is it something that you're looking to also get involved in? You think it's important? What are your thoughts?
Okay, before now, there's this generalized ideology that the steps or probably procedures people use, and such as use of condoms and other some kind of safety devices they use, and it tends to prevent it. I would say something about that because so many persons today looking into that, they see that okay, it's a window for them to still go on in whatsoever means of transmitting this, and since this device is there, they feel to be covered. But the device you're looking at, which is the latex, it is a material that still, when it's been expanded, has what we call micro holes, nano holes, and all that, and which these viruses they can penetrate because from laboratory experiment, they say that they can pass through filters, despite how tight it may be. So I would say that there's still not 100% safety in the preventive measures. So the very own measure I can administer or counsel everyone is abstinence.
Interesting. So do you see a future where HIV and AIDS is totally eradicated? Do you see a future? What are your thoughts?
Okay, we can make an informed decision if we don't have a statistical analysis on the ground.
Evidence.
And then dating back till date, when I made the research from 2018 before the COVID era and now the post-COVID era, I discovered that there is still a rise despite everything that has been put in place, structures, and even the UN said and the WHO, everyone is troubled and perturbed that despite the target, there's a current target called the 95, 95, 95 target, yet, which was fixed for 2030. And even now we're in 2026 and yet not yet close to that target. So I wouldn't say that that target is realistic.
All right, thank you so much for your time. It's been very insightful. Thank you so much. Hello, Ginika.
Hello.
You look really beautiful.
Thank you.
So very quickly, there's this thing with women, which is inevitable, which is menopause.
Okay.
Right? How would you advise, because young women are not even educated well enough to prepare for menopause.
Exactly.
So what would be your advice to a woman who is post 40, approaching menopause, early 50s, as a nurse? What would be your advice?
Okay. Well, okay, menopause is something that is inevitable. So far as you're a woman, from birth, that as a child, you get to adulthood, and then, yes, definitely you get to menopause. And you just said something like about 40. Many a times, menopause come earlier, like from 30s, mid 30s. Yes, it comes with some certain signs and symptoms. And you, as a lady, if you are not aware, you will not even know what is happening to you. So that is where it boils down to talking about health education. Starting from even from secondary school, you can help to educate these children. They should be aware about it. It should be even in the curriculum. That's why even in biology, they teach them about human body and all that. So when they are aware that if you get to a certain stage in your life, there will be some certain changes as a result of maybe hormonals and all that. So I think that's awareness starts from as a child.
So what are some of those signs that a woman should look out for and say, oh, I think I've become premenopausal? I mean,
Yes.
what are those telltale, signs?
There are so many of them, but the most common is like the period changes, your normal cycle. There is a changes in that. You talk about hot flushes. They'll be telling you that it's burning sensation inside their body. Some comes with night sweats. Like they will lie down here, and before they wake up, that place is soaked with enough heat. I'm gonna go sweat and all that. Even when you talk about even weight gain comes there too. And even the bones, you notice that when you're moving, they will start having these aches and all that. So when you see some certain, even lack of sleep, there are so many things that can actually be coming, even vaginal dryness. So all those things can actually tell you that something is changing inside your body.
And a woman notices these symptoms, what is she expected to do? To just sit back and wait for the whole thing to take over her body? What is she expected to do? At least to make the transition easier.
Exactly. That's why it's good to speak out. And it's very nice to, the kind of people you talk to is also the kind of people that will tell you the right source to follow. Because when you tell some certain people, at least they are educated or learned, they will tell you, okay, can you report to a doctor? You can go to the hospital, maybe meet your doctor, and they will now guide you through by their history taking and all that. That can be how they can tell, okay, see what is happening in your body, and these are things you can do to help yourself.
So I'm particularly concerned about, bone mass, osteoporosis, arthritis, and things like that.
Exactly.
What can a woman begin to do early to ensure that, her bones don't give out? Because you see them, they are walking with canes, there's difficulty in walking. I believe something should and could be done to prevent, getting to that stage.
Yes.
So what do you think?
Well, there are so many things that we can do yet, but it's also good for us to know that there are certain things that are not that there are certain things that you cannot prevent from happening. Like osteoporosis, those ones is like the bone density definitely will be degenerating, because as you're getting old, some certain things in your body are going down. So you don't have control over those things. But that doesn't mean that you don't have some certain things you can use it to keep it in check. So even if it's going to be 100, you reduce it to a reasonable amount. So you talk about calcium intake, okay, some supplements that are very nice, but it's not something that you just start taking by yourself. It's when you meet a doctor and they will guide you and they will prescribe you and you keep following up. Okay, even talk about cognitive behavioral therapy. Talk to a psychologist. It also helps because you can also give them these drugs to take home. They will not take it. They will believe that a miracle will happen and nothing will happen and they will be fine. So it's always good to try to be open-minded. Try to know that this is for your own good. Take those calcium, take those supplements, the omega-3, the vitamin D. There are so many of them, but it should be under prescription by a doctor.
Okay, so this one is a bit controversial.
Okay.
But I'm dying to know what you have to say. Menopausal women and sex. How does it work out? Because the husband is still bubbling.
Definitely.
Good to go.
Of course.
The lady is winding down. What is she supposed to do?
A lot comes in there, and that is where you have your emotional support, especially from your partner. It's true that you're in that phase of menopause as a woman. When you communicate together with your partner, he already knows that it's not how it's not how it is then, it's how it is now. And that was when I said something about vaginal dryness. So when you tend to discuss with your partner, you can meet a doctor. There are certain things you can actually use as a woman and you still feel that wetness in that place. Okay. So it's not just something that you die in silence, or maybe it should not be an issue in a marriage, because definitely it is a menopause. It is bound to happen so far as you're growing.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Dr. Miriam Akwejuzi, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much.
Tell us your story with postpartum depression. We're going to take it step by step, and then we'll end up on Mary's Save a Soul Foundation.
Yes.
So tell us, after you had that baby, what were the symptoms? How did you know it was postpartum depression?
Actually, from that experience, Mary's Save a Soul Foundation was born. It happened 1994, when I had my last baby. I didn't know, I was so naive. Actually, I didn't know what is high blood pressure. And it happened that I went to hospital at 8 months. And I came in. That nurse, I don't know, he was like, after measuring me, he said, Madam, Kefi Neche. I was like, everything turned upside down in my brain. I said, I'm not thinking about anything. Your blood pressure is very high. In short, all my body was in disarray. I was like, blood pressure. I've never heard of it. I said, I thought blood pressure is for old people. I don't know, in pregnancy you can get blood pressure, because I was so naive. Then I was so afraid. And that thing continued ringing in my brain. So when I went home to sleep, I could not sleep. The voice of that nurse was just ringing inside my brain. And it happened when I wanted to go back for checkup after 8 months. That is, you go weekly. Then I was afraid to go to hospital. And I went in that day, I went old UNTH. So when I went for a dental checkup, I told myself, I'm not checking anything. I'm not checking anything. But on the second thought, I wanted to just drive away. I had a voice, go back and check your blood pressure. Go and check. I said, I'm not going again. I'm not going again because I don't want to hear any bad news. But that spirit, the Spirit of God, forced me and I went back. Immediately I went back. They checked me. They said I should not move here because if I move here, there's tendency that I will faint. I will have fit. I said, in short, everything started happening to me. And I was admitted in the hospital. I didn't know I would live up to this moment. So when I was admitted, they gave me every drug to sleep. I couldn't sleep. Because of what? Fear and anxiety took over me. I was so afraid. And the nurses, when they will come, they will be looking at my folder. Hey, and they will be doing their head like this. I was like, so I'm going to die. In short, I refused to close my eye because I thought I was dying.
Okay, sorry. So what happened after you gave birth?
So when I gave birth, I see that thing still came back. But I now found out that I was feeling anxiety, fear, depression. I didn't know that it's depression I was passing through. But all I know that joy disappeared from me. And who will help me out? The doctor could not understand me. My husband could not, nobody around me was able to understand me. I now said, I am going to meet a sister. This sister, gave her life to Christ. I said, let me go and meet her. That is the only person is only God that can understand what is happening to me. He now took me to a brother. He used the word of God. He placed the Bible before me and held my hand and was praying. Do you know that God loves you? It was like I've never heard about the word of God. And I was like, And everything, after praying for me, everything in me disappeared. And I got to myself. Then after that, this fear, I suffered it for almost 7 good years. I will remember when I want to stand up, I will hear that voice. They say you have blood pressure. You faint here. I said no, and I'll sit down.
So when did you, begin your quest?
So as a matter of
healing, when you now found out that this is postpartum depression, what was that pathway for you towards healing?
I started going to fellowship. I started having a relationship with God. I said, God, and the thing was, that is small, the thing was just fielding away. On 27th, I had it 1994 2001, you know, God told me, you are a covenant child. You are bought with a price. God has saved you. So after that ministration, I said that I'm going to give back to the society what God has done for me. Because most people die of sickness, not because of that sickness, but because of fear, anxiety, and the unknown. You know, it's not the sickness they are battling with. They are not battling with fear, anxiety. Then I now formed this foundation to visit those that are in hospital, those that are depressed, the vulnerables. You know, so many people are suffering from emotional trauma. And, you know, when we speak to them, we give them word of encouragement, we use word of God. So we facilitate healing through the word of God and word of encouragement. So we use the scripture to preach to them. Yeah.
Okay, so what would you say the impact has been since, you know, you started this work?
And there are so many impacts because we used to go to orthopedic tackling, you know, you see them, somebody that is downtrodden, somebody that is sick, and he's feeling, and you start say, hey, thank you for coming. You know, my mind has been wandering from to and fro, you know, I don't know actually, and we found that when we come another time, we see the person being revived. We are more interested in the soul and the mindset of the patient and the person suffering the depression. You know, most times the doctor take care of the physical, but we are more interested in the soul, the spirit mind. You know, because the spiritual, you know, takes over the physical. When the spiritual is stable, the physical will be stable.
Right.
So that's the work of Save the Soul Foundation. Yeah.
Okay, so how I'm trying to see how I can rephrase the question. What would be your advice to a young mother who is listening to you and she's like, oh, so this is actually what I'm going through. I think I'm going through depression. What's the first two things you would advise her to do?
First of all, discover yourself. Know where it is coming from. Because if you don't discover yourself, you don't know what is actually happening to you. Because I was so naive. It wouldn't have lasted as it lasted if I discovered myself. But because I did not discover myself, I know what caused it. You know, so I advise the young people that is new married, depressed, vulnerable, to first of all discover yourself. Make sure that your emotional stability, you have the emotional stability, and then give your life to Jesus. When you give your life to, you have a stability in your mindset, because everything starts from the mind.
All right, so do you see Mary's Save Your Soul Foundation scaling to other states, maybe going global? What's your vision for the foundation?
Yes. There are so many people are interested. You know, when I tell my story, so many people wants to support, and they are supporting because as we encourage them through the word of God and encouragement, we also help them financially. You know, to save those people that cannot pay for the hospital bill. Yeah. We help them to offset their bill as much as we can. You know, so it's gaining ground actually.
Oh, thank you so much, ma'am. Good luck to you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. So, vaccine hesitancy.
Oh, okay.
Why are people hesitant when it comes to taking vaccines? Quite recently, you know, COVID-19 vaccines. Is there any real fear? You know, is there any real fear there, or is it just conspiracy theory or theories? Why are people not actually taking vaccines?
All right. Okay. Thank you. So, vaccine. Why people don't want to take vaccine? Number one is, what is vaccine? Vaccine. These biological substances that we take so that our body immune system will be sensitized to fight against some pathogens so that we don't come down with such diseases. And stemming from that, you see reasons
why people are hesitant. Number one, perhaps they don't understand what vaccine is. That may be a reason. And because if people know what vaccines are, they shouldn't reject vaccine. So, but for my own niche, one thing that comes to mind is medication side effects. Every drug is likely to have a side effect. And indeed, like you rightly pointed, with COVID-19 vaccines, there were side effects. Some had a problem with their hearts, some have blood-related side effects. So there was fear of side effects. Of course, number two, secondly, we can say another reason is when people feel a disease is just not as serious as you take it, especially when we look at the global view when the COVID-19 started, it was as if our health system here is just not what it ought to be, and people are going to die in their numbers. But later we found out that it was not so. So when people play down a particular illness, they may not embrace the intervention that you are trying to offer from the public health approach. They are going to wait for treatment and not prevention. Again, why people are hesitant, the COVID-19 vaccine, the speed at which it was approved. I mean, science, some of us started thinking, why this speed? Why, are we really sure? Was it really thorough? So the speed was so short compared to what we've known, the period they take to manufacture and also release vaccines. Of course, another reason that will come to mind is misinformation and conspiracy theory. Yes, there are claims that the vaccines, some have chips introduced, and then some are intended to reduce population. Some were intended to reduce also fertility among women. So if you bring all these things together, we can see reasons why there was hesitancy, especially when you look at the COVID-19 vaccine.
So very directly, I'm going to ask you,
Yep.
why is Nigeria not producing vaccines of her own?
Why Nigeria is not producing vaccine? Well, a couple of reasons. Number one, infrastructural development. If you look at the factory, to produce a vaccine, you need a WHO standard factory. And I must remind us that, however, between 1940, when we were still under the colonial master, till about 1991, my memory serves me right, we have a vaccine producing lab in Yaba in Lagos, and I'm very proud of that. However, there was a need to upgrade that lab, and that was where we have stopped so far. So the infrastructure is not there. Secondly, we want to look at the financial implication. So if you look at the financial implication of setting up a WHO standard lab for vaccine, then compare it vis-a-vis importing the vaccine. Maybe for now, the government want to look at the side of importation. And then thirdly, we are very dependent on international cold chain. Especially when you look at things like Gavi and so on, we are heavily dependent. So if you're going to pull out of that, it's like, where are you going to go? Who's going to fill that gap? The reasons, of course, you can still think about how about the expertise? There's still a gap there, because we're talking about, when you talk about vaccine, you're talking about patency also. The owners of those vaccines, we want to trust, we want to make sure that there are no gaps. The scientists are there, the structures are there, and so if you're going to bring what you have over there here, the expertise must be on ground. And so all these gaps have to be filled before we start considering Nigeria to be able to manufacture some vaccine.
All right, so it's possible that there is lack of political will and probably infrastructural and capacity, challenges. But what about public sector? Do you think the public sector can actually dive into vaccine production?
Yeah, why not? It's possible. If we have a refinery in Nigeria owned by a private individual, why not? For those who have a vision, I've been able to do some analysis, the forecasting, and feel that this is going to yield something better and profitable, because, I mean, don't just want to throw your money anyhow. if they look that, if they do that analysis and forecasting, and any individual can decide to launch into it. So why not? It's possible, very
Okay.
possible.
So, what would you say to that mother that is listening to you, and she probably has 2 or 3 young girls that needs cervical cancer vaccination, and she's torn in between should I not, because of the conspiracy theories? What would be your advice to her?
All right. The first thing I'm going to do is to try to explain vaccine in the way she will understand. I will ask her, Chiji, do you understand? Now, somebody is going to come here. It's a very dangerous person. I give you the picture of the person.
Mm-hmm.
I will tell you how to attack the person. Then I will also leave with you information how to continuously deal with this person from hand. If I approach the explanation concerning vaccine to that woman, she will listen to me.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, dangerous person is coming. How will I attack him? And subsequently, how will I? That's what vaccines just do. They just stimulate the system of the body. You see, anytime you see the disease, attack. Every time you see it, attack. So, number one, education. Like you are doing now, awareness. I'm going to create awareness and educate the woman, and then tell the woman success stories of those who presented, had vaccine uptake, what happened to them years after, and those who did not. And then the impact, emotional impact, the problem, the financial impact of going down with cervical cancer. If I deal with this woman this way, I believe she'll be well convinced to go for screening, and then continue to go for screening, and then be vaccinated and stay safe from cervical cancer.
Okay, so I believe Nigeria has eradicated polio
Yeah.
via vaccination.
Yes.
So how come this is not happening for other, diseases like Lassa fever and stuff? Although Lassa, I'm not sure Lassa has a vaccine, so Lassa might not be the best analogy. So why is it not happening for maybe hepatitis? What did they do differently that we're not doing for these other ones?
All right. So we have a success story, like you said, in with polio vaccine. Why are we not also have not recorded the same thing? Well, number one is we should go back and check what have we done rightly with polio vaccine, and we have not done well with other vaccines. If you look at it, talking about mothers being involved in polio vaccine, look at most other ways. Not really the mothers are involved, other health professionals are there, people who still take these illnesses. It's not as serious as you take it, and so we have to continue to escalate education, awareness in our populace, and then the health system, the practice, those that go to the field, what do they really do? We have to be honest with ourselves. Are we doing exactly what we did with polio vaccine the same way? And then perhaps the administration of polio vaccine maybe is much simpler. Can we look for alternative ways, maybe how to present the manufacture of this other vaccine, if it's possible, in a way that be so simple to administer, like the polio vaccine has been administered.
Wow, interesting. Thank you so much, Dr.
It's my
Funshaw, for your
pleasure.
time. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Chidera, you are a trained registered nurse. Yes. I want you to speak to first aid, right? I know we live in a country where we don't have first responders. So, what are the common first aid tips? You will want everybody to know, everybody in every household.
So, for the first common tips I would give is confidence.
Okay.
So, the first thing you should know as a first aider is to have confidence. And when you have that confidence, you can channel that energy to your casualty. Because once someone is in danger and they notice the person handling them knows what they are doing, you understand? So that confidence comes with knowledge. And that's what I'm going to try to do today. I'm going to list out possible first aid scenarios and what you're going to do in them. So under the first one I'll take is road traffic accidents slash injuries.
Okay.
So the first thing to do there is look at the need. What's the problem? The first problem to mostly identify during accidents is bleeding. So what do you do for bleeding? You control bleeding. So as a first aider, you try to control bleeding, immobilize the casualty, that's minimize movement as much as you can. That's
Okay.
the most things for injuries.
Okay.
So when you look at other first aid scenarios like needle stick injuries,
Yes.
and that's common in mostly the healthcare sectors, not just for the nurses. You also see it's common with people that handle healthcare waste. So when you're handling this waste and you happen to have a needle stick injury, the first thing to do is remain calm, just like we said, and then you let the blood flow freely. Let the blood flow freely under a running water.
Okay. Okay.
That's the first aid tip for
Okay.
needle stick injury.
Okay. Okay, so but you've been involved in some outreach, activities where you taught first aid for seizures.
Yes.
Can you run us through like a protocol? So someone sees someone going through a seizure. What should the person do?
Okay, so the thing about seizure is not just the first aid. So when you learn, you want to reduce the stigma that comes with it. So when someone is experiencing a seizure, you notice people don't want to come around them. So what I would advise a first aider, stay calm, and you also abide by this acronym safety. So under the safety acronym, S means stay calm, then A means avoid obstructions, avoid restraints. So we have this habit of holding people that have seizures. During seizures, you're holding them. You want to reduce, there's nothing you're doing then. So you need to let them move with the flow of the seizure. Then the F under the acronym means free them of any tight clothing, free of any tight clothing. You might notice the tie buttons, remove them.
Okay.
Then the E, then the T means timing. So there's this thing on seizure that you have to know. There are types of seizures, and seizure is a characteristic of epilepsy. But under seizure, you need to look at the timing, and it should last within 1 to 2 minutes. So any seizure that is above 5 minutes is likely an emergency, and you need to take them to the hospital.
Okay. So what about burns? Maybe with hot water scalding.
Scalds,
Yeah. So how do you, take care of
so
that?
the under burns and scalds, we mostly experience scalds, okay, because burn could be heat, could be flame, but what we mostly experience at home, in the home setting, is burn, hot oil, hot water. So the major thing to do is place that part, the affected parts, under a lukewarm running water. Under a lukewarm running water. So the purpose of that is to cool down. So don't use ice chips, don't use ice bags, cold water to cool down the burn scar or the scalds. So in industries where you mostly experience chemical burns and other type of burns there that are mostly corrosive, you also apply the same method, running the parts under a cool water. And then after running it under a cool water, don't apply anything. It's always better to wrap it on a soft cloth.
Okay. So what about, kids when they are running around or they are playing, they could sustain, sprains, How do you, apply first aid even before you start going to the hospital?
The simplest way to handle sprains is just immobilize the parts. It requires expertise to handle dislocations, sprain. So when you immobilize the parts, keep it calm. You don't want to, cause more harm to that part. You don't know the extent of that. So more things that kids experience is also choking.
Yes.
Choking. And choking comes in two types. We have the mild and the severe. So the mild choking, you notice that the person still speaks. Yes, they will have the clutching hands on their neck, but there's still voice. You can still hear them talk, and some of them still cough.
Mm-hmm.
But when we need a first aid response is the severe type of choking. And in that severe type, that's when we need the abdominal thrust
Yes.
for adults. Then for children, you perform abdominal thrust for while kneeling. But for infants, you give them chest compressions and back blows.
Wow.
So that's how to handle children.
All right. Thank you so much, Chidera, for your insights. God bless you. Okay. Chinelo.
Yes.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you for having me.
So you're a bonds and um, cosmetic surgery nurse. Correct me. You're a bonds and a plastic surgery nurse. Yes. So we don't have many of those. So walk us through what it means. Who is a bonds and a plastic surgery nurse?
Okay, bones and plastic surgery nurse is a nurse that is actually in charge of the skin, anything concerning the skin. You know, the skin is an organ, the largest organ in the body. So bones is one aspect, plastic is another aspect. Bones happens on the skin. So for be a plastic nurse or a plastic doctor, you are the one that is going to work on the skin from when the bones occurred till when it heals. After healing, you still maintain to ensure that there is not much scarring on the skin. And coming to that, in cases of burns, there are degrees in burns. So most people don't know that every burns that happens, because everybody has different skin type. Some have normal skin, oily skin, so it doesn't prevent the burns from occurring. So any skin that the burn happens, that touches, whether it's first degree is just the outer layer, just normally on the skin, the first one you're seeing. Then second degree burns is the one that is going to involve a little under like the muscles and all that. Then the third degree can go as deep as the bone.
Wow.
So those burns, this is a wound. Wound has occurred. Once there's a discontinuity of anything on the skin, wound has occurred. Talk more of burns on any other thing. So now, I as a burn specialist, burns and plastic, what made me to think about it is, I don't like anything fire.
Okay. So a question now will be, do you also handle burns from acid, solutions, or just burns from dry flame? So how do you manage, how do you handle the two? Do you handle it the same?
Actually, no, they're not the same. Burns from acid depend on the chemical. There are some burns that happen from bases. Acid burns is deeper. Acid burns is deeper like second, third degree. So, but from the surface, on seeing the patient, you see the mask. Because when the acid occurs, when the acid is poured, whether the face, it depends on the angle, the area that is affected, you see it as a mask. Some people look at it and say, the wound is going. And you that is a specialist knows that you are going, what you are going to do is more than what the person is seeing. And first off, when such thing happens, I would like to say something. You pour water. Some people go extra mile. They will even start frying egg on the skin. Like some people say, use egg, use this, use that. So some of these agents that people introduce on the skin can make it deeper. So now, if the person comes to the hospital as acid burns, you start giving IV line, depend on the area, you give water and all that. But what we are waiting for is, I use Igbo language. I say, like, if you are an Igbo, you know what it means, that you been elu. So what you do as much as possible is to make the wound that you saw, the area that is affected, let it get soggy so that you see what is happening underneath. That means you are doing palliative care for the person. You are doing your medication, your encouragement. Sometimes it's it becomes like a mask. If it's on the face, it can be as bad as going deep down into the eyes.
Okay, so how do you handle antimicrobial resistance and infections?
Yes, some patients come in with, as I said, once that thing happens, whether it's burns, whether by acid, or they come in with different things on the skin. Some, as I said, fried egg. Some will add as far as using urine. Some tell you engine oil. Everybody come different. So, and some will start looking for different antibiotics. I've used ampiclox in my time. I use you see different doctors on the scene. So now they start having resistance. Sometimes you give them some particular drugs, and you know from when the person entered, whether you're off your ward or unit, you expect some things as they are looking at the wound. Whether the wound is weeping, or whether the wound is smiling, that's another angle I can't. Is big. So, and some drugs that you know that you're supposed to, but you call the med lab science. Me, I go for I don't do blind this thing. I call my med lab scientists. They come and take some blood. Yeah. They will now know what the patient has been taking before. Some patients has been self-medicating. So there are some drugs that their body cannot accept. So now, when you check the lab tests and you see the results, it will now give you an idea what to place the patient on. Aside the whatever you're going to apply on the skin, right, it's going to go a long way to help.
Right. So very quickly, what would be the first aid treatment for someone who just experienced, burning, either with acid or with, dry heat?
First aid. First aid is, is initial treatment. It's not actually the permanent stuff. Yes. So if I happen to see, like I normally tell people, first thing you do is water. Water doesn't have an enemy. Water is just water. For water to dilute, if it's acid, dilute. Even if it's fire, dilute, because all the pen thresholds are open. All the pen connections are open. So water will dilute first. Then, if you are not sure, some people go to electrical. Electrical burns also happen. I've lost a patient that he was trying to attend to electrical NEPA something, and they brought lights, and he was electrocuted. So, but people that are around him knew what to do. They had to off the light, and now, if you look at him, then he didn't have any problem. So you have to now put water, not giving him water. If you can't do anything, just ensure that you yourself that is trying to do the first aid for the person, that you are safe from the scene. Then pour water, then consult. You can take the patient to the hospital. From there, I believe, not actually only me, I believe that from there, care will be given to the person. But if it's me, there's so many things I can do aside water. But talking about it now, I don't know how long it's going to be because it's fast.
Right. So finally, what are 2 words you use to describe Nelo products? Because I know you're also an entrepreneur. So 2 words very quickly to describe Nelo products.
Okay, Nelo product was birthed just call it last year. Something happened, but I had a passion. I don't like seeing scar. I don't like seeing like when I was growing up, I was called pimple paradise because I had pimple on my face. You can hardly see an area that doesn't have pimple. So incidentally, I now became a bones and plastic surgery nurse. I had the passion to produce home care items, but what I want to talk about is my skin care.
Yeah.
Some patients have come after this, when you discharge them, as I said, from admission to discharge, that's what you plan. So the patients, you see, some of them have scar. So how do you reduce the scar? So Nelo products helps people to reinvent themselves. That for the skin, the scar is minimized. Some clear. Even people that really have burns and maybe pimples and other ailments, whatever wound care, the Nelo product helps them to maintain their skin, their tugo, and be okay with themselves. That's to reinvent themselves. Sometimes some people don't even know that there's some beauty in them. So using that product actually has helped a lot of people. There's so many reviews about it, and I'm so happy. We are still coming up.
Definitely.
We'll still go on.
Well, congratulations
Thank you
far.
very much.
Thank you. Wish you all the best. God bless you.
Thank you. You too.
Please do. So tell us,
Yeah.
aside looking dashing, who are you?
My name is Fintan, Dr. Ekochin Fintan.
Okay, okay.
Yes, I work as a specialist consultant for neurology.
Mm,
So I'm so interested in the brain
mm, mm.
and what affects the brain.
Absolutely. But before we get to that, I've had a couple of conversations with you where you shocked me beyond words, especially what you did with trans fats and cholesterol. Even till tomorrow, many people still don't understand, what plays out, So tell us, what is trans fat? What is cholesterol?
There is a deep biochemistry which you don't try to challenge the public to understand at the outset.
Mm.
So that aside, trans fats are fats which the body does not know what to do with. They are like foreign bodies, and we have them in our foods, especially modern processed foods. So WHO in 2018 identified so much research pointing to the health hazards of trans fats and proposed that every country in the world should eliminate them, and built a guideline called the Replace Project, Replace, to help countries. I think only like 8 countries have fully complied in the whole world. Now, everybody is worried about news of somebody suddenly collapsing and dying. Trans fats is implicated there. We are seeing so much stroke in hospital. Trans fats, heart attacks, trans fats, even metabolic disorders like diabetes, trans fats. And trans fats are like hiding behind the scene while the innocent molecule called cholesterol takes the blame. Everybody can tell you cholesterol is bad. Today, there is so much evidence. Cholesterol is like a band-aid trying to help your body. The repair from the damage done by trans fats. So everything you know that is said to be harmful about cholesterol, wipe it and put trans fats on the chair as the culprit.
Wow.
Trans fats are very toxic.
But why was cholesterol, the scapegoat? Why was that molecule, as you choose to call it, implicated for so long?
The testing parameters available many years ago were able to detect cholesterol better. So when there was a rise, and then people started distinguishing between good cholesterol and bad cholesterol. So the focus went there because we saw people with heart attacks and strokes having higher cholesterol values. So, but the trans fats came up later, and to dissociate them now has been a challenge. So that's how it all came about.
So you do know that they'll tell you do not, as an adult, do not. In fact, I heard this just as recent as 2 or 3 days ago, where someone was saying, "You're an adult, so don't take eggs. Don't take eggs. They're high in cholesterol. Don't take this. They're high in cholesterol." Knowing all you know now, what would be your advice?
The human being has a brain that makes him or her superior to the next higher mammal, which is a primate ape. The big difference biochemically between the human brain and the chimpanzee's brain is the presence of more variety of fats. One of those fats that makes human brain superior is cholesterol. So if you deny your brain cholesterol, it starts performing lower and lower like a monkey. Because of this, cholesterol is needed in your food, and the liver is an organ that produces cholesterol to make sure you don't run out of cholesterol. Every cell membrane in your body has cholesterol. Cholesterol is a building block of cells, tissues, organs, and the human being. Calling it bad names is like suicide. So there is no space for that. Cholesterol, it constitutes 25% of the brain by percentage volume. 25% of a healthy human brain.
Wow. Okay, so you're saying that the human brain comprises of fats. So what are the dietary requirements to help, brain power, strength, knowing what we know now?
Okay, so the trans fats we should emphasize are those ones that we meet every day. And they get into the brain because the brain is like a fat sponge. By dry weight, the brain is 60% fat. If you remove all the water, it's 60% remaining fat. So when we encounter trans fats in our diet, it's the brain that goes to mop them up. And it's at a loss. It has nothing else to work with than those foreign bodies in quote. So where are the trans fats coming from? They are coming from industrially produced seed oils. Mark that. Industrially produced seed oils. So soybean oil is a very good example, and that's the most popular trans fat containing in Nigeria. If you go to America, Europe, Canada, they have sunflower oil, canola oil, safflower oil, corn oil, cottonseed oil, but we don't have those in Nigeria. We have soya oil. So that's our number one source of trans fats. Palm oil has little or no trans fats. Coconut oil has absolutely no trans fats. But the trans fats in these oils I'm talking about is at a certain level, is not that much. But people use it so much that it becomes significant. There is nothing you cook today, you don't put it inside.
Sure.
The big blow on the human health from trans fats comes from shortened, partially hydrogenated oils.
English based.
Margarine. Margarine. Then people go to cook, they use shortening fats. It's like margarine also. They use it to fry. Confectionaries use it a lot to make cake. Margarine is the king of trans fats. If you don't take anything home today, take that home.
Okay, so before we let you go, tell us brain food that is a yes and food that is a no for brain health.
Okay, so talking about fats today, the brain needs cholesterol. So the more eggs you eat, the more cholesterol you get, the better your brain. And remember, cholesterol is not harmful unless you have trans fats added to the mix. Then animal fats are superior to plant fats. Animal fats feed the body with the kind of fats the brain easily incorporates and builds and repairs itself. So animal fats are superior to plant fats, and then eggs are superior to most other. In fact, it's the most available and affordable healthy food you can eat today.
Okay, so one last question. You know, I don't like letting you go each time we're talking because you have a lot to dish out. Aside dietary, requirements, what other lifestyle choices can actually help brain power to improve?
Sleeping 8 hours in a dark room. The brain can only repair itself when you are asleep. All the time you are awake, we now know that the brain circulates a special fluid called the glymphatic, and it does these impulses during certain phases of sleep. So if you sleep 5 hours and you feel you're a high delivery, high performance person, you are buying yourself old age in the brain. So 8 hours of sleep is one. And then you should sleep in a dark room. So having the light on, the TV there, flickering and all that, the eye picks light even when the eye is closed. So that light goes to tell the brain, don't go into sleep mode. So the repair doesn't happen. So you wake up with headache, menstrual irregularities in women, memory issues in the elderly, epilepsy, and much more.
I don't know why we're not clapping. Dr. Peter and Aneke, you're coming back to my show.
Thank you very much.
Is it controversial to say I can't have enough of you? All right.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you so much for your time. Okay, so I'm looking at you.
Yes.
And you're giving off this celebrity artist vibes. Which one is it? Tell us.
Okay, I'm an influencer and a content creator. Yes.
Okay, so at what point did you decide that influencing is what you want to do?
Okay, I feel like I've been doing this professionally for like 4 years now. This year will make it the 5th year. I always knew I had the passion for content creation right from secondary school. I'm always that person who is so inquisitive, like with the camera. I'm always in front of the camera. I basically love the spotlight, actually. So I feel like during that time, after secondary school, after WAEC, I knew that, okay, this is what I wanted to go into. So like 3 years ago, I now went into it professionally, started making videos, started putting it out there. I switched from Instagram to YouTube to other parts of social media as well. Started making my videos and people started loving them actually. So I feel like that's what made me balance in it. Exactly.
So what's your niche? Because I know with content creation,
Yeah.
you have to have a part or
Yeah.
a place, a niche where people know you for. So what exactly is your niche and why did you choose that?
Okay, I am a fashion and lifestyle creator. I style outfits and then give out everyday fashion lifestyle. And my lifestyle videos comes from my storytelling videos. I do my storytelling videos with vlogs that are very relatable. I felt that young boys of my age don't definitely know how to dress. Like basically in the Nigerian space, people don't understand what fashion is. I feel like fashion is rooted in culture. It's not just about outfits or styling outfits. It's also about rooted in culture. So I looked into the media space and found out that boys of my age, my teenage age, they don't actually know how to style outfits and dress. They don't understand the perspective of fashion. So I started the fashion influencing just because I could tell the stories of black boys so that they can express their ways through fashion. Then my storytelling is basically all about balancing my content creation with school because I'm a student. I'm a final year student in Enugu State University of Science and Technology. Yeah, so I feel like some people don't understand the aspects of balancing content creation and school, but I do that because I multitask. I sometimes go to school and at the same time I do my content. So when I'm vlogging my lifestyle, going to school and also doing my content. So it's balanced and it's relatable to the audience watching me.
Absolutely,
So, yeah.
absolutely. Now, you have drawn me into your world, right?
Yeah.
And I have to ask you this.
Okay.
When was the first time your video went viral? And what did you do to get that?
So basically, normal me, I'm not all about the virality. I feel like your constant community cares more than the viral society. The viral society and the viral thing, they come once, they don't come all the time. But your consistent community comes every single time. They comment, they like, they love what you do. They are stuck in your content. But when I went viral last year, October, and it was on TikTok. So I just made a random video. I feel like that video is just a POV content, a point of view content. So I put out this video and the people who could relate to it are students like me, right? So this video is just talking about, you having class and you still having to do your content, but it's in a very short and funny way. So people understood that vibe and that's when my video went viral. So I continued doing that kind of videos and it kept on getting viral and it built my community. I call my community people my Gen Zs because I feel like I'm a Gen Z person. So I feel like that's the age bracket from 18 to 22, 23. So I feel like when I started this community thing, people started following me from those videos and I was so happy actually because a lot of celebrities reached out to me. I got invited for the AMVCA's African Magic Vessels Award in Lagos. I also went for Lagos Fashion Week. So I feel like one thing about content is the more you push yourself out there, you don't need the virality because people are also watching you. It comes in the part that when you start your content, you see those celebrities reaching out and you be like, when did I start? I started from anywhere. And it's very, very crazy.
Go to the world.
Because when that thing happened, I saw my video was going from 200k because my normal views is like 1,000 and it stopped in 1,000. And normally I don't even care. I just see the 1,000. I continue pushing. I am always consistent with my content. So when the video started going to 200k, I thought I was like, my video is going viral. I'm like, and I was that was very, very crazy. That was very, very crazy.
Okay, so at what point did it become monetized? Was it before it went viral or there was something you had to do? Just walk us through it.
Okay, I feel like I started earning from content creation a year after I started because brands started reaching out to me. I feel like when I started with Instagram, obviously, when Instagram was still with pictures, before it continued with IGTV and Reels. Now people post Instagram Reels. So brands started reaching out to me to advertise for them. That's when I started earning. But then I was charging smaller because I was still starting. I was looking at my followers like, this is when I started. But I had a group of friends who were also influencers and they're higher than me in what they do. So they told me that, oh, if you want to charge a brand, you have to have a rate card. A rate card is what every influencer has. It's like where your charges are, how much you charge for a video, how much you charge for 2 videos. So I started charging these brands. And so, okay, from last year, my TikTok went viral. I started going live, getting money from TikTok, actually. So I feel like my big break moment was when I worked with Malta Guinness. That was like last year, December. So I feel like that was like, when I like, okay, this is it, actually. So yeah, and they could actually relate to my storytelling because that's what I made for them, actually.
All right. So what would be the one advice? Because you already have like followers here.
Yeah,
right here.
yeah.
So what would you tell someone who is looking to be like you know, in the nearest future? What would be your one advice?
The thing is, don't be like me.
Okay.
Be you. I feel like it's something knowing who you are.
Authentic.
Yes, being personal. Because when I started doing content, I wanted to just copy those UK creators. But I was like, what do I know how to do best? I know how to dress and I know how to tell stories. So I copied these two things and then I started flowing with it. If you're a young adult growing up, I feel like you should just find what you're comfortable in, so that when you do it, you don't burn out. You just keep doing it every time, and it's not something you just say, "Oh, this person is doing, I'm not doing." So
absolutely,
yeah.
Thank you so much, so much. So can I say you look like Bright Chimezi, Abi? Is it my eye? Do you even know Bright Chimezi?
Yeah, I know him.
Okay. So software engineer.
Civil engineer.
Sorry?
Civil engineer.
Civil engineer.
Yeah.
You are a civil engineer.
Yeah.
So what does a civil engineer do? What's the difference between a civil engineer and probably a mechanical engineer or an architect? So what's the differentiating factor between a civil engineer and other engineering?
Okay, civil engineering basically is all about design and maintenance of infrastructures like the road, buildings, water resources, and the rest of them. The while architectural work is based majorly on designs, those aesthetic things you will see. The mechanical has to do with that is the engines and the rest of them.
Okay. So in your work, are you predominantly in the public sector, in the private sector, and how is that working out for you?
Currently, I have a registered construction and water resources company based here in Enugu. It's called Educing Constructions and Water Resources Limited. And by God's grace, we've been in service for over 5 years now. We've been rendering services in buildings, roads, and the rest of them. Like currently, we have a project with the 2 divisions where we are conducting a geotechnical soil investigation for a 3-story building. And then after that work, we were contracted again for another project at 103 Battalion, where we also conducted another geotechnical soil investigation. And by His grace, we've been doing borehole projects for industrial, residential, road constructions, and the rest of them.
So if I get you correctly, you run a company, you own that company.
Yes, duly registered with the Corporate Affairs Commission.
Duly registered.
Yeah.
Now, how did you get funding? I'm looking at you and I don't think you're past 30, 35. Don't mind me, but I'm thinking you're quite young.
Well,
how did you access funding to start a company of that, stature?
Well, I'm below that age, but
you see?
But then I'm this kind of person that doesn't believe that age should be a limitation. Whenever you put your heart to do something, then put your mind to, then God will make the resources available.
Absolutely.
And currently, I'm actually going to that point where we are calling on partnership from well-meaning Nigerians and foreigners to help grow the company to get global visibility and all that.
So the question again is, how did you get funding to start this business?
Like I said, it's based on friends, family, and my own personal savings. For example, if I do a job, I make gains, and then I keep some for my own personal growth, for the company, and then if someone can actually give me some money, like I said earlier, I'm looking for partnership now. If I get the partnership that I'm actually looking out for, then that's the way the company has been going from one level to another.
Okay, so let's talk about borehole construction.
Okay.
So, what if someone wants to get a borehole? Because we live in a country where you have to look for alternative utility, supply of utility. When you talk about power, you talk about solar. When you talk about water, you talk about wells and boreholes and things like that. So, what does it cost to get a borehole?
Well, the cost of getting a borehole in your compound is not determined. It depends on a lot of factors, which mainly depends on the geology of that area. For example, within Enugu metropolis, the cost of drilling here in Enugu is completely different from the cost of drilling a borehole, maybe within Nsoka, Udi, and the rest of them. And the reason is that the geology of Enugu is completely different from the geology of those areas. For example, here in Enugu, you can use what we call a hammer drilling machine, but there you use a rotary, which is more of you using fluids, chemicals, and the rest of them to get your job done. But here, it's more of you using a compressor machine called a hammer drill, like I talked about. So the cost of drilling a borehole cannot be determined. It depends solely on the geology of that area.
So, assuming you get the partnership you so desire,
Yes.
how do you see yourself scaling your company? What's the plan? Because every investor will want to understand, return on investment. So, what's the plan?
So currently, I'm in need of a drilling machine, and that drilling machine is worth over 360 million, which I don't have the capital at the moment. But then I intend to maybe reach out to people that I can actually take the stock of my company. Then I can sell a certain percentage of my worth to them. Then if they are willing, maybe from there we can go partner, and then that's it.
Beautiful. Thank you so much for your time and sharing your story with us. So, thank you for coming on the show. Growing up as a twin, identical twin, how was it, growing up in the same household with your twin brother?
Okay, I think it was quite fun, and people actually admire us. Yeah, the only problem was that while in primary school, my sister or my elder sister would want us to actually be in different classes. Yeah, because of lack of concentration and co. So in secondary school, the same thing was applicable, that our teachers would want to separate us. Maybe my brother will be in A class, I will be in D class. But one thing for sure is that they will never separate us in dormitory, in dining hall, and even in games. So that's it.
All right, so they couldn't separate you guys, but your brother went for health and he went for the arts. How did that pan out for both of you?
Okay, well, there's this adage they say that a mother gives birth to two, but from different God. So we grew up realizing that we have our different hobbies. And I grew up realizing that I like listening to people's problem, solving their problem. And I also like listening to music. And as a matter of fact, I'm actually a musical artist and a lawyer. So that's what makes it different. So basically, anything I'm doing, we are doing it together. So he's a med lab scientist, I'm a lawyer. The only thing there is that both of us are music artists.
Okay, so tell us about this music, aspect. I'm quite curious. What genre of music do you do?
Okay, growing up, we were making the likes of Danfo Driver, P Square, and from my own side, I like the aspect of high life and Afro high life. So because after my secondary school, while in secondary school, I was the choir prefect because I went to Marist Brothers Juniorate. So it's a Catholic school.
where you are being given this particular Catholic post, like choir prefect. So it helped me to actually develop my talent and discover the fact that I have the hobby of singing and listening to music. So it now pushed me into joining that aspect of high life or Afro high life. So that's it.
Okay, so do you see yourself going pro with music?
Sure, sure.
Tell us what's the plan?
Okay, while in the university, most people or the people we study music with will be like, why are you doing music and doing law? I'll tell them, I have always I've always intend to listen to people's problem and solve it. And I cannot do that without being popular. So I need to join the aspect of my practicing and that of my hobby. That is my talent and my lawyering. So joining the both of them together, I can actually achieve one thing, being listening to people. And again, in the aspect of my music, I discovered that I started being like going far in music from the time Cubana Prime Minister invited us in Lagos. So it made us to actually gain this fame in Enugu, thereby performing with the likes of Davido at Enugu Carnival, the likes of Flavor, Fino, Oga Landlord, and so many of them. And we performed with Ira Star and Crayon at Cubana Enugu 2020. So that was it.
Interesting. How would you describe your brother's personality and how is it different from yours?
Okay, my brother is more like an introvert, or I'll call it an ambivert, but I'm an extrovert. So people will always want to say, you look different from your brother. Your brother is cool, and I'm so playful and cool. So that's the only thing I can say. But when it comes to business, we're actually serious.
Yeah.
The only difference I can say is that he's an ambivert, and I'm an extrovert. So that's it.
All right. So you both are pursuing a business in business development, right?
Yeah.
So how is it working out for both of you?
Okay, it's actually going on where the fact that I know a bit of business and he knows a lot of it. But when it comes to music, I know more of it, why he knows less of it. So we actually collaborate. You understand? We come in addendum to actually work things out. And once we see the market strategy and what the market needs, that's what we are going for. So I'm not arguing about it with him. So once he says, let's do this, we do it. But whenever it comes to music, I say, let's do this. He joins immediately. So that's it.
In perfect synergy and harmony.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Hello.
Hello, Chigi.
Welcome, and you look really dashing, beautiful.
Oh, thank you
Good
so
to
much.
see
And
you.
you too.
Thank you. So, tell me, as a nurse and someone who has practiced, for decades, I want us to talk about gunshot victims and first aid. Assuming there's a situation and someone sustains a gunshot, maybe from an accidental discharge, what would be, the first aid strategy to, at least keep the person stable before the person gets to the hospital?
Okay. Let me first say that management of gunshots in this part of the country is very delicate issue because to us here we feel that anybody that has a gunshot is a criminal, and that has put the person on the limelight. And then some people are afraid to come close to the person, even as from first aid level and at the hospital. But then as a nurse, if you happen to have a gunshot patient outside the hospital, your priority is to look around and make sure that you are safe and the patient is safe. Then you now go into action to make sure that the person's ABC, that's the breathing and other things that are intact. If not, you have to, try to make sure that the breathing is normal, do your cardiac massage, and then the rest. Then on the injury sites, you have to, wrap it with a clean cloth or handkerchief. Make sure that if the bullet is still there, don't remove it. Because if you do, the person can bleed to death. So you now have to stabilize the patient, then, make a call for aids. Then you transfer the person to the hospital.
Okay, so for someone who is a non-medical person and probably sees another person, excuse me, who sustained a gunshot wound, what should the person do?
Okay,
should
if
you try to clean the wound or stabilize? What do you do to stabilize the patient, depending when help comes or when you're able to get to the hospital?
Okay, if you're a non-medical person, the aim of first aid in every situation is to make sure that you do the primary things to make sure that life doesn't go out of the person. So what you have to do is to, one, in fact, it's good that everybody know the primary principle of resuscitation, okay?
Yeah.
So you can remove the tight clothings so that the patient will start breathing well. If there are onlookers, make sure that they are not very close so that the person can breathe well. Then you can do your cardiac massage and then send for help as soon as possible.
Okay, so but this controversy with rejecting, gunshot, victims, right? I'm not talking the legal aspect now. I'm talking the human, humanity aspect. Is it still in practice where a victim is brought with gunshot wounds and they say go and get police a certain document? Is it still in practice?
Though since 2017, there has been a law promulgated on this issue that nobody should reject a gunshot patient, whether in public area or private area. But then, unfortunately, you still see some people that do it now. I don't know if they do it out of ignorance or what. And they don't even know that if they are being, if they are being caught up with that thing, they will go for reason. They will go to 6 months jail or pay fine of 100,000 naira or more. But people still do it. It's unfortunate. I think it's a stigma because of gunshots. People think you are a criminal.
Okay, so for someone or maybe a group of people who rushed a gunshot victim to the hospital and is rejected, what should they do? What should they do? I know that they could report, but what is the next thing they should do just to make sure that the life is saved?
Well, if you go to any hospital...
Sorry to cut you short. Let me just give you a little context. So what should they do? Should their patient be rejected? Should they threaten, the staff, with, police, whatever, because there's a policy saying you should treat, or they should just look for an alternative? What would you suggest they do to save the life of this person?
Well, I think that's what the person should do is to be able to tell the healthcare providers at that moment the implication of what they are doing. Okay? It's not just about stress. Remember that life is involved. So you should be able to tell them that there is a law that says that you should be able to treat my patient. So, but if they refuse, well, you may not be there struggling with them. You can just pull the person and go to the next available center. But then, it's very good that everybody should know that gunshot victims, they have life to be alive because all of them are not guilty.
They're actually guilty. They're actually innocent until proven guilty.
Until proven otherwise.
Okay. So now, how do you, advise, assuming you're brought in as a consultant, how do you advise that advocacy, towards this, area? How do you advise that it goes out? What advocacy frameworks would you suggest to the government and to individuals?
Yes, I think that the government has done their part by giving us this law. Then the remaining is now for us, the healthcare providers, to always make sure that in our workshops and seminars, we tell our people the basic thing, that we should not reject them. And if we understand it and we start doing it, there wouldn't be any problem.
Absolutely. All right. So, what other? Before we let you go, what's the role of non-governmental organizations in this whole, discussion?
The non-governmental organization that is interested in what we are saying can usually partner. They can partner with the governmental organization and be able to provide these services. And if they do so, it will be very beneficial to everybody.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Ada, for your time. Hi, Dr. Chukwuike. Thank you for coming on the show.
Thank you so much.
So I had this conversation earlier where we talked about how polio has been effectively eradicated, right, via vaccination. I don't know, were there other interventions or just strictly through vaccination?
Yes, primarily through vaccination, but vaccine alone would not be allowed. We need to also guard against possible importation. Countries can be declared polio-free, like Nigeria was declared polio-free in August 2020. Yeah, we are declared polio-free, but at the same time, we did not step down. Yeah, we have people at the borders watching for possible import of cases, so that if you see such thing, there will be triaged and samples taken and tested. So when we vaccinate, sure, we also need to increase our guides to ensure that we don't have imported cases.
Okay, so since 2020, that is 5-6 years since, has there been reported sporadic cases of polio anywhere, or it has been cold and silent ever since?
Now, to answer the question straight, before that 2020, in the international community, we have what we call the pain. We have Pakistan, we have Afghanistan, we have Nigeria, India and Nigeria, PAIN. These 4 countries constitute the burden of the highest burden of polio, white polio viruses all over the world, with all the interventions being put into it. But gradually countries began to do the needful. India left and Nigeria followed. Since 2020, we've not had wide polio virus dictated anywhere in Nigeria. And Nigeria happens to be the last country in the continent of Africa to be declared polio-free. So as at today, every country in African region is declared polio-free. However, we have what we call the circulating vaccine-derived polio virus. This is a mutant of vaccine candidate. When we vaccinate children that are malnourished, that are immunocompromised, and when vaccine coverage is not high, the problem we have is that the vaccine strain seems to mutate and give rise to what we call the vaccine-derived polio viruses. It's not the white polio virus. Thank you.
Okay, so in your opinion and given your expertise, how can we replicate what happened with polio with other, communicable, diseases like hepatitis, yellow fever? Yellow fever has a vaccine.
Sure.
How do we replicate this? How do we take the framework and replicate it and see that we eradicate these other ones?
All right. One of the good things that happened to countries in Sub-Saharan Africa was the initial partnership we had with the West. They developed capacity. When we talk about capacity, human capacity, infrastructural capacity that we were able to use to contain polio. A lot of people were trained as vaccinators. A lot of people are trained on field epidemiologists. A lot of people are trained for identification of cases using case definition protocols. A lot of people are trained in sample management. Coolies are trained also in testing. So what has happened over time is that with polio being eradicated, we knew that we were not yet done with potential infectious materials, more so vaccine preventable diseases. So there was a transition. The same structure we use in polio in Nigeria was used in COVID. The same structure we use was used in our own environment, Lassa. Currently, we have massive epidemic of Lassa in the country.
Yes.
So the infrastructure we use in polio containment is exactly what we are using now to do the surveillance, dictate cases, identify cases, and also for treatment protocol. However, some of them, we don't have vaccine already, like for instance, Lassa, we don't have vaccine, but there is an ongoing phase 3 vaccine trial happening in Ghana, which is just a neighboring country there. So we believe that when that is done and vaccine is accepted, that we'll have vaccine for such things.
Okay, we're very hopeful. But let me ask this hypothetical question. Should COVID reemerge, how ready are we as a nation?
I'm not trying to run my country down, but the truth is that the whole lesson, many countries continued building on experiences we had in COVID. COVID opened up so many things, how good, how bad our systems were. Currently, if we have a pandemic of that nature, I doubt whether this country is ready. One, not because of infrastructure is there, but we've lost the best hands. We've lost the best brains. We've lost almost all the people. If you send out your CV out of this country, and there is an evidence that you are among those frontline health workers that combated COVID in Nigeria, so many countries will give you employment. So we've lost so many people due to the Jabba syndrome that we have in the country. So if we happen to have such now, I doubt. But however, we still maintain the succession plan. We are still training younger colleagues, people. But the truth is that you graduate them in schools, the next moment you are getting an application, chief, please sign this, I want to travel out of the country. So we are losing our best hands, our best brains, and best everything to other countries of the world.
Yeah, that's so true. But aside training of younger ones, are there other contingency, plans should, for example, Lassa is here with us. What is the plan? I mean, in terms of contact tracing, quarantine, just walk us through it.
Now, let's use what we have at hand. Now, Lassa is ravaging. Now, in Enugu here, we have the international airport.
Yeah.
The unit where I work, we are always placed on alert. Yesterday, I left the hospital almost past 7 p.m. There was an alert. Stand by, we might have a suspected case of one of these viral hemorrhagic, we don't know. So we have to stay back. So when we have such thing, number one is that there is a case definition. People are trained to identify who is possibly, did this person make the case definition? If the person made the case definition, you triage. You put the person out of the public, and you now collect sample, send the sample, triple packaging. Colleagues are trained how to sample this and to transport these samples in a way that it will not lose its potency. So we convert them on cold chain, and colleagues in the laboratory will, and the person is already in isolation, the patient, the suspected patient. So now when the test is done using PCR, and the result is positive or negative, it is also communicated back. If it happens to be positive, there is an active case search. You now do line listing, you do contact tracing. Where have you been in the last 2 hours? Where have you been in the last 3 hours, last 24 hours? Who and who did you meet there? The line lists are made. People are told to isolate because somebody that you had contact with was confirmed positive for this virus or this bacteria, in this case, Lassa, and that person is kept monitored temperature for possible sign. If there happens to be any, the index of suspicion is high enough, the person is sampled and sample tested.
Yeah.
If the person is positive, the person will also go in isolation. And we have good hands in the clinic that we handle and treat those conditions.
All right, thank you so much. That's so reassuring. And thank you so much for the important work you are doing, Dr. Chinedu Chimike. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming on the show. So tell us, you're a deputy director currently, and you're assistant director currently, and you're in charge of blood banking with the federal Hospital, National Orthopedic Hospital. Beautiful. Tell us, in your expertise and your experience, what is the state of blood banking? Let's start with Enugu first.
Well, the state of blood banking in the Enugu state is still, we've not gotten there. We're still trying to catch up. When you compare to Lagos State, I think if you check how everything is being done in Lagos, if you compare it to Enugu, we are still very, very far behind. In Lagos, they are now, you can trace any blood. Blood can be traced. Any blood registered in Lagos State Blood Transfusion Service can be traced and is centrally screened. But here, people are still, I think it's a lack of effort from government to put in policies that will and strengthen the policy. It's one thing to make policy, another is to follow it up. And people are taking advantage of demand in blood to, practice quackery, And since the regulators are not doing what they're supposed to do, we are still lagging behind.
All right, so I want you to walk us through what you mean by blood is screened, centrally, yeah? Blood is, you said something about central...
like in Lagos State...
Screening.
Every blood is screened by the government. They have they have centers where you take your blood to. Whether you, let's say, for instance, now, we have a center for screening in, let's say, orthopedic hospital, and you bled somebody in Nsukka. If there are no center in Nsukka, you send it to Enugu. But in Lagos, they have so many centers. So you take it to that center where it is screened, and it's screened with the latest equipment. And then they put the logo, the state logo, on that blood.
So if I understand you correctly, blood banking is strictly a public service affair. There's no private, arrangement.
So there is private and there is public. But government controls the whole thing. Yes, they make sure that every blood is safe for the patient to take. If any blood that doesn't have a logo of the Lagos State government, you don't transfuse. It's an offense to transfuse.
Okay, so if you were commissioner for health for a week, or you were brought in as a healthcare consultant, what would you do differently to improve, blood banking in Enugu?
What I will do is to formulate policy and ensure that those policies are followed. Take a cue from Lagos State. Make sure that people that are supposed to be in blood banking are there. Because you have a lot of quacks in Enugu, and a lot of things are being done. So formulate policies, follow it up, then create the awareness, and then train people on proper and best practices in blood banking.
Okay, so someone is in need of blood type O versus D negative. It's very rare, right? The negative rhesus, you're the hematologist, so you understand what I mean.
Yes.
So how does one procure it? Because they are not readily available, just the way like rhesus D positive is. So what would be your advice to this person?
Well, we have so many blood bankers in Enugu. So you make contacts. Let's say you're in UNTH and it's not available. Contacts could be made. Like we have an association of blood bankers in Enugu, and we are trying to come together to,
sanitize.
Get some policies which will submit to relevant authorities to strengthen the blood banking in Enugu. So we also have a WhatsApp group. So if there is need for maybe negative, as you said, and it's not available in UNTH, you can contact other blood bankers. If they have, they will now supply.
Okay, so What do you have to say about commercial donors? People who donate blood for a fee. Are they really necessary, for lack of a better word, necessary evil? What are your thoughts?
Well, for now, we are dependent on them. They are our lifesavers. Because much of the blood we get is from commercial donors. Our people are too maybe superstitious. People do not want to donate blood. You know, you see people, there's somebody, the father needed blood, and he was asked to come and donate. Or can came short, what? You know? So our people are not ready for now. So we need awareness, create more awareness, tell people about the importance of donation so that gradually commercial donation will be reduced. But for now, without commercial donation, we are not going anywhere. We can't meet up with demands.
You know that women bleed every month, right? So every month, a part of their blood goes out, physiologically. But men, it's not the same thing with men. But there's this school of thought that thinks, or that says, that men ought to donate blood to keep healthy. Is this a conspiracy theory, or is there any truth to it?
Well, in donation, we have criteria, which if you meet up with the criteria, you donate. There's nothing like, unless like a woman that's menstruating, during your period of menstruation, you don't donate.
Okay.
But any other thing apart from that, once you meet up with the criteria, you can donate.
Male or female, you go ahead and donate.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much, Mr. Fine, for your time. Okay, so tell us, what makes you tick as a human being? What makes you excited? What makes you go?
Okay, what makes me so excited as a human being is I have the ability to reach out to many persons in the world, most especially in my profession as a dental therapist.
Wow, you're a dental therapist. Yes. So what was the passion? What was the nudging that made you feel, you know what? I'm going for dental therapy.
Wow. Okay, the nudging is first that thing I look into someone if I'm talking to you is your teeth.
Mm-hmm.
So I hate seeing calculuses in the mouth of people. That is the milky part. It irritates. So I was like, there's a way out. So we are into preventive dentistry. So we are the one that prevents you from going for restorative. That is going, if you don't take care of your teeth. So the mouth is the gateway to the body. So you have to take care of your body. A healthy mouth is a healthy being. So all we do is to go to oral health instruction to different communities, give a oral health instruction, how to take care of your oral health. So that was what inspired me most.
Oh, brilliant. So how would you advise someone who is experiencing, mouth odor? How would you advise the person to, manage the mouth odor, actually treat that mouth odor?
All right. Talking about mouth odor, we're going to say that is halitosis. Mouth odor can be caused by some cancer, that's oral cancer, or maybe from the lungs, or it can be something that someone does not take care of his or herself by brushing teeth. Most times, people go to bed late at night, eating and sleeping, instead of brushing late at night before sleeping. Instruction is brush your teeth before you go to bed. That is the last thing you have to do. So when you follow the procedure, you find out that you will lack mouth odor. And another thing is, do your toothpaste, that is your dental frizz, does it have a fluoride? We can see what has killed dental practices, that is Agnes Woma. It's so cheap. People go into it, but the thing there is it has a high abrasive agent. It doesn't kill odor. It causes a lot of harm. So we advise people, when you go to pick up a toothbrush, first of all, get a toothbrush as an adult, the medium toothbrush, and then use a dental frizz, that is a toothpaste that has fluoride. So before you pick a toothpaste, look at it. It's written fluoride.
So it's very important. You have to do that first. Then you brush morning and night after eating.
So we are made to understand that there's a right way to brush.
Yes.
Can you walk us through that,
Okay.
protocol?
All right. Actually, I'm not with my model, but I can just demonstrate. First of all, when you're brushing, we have something called sweeping method.
Mm-hmm.
You don't do like this. You brush upwards.
As if you're scooping.
Yes, as if you're sweeping. When you want to brush inside, you bring it out, brush the same way. But the challenge there is that when people are brushing, when you brush like this, the particles in between, that is the hole, interpersonal spaces, would definitely, particle will remain inside. All you do, you are just massaging, just playing with. But once you scoop up, the particles goes up. And then when you are now brushing, you brush inside the tongue. Or the tongue and the hard palate. Some don't brush up, they only brush the tongue, forgetting that the hard palate, some particles can be there. And when you speak, it causes mouth odor. And then, how do you brush? You take a little dentifrice, that is a toothpaste, little, tip into your brush. Some will line it up. I never imagine using too much of Omo detergents to wash clothes. It doesn't wash off dirt, rather it makes a lot of soap. That is how it is. So when you take a little, when you brush, after brushing, you find out that you don't rinse. The other thing, you don't rinse your mouth yet. You spit as much as possible. Spit out till you're comfortable, and then go sleep with the toothpaste in your mouth. So when you wake up in the morning, you now rinse and eat, and then brush again without rinsing.
Interesting. So, there's this question I wanted to ask you before we let you go. What is the indication for braces? You normally see people on braces. So, what maybe dental deformity will be an indication for someone to go and say, okay, you know what, I need to get some braces.
Okay, braces. We have different braces. Some people go for fashion braces, just for fashion. Then we have the one for dental, which the braces that is to correction of teeth. When there is misalignment, when the upper edge is not occluding with the lower one. So it causes the person, when you're talking, there's a misalignment. So it helps in correction. Most times it can be 2 years, it can be 1 year. It depends on the person's signals or corresponding areas of the teeth.
All right. Thank you so much, my darling, for enlightening us and teaching us how to brush correctly. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Now, you're my friend, and I know a little bit about you, right?
Okay.
Can you take us through what you went through, yourself and your lovely wife, what you went through with your first child? I know it's something that is very close to your heart, but maybe someone will hear your story and learn from it. So, what went down, after the child was born?
Okay. After the child was born.
Yes.
It was really a very bad experience. One of the most tragic experiences I've ever experienced in my life.
Okay.
Yeah, because what happened is that, imagine expecting a baby, and after 9 months, what you have was a dead child in your hand. And they have to put it in a carton and go and bury after 9 months journey of expectation. So it was a stillbirth, and the experience, you have to have a dead child in your hand, and then I can't bury it.
Wow. So what was
the first experience?
So how were you able to deal with the emotional roller coaster, especially with your wife?
Okay. First is God. I would say it's God because I believe in God and I trust Him. So what happened is this. I have to take consolation in God's word because I know the only source of hope, one of the greatest
and the only source of hope in the world is God's word.
Yes.
So, by meditation, prayer, God uh, have to help me to be able to understand that this thing has just happened, but it's not the end of the world.
Sure.
So I meet my wife. I told her that this thing can happen is not the end. That God permitting this to happen, there is something that is behind that. After all, everybody know throughout that season, even in the church, we are very busy praying and all of that. And it just happened. And people are telling you are a pastor, you can, but I have to call my wife and say, this is not the end of the road. And if God permits this, it's for a reason. Let's just trust him and believe him on what happened. And I know he has the best for us. And, most of the time, something in life happens to you if you're a person of faith, is to make you get offended with God. If we can be able to deal with that at that time, the breakthrough is the next line. And what happened? It happened in August. By December, January, she was pregnant again for a child.
Oh, wow. Beautiful.
And we have the baby now.
Congratulations. Yes. So tell us about Kind Hearts.
Kind World.
Kind World.
Okay.
Kind World Foundation.
Kind World Transformation Initiative.
Yes.
Okay. Kind World Transformation Initiative is a service organization that takes the responsibility of human development, beginning from character development, leadership, governance, and how it relates to societal reformation. Basically from faith-based, how our experiences with God, our experiences with the love of God, our experiences with the good things we receive from God, how we can take it to the society. Because the second and the most greatest commandment is to love your neighbor as you love yourself. Everything we are doing with God, if you cannot find a way to take it to the society, to humanity, to benefit from it and to be impacted with it, you failed in between the two gaps.
True. So how have you managed, seeing that it is faith-based, it's non-governmental, how have you managed with funding? Because you need funds to, drive advocacy.
One of the help God have helped us is in the pursuit of any cause in this life. There are people that share the same interest with you. The only thing you keep praying and working for is to find people that share the same interest with you, because it's a 50-50. You are now conducting this interview. You are not here and you are not there, you are not there. There are people who share similar faith, similar belief. In fact, your win is their win. They're doing this, they know this is part of their life. It gives them excitement, it gives them fulfillment. So in the course of our course and the pursuit, we've been praying to God to bring us in line with people who share the same faith with us, who, being part of what we are doing, they are fulfilled. They are not, you are not persuading them, you are not manipulating them. They are doing it willingly and they are doing it out of their heart. They know that what you are doing is the same cause, just that they share the same, it's just like a partnership and collaboration. Thank you.
All right. So where do you see Kind World in the next 10 years in terms of impact?
Okay. By the special grace of God, we are just starting and we are building a system. And by next 10 years, we believe that we will not be at the spot where we started now. We believe at least we are just still in Enugu. This is Enugu to the world. That in the next 10 years, at least, we will span across, even at least to the continent of the world. Not just the vision and the idea is not for maybe just a nation. It's kind world, kind world. So we are building a system whereby that is involved in both human development and societal transformation. So in the next 10 years, at least we are believing God that our impact will cross across the continent of the world.
Absolutely, and I share the same sentiments with you. So thank you so much, Master, for your time.
You're welcome.
Thank you, my friend. Okay, so your business name is Sophie Bakes, am I right?
Yes, ma'am.
So what's inspired your passion towards bakery and confectionery?
I would say my love for cooking actually inspired me to start the business.
when I was in school during that COVID break, I was at home, I was not doing anything. And there's this my auntie, she bakes. So I usually go to her house to help her with her babies. So that's seeing her bake and seeing her do those things, like it inspired me to at least learn, but not for commercial purposes, for just my family and loved ones. But as time went on, being the social butterfly that I am, I posted it on my status that I made this. People started reaching out to me to make those things for them and getting like making like small money from it. It inspired me to make it like something commercial. Yeah.
Okay, so as a healthcare professional, how are you able to balance the two? Because there are two full-time jobs. How do you manage that?
I don't even know how I managed to do it, but will I say I love money? I don't know, I don't like being idle. That's just the thing. And if there's any like avenue to make money, involve me. That is it. So once it's about money, once it brings money to the table, like I'm 100% game, I'll put in my best to do it. So it's actually hard trying to balance these two things, but I told you it's just something that I love doing. So I think that drives me to keep doing it. Yeah.
So how were you able to get seed funding to start, plunge deep into this business?
Okay, baking business is not a business that actually requires a lot to start. Like I said, I started it as a hobby. My mom owns a gas that has an oven. So getting an oven then was not a big deal for me. So whenever I make cakes for people, the small gain I get from it, I invest it into the business immediately to get materials for my business, to get equipment for my business. So as time went on, my family saw that this is really my interest. They pumped money into the business, and yeah, I was able to purchase those big equipment and then start it like as a business and actually gave it a name. So yeah.
So interestingly, there was a time that the cost of flour was over the roof. But after a while, it started coming down. But we have not seen a corresponding reduction in cost of cakes and bread and things like that. Why do you think that is?
The price difference then and now is there is no significant price difference. I would say the price actually skyrocketed, I think by three times the actual price, and reducing just like 2,000 naira difference or 3,000 naira difference. The decrease in the price was not much. So, and as the price of flour came down, we all know that we use eggs in baking too. So the prices of eggs too are skyrocketing. So that's also we are trying to balance the price of eggs with that of flour. So yeah, that's just it.
So what would be the biggest gig or biggest job you had to do as a baker?
Okay, that would be having 3 wedding cakes on the same day. Wow. I wanted to push myself then. They were big cakes, and then it came with a lot of, like, after calculating the gain, I would realize from that, I decided to take the job. And I took the job not knowing that my examination would also be in that same time frame. So on the day I was even supposed to deliver the cakes, I had an exam on that day. I cried. But what will I do? I employed the help of my friends. I went to a baking school actually. So I called on my colleagues to help me. I baked the cakes, but I didn't cover all. So they helped me cover some of the cakes. And then I was able to, I actually started delivering. The event planners of the weddings, they helped me out. Deliveries for wedding cake usually starts around 11, 12. That's if the cakes are not so big. But the cakes they are not so big. So I begged the event planners to help me like decorate the stage so that I can come do my work around 7, 8 because my exam is by 9. So they actually helped me. I actually got to school around some minutes past 9 and they were already entering the exam hall. I just rushed, wore my clothes and entered the exam hall with them.
Wow, wow. Thank you so much, Sophie Bakes, for your insights. Your so you need to know when to. When. His Royal Highness Igwe Chinedu Nwobodo, thank you for joining us on the show.
Thank you, my sister.
So, you wrote a book.
Yes.
Is in reprint, if I'm not wrong.
That should be the third edition of the same book.
But there's something contained in that book that actually touches my soul, and that's the issue of the caste system. Can you walk us through the caste systems in Enugu and how it has affected our development?
Yeah, eventually, caste system, by purpose of hindsight, is a social stratification where people are stratified into either Amadi, Ohu, Obie, or outcasts, Osu system in Igbo land. So, and it became worrisome because I retired from a hospital system, and it's based on purity and pollution. And when I came into the hospital system, I found out that when people are sick and that person needed a blood transfusion, nobody asks which of the social stratification. It could be the blood of the person you stratified as Osu that is not pure, that is saving that person who assumed wrongly to be the only freeborn.
Yeah.
So I had to do a study about that. And my study was revealing, especially in Nkanu land. In the very first place in Nkanu land, according to Uchendu 1965, on page 59, way back to 1965, Uchendu had found out that Nkanu caste system contradicted the understanding of the most popular scholars all over. For example, in India, where the only nation we know that the caste system runs, we have the Brahmins, we have the Kshatriyas, we have the Vaishyas, we have the Sudras, and we have the Dalits, the people they call the untouchable. These people they call the untouchable, who should be the Osu in Igbo land. They don't go to the same church, they don't live in the same area, they don't source water from the same source. But in Kano land here, the same people you say are the Osu or the Obias are the chief priests. When ordinarily they should not come into there. It shows me that the Osu caste system in Kano is a fake one.
Okay, so if I'm to ask, you found out a very faulty foundation and the fact that it's unfounded, the caste system in Nkanu is unfounded.
Yeah,
How do we begin to undo, I mean, the wrong? You know, because this is a crime against, you know, human beings. How do we begin to undo it?
Yeah, eventually it has been undone. Way back to 1956, the government of Eastern Nigeria had outlawed that. In 2018, the Imo Nation outlawed that in Nri. In 2021, within the Nsukka area, it's already outlawed. But if you have found yourself that you are such a person classified that way, I want to tell you that the onus to begin to fight against it is on you. Like Chinua Achebe will write it, until the animals, lions in particular, begin to have their own historians, the history of the hunt will always glorify the hunter.
Interesting.
So the people who are involved should stand up because it's already outlawed. Challenge those things. Stand up for it. I see it as a psychodemography where people use it to achieve some political gains.
Yes.
Then again, Kenneth Kaunda, because the person who is affected has to stand up. Kenneth Kaunda, in his book, he called Zambia Shall Be Free. He told any political prisoner, any people who are discriminated against, either because of their skin or because of accident or birth, that they should see themselves as a people. And the man says, when an oppressed people understand the cause, become prepared to suffer for that cause, see honor and glory in such suffering, it becomes indeed impossible to suppress them or the cause they stand for. People should be seen prosecuted for this social injustice. People should be seen prosecuted for this abuse of human rights. As somebody who worked in a hospital, I sat back, and of course I was in charge of production of UNTH News. I covered the entire aspect of the hospital system. When somebody has an accident, the person has lost blood. What we are looking for is the person that will donate blood. And that person could be seen, could be saved by somebody you had unjustly classified as impure. The same blood system runs in you. Once it is O positive, you take it. Once it is A, or that you are A, you can take O. Nobody asks which social stratification is this person donating this blood. Right. So what kind of foolish people are we painting ourselves to be?
So if somebody is looking at you and the person is saying you have this stand and you're speaking with so much authority, given your pedigree, your experience.
Yes.
But there's this couple, this young, couple about to get married, and this is an issue. How would you advise them?
My advice to them is ability to stand up against injustice. Once two of them agree, if your parents say otherwise, go and get married in court. Drop the bride price there. When they like, they'll go and pick it.
Interesting. So tell us, how did your service as a unionist, how did it shape your worldview? Because you were a unionist, you were a journalist, then you became a unionist, then you're now a traditional ruler. So how did your service as a unionist, how did it shape your worldview? Because I'm looking at it and I'm seeing aluta. So tell us.
Well, eventually, my nature is that from, I can remember I had fought for about 3 times. That is physical fight. Yes. All my life, I remember I had fought for 3 times. And in those 3 occasions, I was standing up for somebody being oppressed. So it's a kind of nature running in me. When I got into the hospital, I used to be on the quiet side, but I found out that greater percentage of the people working there, including the professors in that hospital, including medical doctors, some of them may be here, they may not have time to speak for themselves. And somebody has to stand up to say that what is wrong is wrong. What is right is right. I suffered some injuries for standing up like that, but I am happy. Instead of doing justice, I suffered injustice for people to be free. And that is what I am still standing up for. Discussing this, you wanted us to discuss. Anybody who is being stratified wrongly, I want to tell the people that some blood that may have considered impure have saved those or some of the bloods that were considered to be pure. Those things were fallacy, baseless. Thank you.
Okay, so before we let you go, there's this leader his name seems to escape my memory right now, but you always refer to him, you always take reference from him. He's the leader of not Malaysia, the other one that starts with an S.
Okay, my friend Lee
Yes,
my friend
Lincoln.
Lee
Yes, yes.
the Prime Minister of Singapore.
Singapore. Thank you very
Yes.
much. Tell us what leadership skills or traits, do you hold there that you say that you actually learned reading or researching this man?
Yeah, being a leader, you have to be dispassionate. How I wish we have all the time to tell you a story of how he solved the menace of the headers. And we have been playing hide and seek game about.
Mm-hmm.
In India, for example, there was this headers menace. Sorry, in Malaysia, there was this headers menace by the Indians. Lee Kuan Yew solved the problem on a day. He was sitting in his office, looking out through his window. He saw a lawyer, himself a lawyer, racing to court, ran into cattle on the road and died. He called all his men. What do we do? One single action. Any cattle you see on the road, or any cattle that is not ranched, catch the cattle, leave the owner, kill the cattle, send the meat to the Cheshire home. Nobody told the Indians to ranch their cows. If our government is sincere, cattle does not have freedom of movement. Human beings have freedom of movement. Summon that will, courage, dispassionateness. Catch the cows as government, kill them, take the meat to the motherless babies' home, take the meat to the old people's home, take the meat to the catering department of our hospitals. Nobody will tell them to ranch their cows.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your insights, sir. All right, so we'll go on a short break. We'll go just very short break so our witnesses and our timekeepers can have time to, come on their new shifts, and the old ones will go and rest. So put your hands together for being so patient. This one, come on, me have it. Okay.
So we're trying to figure out someone else to it's because the session among
What is she talking about? What is she talking? Tell her we'll find for transport. We'll find her transport.
What if you drove around?
Hello, baby, for a driver to drive her. Keep her here. No. Can I stop? Can I stop? Can I go? Oh. So let me make welcome Mazi Ihain Boko with a standing ovation if we can, or a clap. Thank you. Hi, you're one guy that always turns up and you impress me with your outfits all the time. You don't disappoint, especially when it comes to traditional, outfits. So let me ask you, what inspired this outfit?
I mean, sense of identity. So there's a certain pride that comes when you know who you are and when you know what you represent. So how I make my appearances is determined by that sense of identity. And I'm always happy to show my Igbo-ness. And I'm proud to be called an Igbotic person.
Igbotic Ifeanyi. All right, so I see you wear a red cap. I don't know if I'm correct, but it's usually traditional chiefs that are allowed to wear red caps. So, are you a traditional chief? And if you are, what exactly is the title?
Okay. Certain places, as a result of the work I do, have bestowed on me different titles. So, but the one I prefer is the one they call Deacon Abalis. So that's the one I prefer.
DK and Awalizu. I love that. So you've traveled you've traveled some countries, most countries actually, and it's due to the kind of work you do and how important it is. So tell us, what does it find you do? What's your work?
So I describe myself as a cultural storyteller and a documentarian, right? So our work is predicated on the need to document the story and journey of the Igbo person. Because if you look at a lot of other cultures, you find out that the Igbo person is likely not to know their identity, their history, or where they come from. So it has become very imperative for someone to stand in a gap to do all of that and to find ways to transmit that across cultures, music, fashion, language, and other related disciplines. And that is what we do. That underpins our work at the Center for Memories in Chatandibo.
We'll get to that, but something you said just brought back this memory of a saying in Igbo. Namwe zade fulamba.
That's right.
What it literally means is that the child of a king doesn't get lost in a far land. But it seems as though that has become, the opposite has become the case, especially with the Igbo, nation. A lot of families, Igbo families, the kids can't speak Igbo, they don't know where they're coming from, and things like that. How do you think the job, or what are some activities within, your work and in the Center of Memories that are geared towards bringing the Igbo people back to their roots in terms of language, culture, marriage, and what have you?
The average Igbo person is challenged, is in a dilemma, right? The dilemma is simple. Identity, right? So if you have read Things Fall Apart, you understand the clash between tradition and change. So people were born in a certain cultural milieu, and they were used to behaving in a certain kind of way. Their spirituality, their medicine, their architecture, every form of their existence was formed by a certain way of life wrapped in ordinary, right? Which ordinary forms the entire worldview of Ndibo, not just spirituality. When you mention ordinary, people think it's just spirituality. But ordinary is everything that is expected of everybody within that cultural milieu. So, but then the change came, and the change was occasioned by crisis and an introduction of a new way of life. And if you see a lot of people who are at that intersection, you find out that it's actually very difficult for them to advance, to make move, to progress. And then you remember the events of the 1960s, from say 1965 to 1970. It worsened the situation because a lot of people who would ordinarily identify as Igbo, as a result of that, has chosen to form a new identity for themselves. So going on without, talking about this, without finding a way to dissect all of this, has found the Igbo person to have, formed a new identity for themselves. And that has become a big burden for the Center for Memories. And we have to find ways to unravel all of this. And I guess we are doing right with the little things that we've done since inception. And for us, we know that we still have a lot of work to do, and we are doing it. We're not going to back up.
Absolutely. I see you go strong with Nkatu Maka, Nkatu Mibe, the museum, and I've seen some international Hollywood stars. Even those that are not from Igbo extract, they come and they see, especially knowing that there was a time history was taken out of the school curriculum. So my question now is, I want you to mention a particular product of Center for Memories, and then tell us exactly what they are addressing. It could be Nkatu Mwaka. just pick one particular product and just break it down for us so that we can understand.
You know, where I came with a new product, but I told myself, we have 5 minutes. I can't even have the opportunity to, show you. I have something that we think should be in every home. So when we did a little research, we realized that it was not incompetency. It was not lack of desire, but lack of learning resources that has made a lot of families and schools not to avail the children or their wards the opportunity to learn Igbo language. And then what did we do? We worked with a lot of tutors and developed the Mara cards. So it's actually an advanced card that somebody can use to learn Igbo language. The ABCD, it speaks to you, it's verbal. You can use it to learn the spellings, the pronunciation. I have it here with me, but I couldn't have brought it because it would take a lot of time to engage. But beyond the physical thing, I try to see the work we do as intangible. Because if you look through the 15 exhibitions that we've done from all Landi Igbo, and the one we intend to open by December, which deals directly with the origin of Ndi Igbo, Mbido. We've been working on this because a lot of Igbo persons do not know how. Some will tell you that they are Jews, others will tell you they came from Nri. But again, in the work we do, we have 5 cultural linguistic divisions of Ndi Igbo. So when you begin to look at the northern Igbo, the eastern Igbo, who are referred to as cross-Siberian Igbo. Yeah. The northern Igbo is the Abakaleke area, the western Igbo is the Eka, Ebanke area, the southern Igbo, Owerri, Olu, So you look at their stories are quite different. And then, for instance, the cross-Siberian Igbos, by the 20th century, a lot of them were not even seen as Igbo people. So the Arochukwus, the Ohofias, and a lot of other, places within that area, the Afigbos, so it actually, gives us a form of understanding about who we are. And I think we are ready, to unveil, that work to a lot of people. And it is coupled by a lot of works done by the likes of Adiela Afibo. If you've read the Ropes of Sand, the Igbos and their neighbors, and then the beautiful work of Elizabeth Isichei, the history of Ndibo, the works of Victor Chikwendo, the works of Catherine Acholono, they lived before Adam. So I don't know if you've read that. So we are putting a lot of things together, and we are working with historians of international repute who are going to work together in curating this particular exhibition for a lot of people to help them understand who they are, where they are coming from, and where they are headed. So you look at what we've done with Nkata Umibe, for instance. Nkata is a thought leadership program. So Nkata didn't just come out. Now Nkata was born as a result of the gap that has existed in programs of such nature. One is the one that was started by Sam Mbakwe by 1976. The Ayajoko lecture that were done in Imo State. But by 1996, during the government of, I think, Sani Abacha, that program was banned. And so it gave rise to another program called Odenibo Lecture Series by the Archdiocese of Owerri. In fact, it was actually bettered by Archbishop Anthony Obinna. So, and during, I think, somewhere around 2000, that program came to a hiatus. And then in 2018, by May specifically, the Center for Memories decided to plug that gap by establishing Nkata Umibe to continue that thought leadership that Ndibo we are renowned for. Because, sorry, we make a lot of mistakes. When we think about Igbo people, we only think about them as traders, merchants. No, we were a creative, philosophical people. That was the society that Igbo culture was founded on. And that is why when you look at the Igbo metaphors, Igbo proverbs, you find a lot of deeply philosophical, intellectual words encoded in it that enables everybody to, get the skill of critical thinking. Because an Igbo person could have actually told you to stop stealing, but they will wrap it in such a way that would enable you to think critically. Do you know what it means to work with Ake and Wenofe? So it's actually a deeply philosophical society that whenever a word is uttered, one is expected to just take a deep breath and think through those words and find your deeper meanings in them.
All right. So finally, before I let you go, and very quickly, where do you see Center for Memories taking cultural diplomacy, to in terms of Igbo culture and what the Igbo stand for?
So what our experience over the years makes us feel like we're working in the right direction. So last year we worked with over 28 researchers from across different Ivy League in the world, from Harvard to Cambridge. All of them are coming down to the center to research. All of them are coming down to the center to ask about a very important phase for the Igbo people. And again, the number of diplomatic missions we've engaged within the center, from the US to the UK to the Irish, everybody finding their connections and similarities with Igbo people, coming down to the center to find out to deepen these connections. So for us, we feel like we need to take the Igbo story to the world, right? We've done that. We've done an exhibition. Even last year, the London Design Biennale, we focused on one site that is here in Enugu that a lot of people don't even know about, the Ledger iron smelting site, which the last carbon dating has actually shown that is actually the origin of iron age technology in the world, and not in China. It's in Enugu here in Ledger, right? So the Nigerian pavilion focused on that particular exhibition in London, and again, with the Smithsonian, which has the largest museum in the world, we are planning a couple of exhibitions between this year and next year. And so for us, we want people to understand that the Igbo contributed to the global body of knowledge and continues to contribute. Look at, for instance, what is happening in the UAE, where we have the cloud seeding. Is an arid zone, and today they can make rain fall. But in our place, we condemn and demonize Eyamiri, and we couldn't document it because it could have given us a lot of money. And look at Igbo architecture, for instance, in places like Finland. They give you a lot of allowances, to work with, so what we can call the OLO. I don't know the English variant for it. But the thing is this: our ancestors were wise. Our ancestors are one of the greatest people I know, and to look at the things that they've done and how to interpret it in the now to make sense and relevant to the people of the now is what drives us, and we'll continue to do all of that. So
absolutely. Thank you so much. Can we put a round of hands together for Mazi Haiboko? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Uche Chukwumerije, thank you for joining us.
It's a pleasure.
So very quickly, I want us to talk about supplements. There are a lot of companies that will come up and tell you, oh, it's a supplement that is the best. Oh, take this for this. Oh, this is the way forward. Please tell us what exactly are supplements.
Okay, thank you very much for that question. Supplements or dietary supplements are actually products that are meant to introduce nutrition or some beneficial ingredients to our diets. They do not replace diets, they are not drugs, but they are meant to help supplement our diet, hence the word supplement.
So why do people take it as though it's something that is prescribed? How do I put it now? Does it now mean that dietary supplements should be prescribed by a doctor, or it's something that can be gotten over the counter? You just feel a certain way, and why not? Let's take supplement. They say this one is good in purifying blood. How should someone go about taking supplements?
Okay, supplements really, the best way to take supplements is when it's beneficial, depending on the person's case profile, or maybe due to some life stages. That's when you take supplements. You won't say it is entirely wrong for someone to go over the counter to get some supplements, but it depends on the type of supplements the person is getting. Vitamin C is a supplement. Anybody can get vitamin C. But while getting it, the healthcare provider should tell them how to take it. Our people have this mentality of, the more the better, sure they say it's good. So maybe if I take it more, I get more benefit, but it doesn't work that way. Some of our fat soluble vitamins, when they accumulate in the system, they cause a lot of damage. That's why there's a dosage for all those supplements. Now, if someone is also on some other drugs, under medication, it is best to meet your medical practitioner to get some supplements because of drug-drug interactions. Some people that are on blood pressure medications may not take some supplements because it may affect their hearts. Some that are also on blood thinners may not take some supplements. So it actually depends on the person's case and the type of supplements the person wants to
So
take.
it's actually risky to go out and just take supplements without
Exactly.
like a doctor or a pharmacist prescribing it to you.
Yes.
Now, you've mentioned cases of contraindication. What about cases of overdose? Are there cases where people
yes.
overdose on supplements? Tell us
Yes,
about it.
yes. Like these are very common vitamin C. We know that the chemical name mainly is ascorbic acid, what it contains. Now, when you have a lot of ascorbic acid in your blood system, it also has its own problem. But the good thing is that vitamin C is water soluble. So because it is water soluble, it helps the body to really excrete it out. But we also know that when you start having a lot of ascorbic acid in your urine, it's also a problem because when you go to the lab, it gets tested, it's seen there. So overdose of any medication, no medication is free. Even the very ones, the ones that are drugs that we take, still have side effects. Take our very common paracetamol. While taking an overdose, it can give you liver damage. You understand? Something as simple and as cheap as paracetamol. So every medication, be it drug, be it supplements, should be taken in the right combination and in the right dosage at the right time.
So what supplements would you recommend for women who are premenopausal?
Magnesium. Yes, you know, during the times of our mothers, they will always say, menopause, menopause, is a sickness on its own. But thank God, with the advent of technology and improvement on our drugs in the society now, there are some drugs that a woman can be placed on. And you even know that you're either in the perimenopause or actually in the menopausal stage. What these drugs do is that they introduce those trace elements or those things that are already lacking in the system of that woman due to age. Because we know that the main problem is estrogen is dropping. And as estrogen is dropping, it's sending signals to the body. Oh, this woman no more needs this, or this woman no more needs that. So what those drugs do is that they now replace those things that are not being produced by the body, either in sufficient amounts, and those symptoms that comes with menopause are actually symptoms because of the reduction in the production or synthesis of some of those elements. So once you take those things in form of pills, tablet, capsule, liquid, powder form, in any form they come, it now helps augment what the body needs, and the symptoms go. So you can actually find a woman that it's either in her perimenopausal stage or in her menopausal stage, and she can actually be symptom-free.
All right. So finally, would you advocate people buy supplements from independent vendors or strictly from a pharmacy store?
Okay. At the risk of being biased, I think I will advise a pharmacy shop. Reason being that they have a regulatory body that regulates them. They have people that come to monitor even their drugs. Are they registered with NAFDAC? Are they expired? Are they what they are supposed to be? The truth is that a lot of people that market supplements promise what it can't do. A lot. And they spend so much on marketing and advertising that even you that know the truth may even be tempted to go and buy those drugs. Some of them don't list all those things contain, and some of the things that they even say it contains, it doesn't contain it. So you find out that people that take such medications are at a risk of organ damage or even affecting upsetting their normal body working system. So if you go to a pharmacist or you go to a pharmacy shop, you can be advised. And most times people don't even need these supplements. They just heard that Okeke is taking it and Okafor is taking that. Maybe that's why she has that beautiful skin.
Yeah.
Or maybe that was why her hair is long and everybody wants supplements. So, but when you go, you'll be asked, why do you want to take this? And if you're truthful enough, you will now be advised whether you even need it in the first place, or you can go with food. Our people, we don't know the value of food, and we are so rich over here in the food we have. Supplements cannot emphatically replace a good diet. When you take your whole grains that have fibers, your meals that have fibers, you take your vegetables and fruits that have the phytochemicals, nothing in a capsule can replace that. When you now add that supplement, it's an adjunct as a helpmate to just help augment if there is need for it.
Well, thank you so much, Uche, for helping us unpack this topic. God bless you.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Amaka, always looking fabulous.
Thank you.
So let's talk breast cancer.
Okay.
What are the earliest signs of breast cancer in women?
Okay, so before I start talking about the earliest signs of breast cancer in women, because I know that this is a diverse crowd, let's first of all understand what we mean by cancer.
Cancer, okay.
So cancer in a nutshell, I'd say, is uncontrolled and abnormal growth of cells, which can metastasize, go from one place to the other, and affect the organs and the body at large. So if we come at it from that perspective as an uncontrolled and abnormal growth of cells, you find out that the earliest sign or symptom of breast cancer is a lump in the breast. So many times, which is why we typically advocate for women to be familiar with their breasts, or what we call breast awareness, from as early as in your 20s, really. You become familiar with your breast, you do the self-breast examination, and then you also go on to see the healthcare worker who will do a clinical breast exam, ideally once every 3 years, and then thereafter you have imaging for those that are old enough, from 40 and above. We recommend mammogram as well as a breast ultrasound. So all of these things are geared towards picking up the breast lump, which is the commonest symptom in the breast. But having said that, I'd also be quick to point out that there are some types of breast cancer that present not with a lump, but with the change in the skin. And which is why for some, they go to the hospital and they ask, what is the texture of the skin? Sometimes it can be like an orange peel, and they may have missed the breast lump, but then they present with that orange scale appearance. And then there's also something we call inflammatory breast cancer, which is just around the nipple area, and it's kind of like reddish. So, but in the basic form, most times they will present with a breast lump, not necessarily a breast discharge, but typically a breast lump would be the earliest signs.
All right. Could you walk us through the different stages? We gather the stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, and stage 4.
Yeah, so when a doctor talks to you about stages of cancer, whether breast, prostate, or anything, what they are trying to do is to give an idea or let you know how extensive the lesion is. So when we say that is stage 1, it's typically really small. Same thing with stage 2. And then when you hear that it's gone on to stage 3, what we call locally advanced, which means it typically may not just be within the breast. For instance, if we're talking about breast cancer, because we use based on size, but then it has gone to other areas like the lymph nodes, like I said, abnormal growth of cells, which can go from leave where it is and go to other places. And then when you hear stage 4, this is what we call distant metastasis, in which case it has now entered the bloodstream and has gone to other places, aside from just the local spread or the regional spread, which is the lymph nodes, but now to other organs in the body.
Interesting. So, what exactly causes breast cancer?
That's $1 million question.
Ah.
So it's not like, I usually say that it's not like malaria, where everybody knows that with a mosquito bite, you increase your chances and you have breast malaria. For breast cancer, what we talk about is risk factors. What are the things that predispose a woman to having breast cancer? And so we know that genetics plays a huge role in the development of breast cancer. So when you come to the hospital, we would ask, do you have what we call a first degree relative who has breast cancer, meaning your mom, sister, and so if you have somebody that close with having breast, who has had a diagnosis of breast cancer, that automatically increases your risk of having breast cancer. It doesn't say that you will, but it means that you need to be more regular on your checkups. Same thing also will say that other risk factors that have been ascertained by research will include what we say is having a wide estrogen window. So you have a woman who has, a young girl who starts her menstrual cycle early, and then her menopause is late. So we call it a wide estrogen window because the woman has had several months, years of menstruation, the estrogen going up and down and all of that. So we say that, which is why, again, when we talk about the estrogen window, we talk about age at first birth. If you have had a child later than 30, if your first completed pregnancy is later than 30, it also increases the risk of having breast cancer. And if you have children and you don't breastfeed them for more than a year, that also kind of like increases the risk of breast cancer. I also want to say that for every breast lump is not cancer. It could be benign, but having a benign breast lump also sadly increases your chances or your risk of having breast cancer.
Wow, beautiful. Now, I'm thinking for women who are more predisposed than the others, are there some lifestyle changes or behavioral traits that they need to imbibe so as to prevent, breast cancer?
So other risk factors would include obesity, sedentary lifestyle, of course, eating over processed food. We've had some information about the importance of really eating our own food, not ultra processed. So in terms of preventive measures, obviously, maintaining a good weight for your height, your BMI is important. Also exercising, research has shown that exercising or keeping active minimum of 30 minutes every 3 days, thereabouts, also reduces the risk, as well as obesity, cutting down your weight. Smoking, obviously, is something that should be avoided. There's a controversy about alcohol, but of course, we know that you have to also reduce that as well.
So finally, before we let you go, there's this information that's been making the rounds. So I'm going to just put it out there.
Okay.
Does suckling of the nipple reduce chances of breast cancer? I'm sure you must have heard this. So
several times. Several times when we go on awareness campaigns to, educate people on the earliest symptoms and signs of breast cancer, we have particularly men who actually phone in and call in to ask, does suckling reduce breast cancer? As of today, there has been no studies that have shown that it reduces the risk of breast cancer. So in a nutshell, it's not something that we would recommend as a preventive measure, and it is not something that we can link to data that shows that when this happens, it reduces the risk of breast cancer.
Thank you so much, Dr. Aneke, for your time.
Thank you.
Pharmacist Mwobodo, thank you so much for making it to the show this evening. So tell us, let's see if you can explain something to a layman. For us healthcare professionals, whenever they mention OTC, we know exactly what it means, right? So explain to us, to some of us who have non-medical backgrounds here, what exactly is OTC?
Okay, OTC, just from the name, over-the-counter medications. OTC, over-the-counter. That means these are medications that you could simply walk into pharmacy shop or any of these drug shops and ask for. They are not prescription-only medications. There are drugs that we call POMs that you don't need to take except they are prescribed by your doctor or the clinicians. Like your vitamin C, our anti-malarials, because of we are in an endemic region where we have mosquitoes around that bite people. So you wouldn't be waiting for until maybe you get to the hospital for the doctor to see you and prescribe that. So these are medications. Multivitamins are classed as over-the-counter medications.
So does this mean that, or is it possible that over-the-counter drugs or medications can actually be abused, since you can just walk over to a pharmacy store and just procure them? Can they be abused because of that liberty?
Obviously. You know, there's this common saying that says too much of everything is too bad, like vitamin C that somebody had made allusion to. People tend to abuse them. They feel that the more they take it, the better their systems, you know. Unfortunately, our system, where, well, we have regulatory bodies, but the matter of implementation becomes a major challenge.
All right. So are there some antibiotics that can be, you know, procured over the counter?
Antibiotics should strictly be prescribed by your doctor. Even though the situation we have in our hands is such that Mrs. A went to the hospital and had XYZ symptoms, the doctor prescribed this, and the next day the neighbor is saying, explaining his or her symptom, it looked like what he or she experienced. Said, well, this is the the drug I was given when I went to the hospital. And the neighbor runs off and goes to buy it. So you are not expected to take your antibiotics as an OTC. It should be something that has to be prescribed by your doctor.
Yes, understood in the books, right?
Yeah.
But I'm talking practically. You know, we know that we can walk over to the next pharmacy store and probably buy a cephalosporin or Ciprotab. We know that it happens, right?
Sure, I had made allusion to that.
Now, how has this also impacted on antimicrobial resistance as it stands?
That is a major menace we have in our hands now, antimicrobial resistance. Because clinically, before you take any antibiotics, you are supposed to have, you know, testing to be able to find out the that is the microbes that is sensitive to that antibiotics. And if, assuming someone is subjected to, say, your MCS, urinalysis, and they find out that this microbe is sensitive to XYZ antibiotics, you bring it to your doctor, the doctor prescribes, maybe say your cephalosporin, ceftriaxone, or quinolone, ciprofloxacin, and the patient takes it according to the way it is supposed to be taken, the regimen, and the person is free. If a neighbor who has not been tested goes to get that same drug, antibiotics, maybe because he or she feels that this symptom that my neighbor had is what I am having, it may not necessarily be the same microbe that is responsible for what is happening to him. And what it does is that that microbe that is responsible for his or her illness will get used to that, say, your ciprofloxacin or amoxiclav. You know, microbes has a way of bringing about resistance in the sense that there's what they call efflux mechanism, whereby, yes, these drugs are absorbed in them, but they have a way of pushing it out of their system so that they don't do anything to them. and you're a microbiologist, a lab scientist, there's what we call MIC, minimum inhibitory concentration, a concentration that you must have in your bloodstream to be able to deal decisively with that microbe. So if that concentration is not reached, then obviously the microbe masters the antibiotics. And next time that patient needs that medication, may not be responsive.
So
that.
Sorry.
You may not be responsive to that antibiotics.
Okay, so there's a dilemma. Most doctors go through that dilemma where a patient will insist they write a particular antibiotic. They feel they need the higher, and they mount a lot of pressure on doctors. Assuming such, patients come to you and then you look at
cephalosporins. Because of our economy also, you also consider the economy of your patients when you are prescribing some of these things. So in the line of our duty, we try to
I was still as a lawyer, I'm a trained lawyer, but I noticed the question has been there a long time. From childhood to the moment I started having my own children, and they started school and all that. So, and when I now finished school as a lawyer, I started practicing. I practiced for 2 years. I realized that I didn't have passion again. Going to courtroom were more like a burden, and working with my children at home and talking to them and teaching them was very interesting. And at that point, and of course, with a lot of people telling me, oh, you are more a teacher than a lawyer, I decided, you know what, let me just go answer this call.
Beautiful, beautiful. All right, so if you were to describe the journey, first of all, you tell us how long you've been in this, and then how you explain the journey, the impact so far. When you're doing things, there will be times when people will say, oh, thank you, you're doing this. You saved my life. You saved my child. Do you have any such stories? What has been the impact so far, taking this particular, pathway?
Honestly, I feel I wouldn't have been another thing but this. And when I said that, I'm not just an educator, I'm a passionate teacher. I love the classroom. So at any point you meet me in my life, I'll be teaching. Even some informally, like walking into a friend's house, seeing a child in need and feel that I need to take this child through something, I am doing it without remembering, oh, this is not a classroom. Okay, so a lot of impact stories. One of the things when I started my own school, one of the things that really motivated me was seeing children turn around. Those children that will blacklist, tell you, oh, this child is not doing well, this child is, seeing them turn around will always be the joy. And of course, now hearing parents coming back telling you, thank you so much, this child, nobody believed this child will be this or that and all that. And of course, it made me form this opinion I have that as long as that child is well, by well I mean the child do not have any form of deformity that affects the child's brain or capacity to reason, this child can attend anything. It just takes you as a teacher to be patient with the child, and the child will do well. So I've had a lot of those kind of impact stories. Yeah, stories from parents. And then I've been teaching for 14 years. This is my 14th year of teaching and also of owning a school.
Interesting. Tell us a little about the Global Students
Global School Connect program.
Yeah, Global School Connect.
Okay, the Global School Connect program stems from our vision. Our vision in Evergreen School is to raise global leaders. One of the visions anyway, because when you go to the vision statements, you see one of the vision is to raise global leaders who are rooted in Christ and skilled in all wisdom. These three things I've just said to you now are the backbone of all we do. And so when you talk about global leaders, you're talking about children that are going to compete on the global stage. And Thankfully, the world has finally globalized. So it's like, if you're not raising global children, I wonder what we want them to do. So with that at the back of our mind, we started looking at what are the opportunities to give the children that platform, what will give us such opportunity. So we started scouting for programs that will make our children come in contact with children from other continent and be able to compete on that platform and give them the confidence we're looking for, because for you to be a global leader, we're talking about being very confident. And so that was when we discovered the Global School Connect program. It's just a program where children from different continents come together to work on a particular SDG for 3 months. They do it virtually, and at the end of 3 months they meet anywhere they decide, maybe the UK, maybe Nigeria, maybe anywhere, but they meet at that the location they will decide, and now have a physical interaction. Most time they get to that location, they choose a school, and everybody will go to school in a particular school, and after everything they will have opportunity to all interact. So this gives them the opportunity to not just interact, because they're working on a global problem. You know, for every SDG is a global problem. So they work on the global problem together, they look for solutions together, and at the end of the meet. So at the end of it, what I see in my children, you see them more confident, you see them thinking, oh, if I can do it. I just met a child from a school in America, from a school in the UK, from a school in Asia, and we're working, and I'm not feeling any less, than the child. So I can compete favorably. That was just the reason behind it.
All right, so I noticed your bank color is green. Is there any story to that? Is there any reason for that?
Yes.
Your bank color, school uniform, green. Why is that?
Yes. Green is life. It's not just because people say it. I know it. I know green is life. So when we started the school and we got the name Evergreen, we're so excited because we've always wanted anything that has to do with green. And, I don't know whether it's mindset, but I noticed that even when I come in and see the children, I see life. I see these ones are growing and they're blossoming. So I think that's just the reason behind it.
It's been a pleasure.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your time. Hi, Ozioma.
Hi, Dr. Chizo.
So beyond someone knowing you as Ozioma,
Yes.
what do people know you for?
Okay, some people call me Grace.
Grace,
Yes,
okay.
all
So, Grace, what exactly do you do, and what is your passion?
Okay, I'm a student, a public health student, and my area of interest is public health, and how digital tools can help improve public health, healthcare systems and community well-being.
Okay, so I love the fact that you're into public health and you're into digital technology.
Mm-hmm.
Can you walk us through your journey being a digital technology enthusiast? When did it start for you?
All right, it started when last 2 years when I started, when I wanted to know how these digital tools like artificial intelligence, for example, helps in improving healthcare systems and community well-being.
Mm-hmm.
And also these digital tools, I saw because my mom is a nurse, so I saw this manual, she used to teach us how to use this manual BP apparatus to check BP. And then when my sister came back, she brought this the modernized tools that just tells you how, when you place the wrap there, it just tells you to breathe in and breathe out, and then tells you your accurate BP level.
Reading.
Yeah.
I'm quite curious about this sister of yours. She must be very interesting as a person.
Yeah.
Tell us a little about her. What does she do? Where does she stay?
Yeah, she's currently a medical doctor. Now she got to work at FMC Owerri.
Okay.
So, but she has not yet gotten into she's not how will I put it? She's not yet in a particular field. Yeah, she's just a community medical doctor. Yeah.
Yeah, sure, she will get there. Let's dive a little bit into your imagination as someone who is a digital technology enthusiast. There must be times that you've imagined a gadget that probably doesn't exist currently that does one or two things in healthcare delivery. Have you ever had that thought before? And can you walk us through what your mind is cooking up, is not available, but you wished maybe this particular process is digitalized or has an app or something like that?
Okay, I've imagined the tool like a tool that can help, during the outbreak of COVID-19, to like this tool that it can dictate, okay, this person has the symptoms and it can tell you, okay, yeah, this person is diagnosed, like it can diagnose immediately and tell you this is, you're having a symptom of COVID-19 and then they have to quarantine. Like I've been kind of imagining that kind of tools that it can just tell you, once it's looking at you, it can tell you everything about you, how your system is, how it's weak, if you're healthy or if you're weak.
I want to know, what have you done towards this imagination? Because I know sometimes you think it's just a figment of your imagination, but have you tried to get maybe a training or something towards, or coding? Just have you tried anything? Even if you have not tried, have you thought about, trying to see how this dream can materialize? Maybe empowering yourself to start working on this, because that's how great things are actually born.
Yeah, exactly. I've not tried in to think about any tool yet, but like I've been having this passion to know more about like how these tools work in making healthcare system and delivery very easy and accessible, instead of course to reduce expenses and costs for individuals.
So tell us, what's your favorite course in school as a public health student?
Okay, my favorite course in school as a public health student is epidemiology.
Why is that?
Because it helps to detect, to know disease outbreaks and in the community.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you so much.
Hi, Helen.
Hi, good
You're
morning.
welcome. So, a woman in social media space, how has the journey been for you?
Not really that active, but there's been the highs and the lows. It has influenced me at one point or the other, and I believe it has affected each and every one of us here, one or other. It's just that we handle it differently.
So, from your experience, what has been the lows for you? Being a social media enthusiast and user, what has been the lows for you with social media?
Okay. When my parents first got me my first Android phone, that was after when I was about to write JAMB. So I love them following these vloggers, family vloggers, this reality show, So I saw like families where they are like, they are flexing, they are chopping life. You see them doing Valentine, the gifts they get from them on their birthdays. At some point, I was no longer like contented with what I had at home. So I was not comparing myself to them. I'd be feeling like, see people are eating life, me, I'm just here, I've not even gotten anywhere. It kind of like got me depressed and maybe not that contented with it. So at some point I had to just like go off Instagram. I was no longer going through Instagram to just save my mental health.
Absolutely. Now, there's this word you mentioned, and I want you to explain what it means. When you say vlog, what exactly is vlog?
Okay, vlog.
Yes, what does it mean? Explain.
Like
what
these
it means.
YouTube vloggers, you've seen them, when you go to a page, you see family who they earn from having these like reality shows, like just showing their lifestyle, their everyday lifestyle. So that's where they get money from. It's just like vlog their lifestyle. That's the main distance. Yeah.
Okay, so how do you manage your time between when you're doing social media and maybe academics? How do you manage your time?
Okay, we're currently having our exams.
Okay.
So most times when I feel like I've stayed too long on the social media space, I just freeze all the apps.
You freeze?
I freeze all the apps on my phone because I'll definitely need to like turn on my data to like go online and check some things on my assignment or what I want to study. So I just literally freeze all of them and try avoiding coming online, because once I come online, you know how TikTok, Instagram, they can be addictive sometimes. So I just like freeze the apps.
Okay, so do you see yourself doing this thing called social media or content creation in a long haul, or is just something you just want to use to pass time?
Well, I'm more active on dating now. So I was once into real estate. So, and you know, when you're into real estate, you need to like advertise no matter the business you're doing now. Social media like gives people an edge in this period. So I can't say that I won't go into like use social media. So depending on where life takes me. So if it requires me to be active, so currently I'm a public health student, so and I do a lot of volunteers. When we also want to like maybe advocate or say something online, I do use the social media page wisely.
Interesting. You said you are also a volunteer.
Yeah, I do volunteer, yeah, for events and programs, outreaches.
Okay. So, what was the first thing, or let me rephrase, what would you wish every public health student knew? Because you've had some experiences as a student. So, what's the one thing you wish every new student coming into public health should know?
Okay. When I heard about the course at first, they told me, oh, it's a really nice course. So going through public health, there are a lot of like opportunities. You know, in Nigeria, they'll tell you that what course are you doing and where can you work in? And people say, then they tell you you can work everywhere. But in public health, you can literally work in so many phases. So like when we're doing our IT, so there are a lot of like options for us to like do the IT. And I personally did mine in Ministry of Environment. Some of my classmates did theirs at health centers. Some did theirs in airports. Some did theirs in maybe all these oil companies. So there are literally like a lot of opportunities for us to like practice this public health.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your time. Dearest Veronica, you're welcome.
Thank you.
So there's this buzzword going around, soft life.
Yes.
Right? Have you heard of soft life? It's a buzzword now. It's you Gen Zs. So we the older ones, we don't understand what soft life means. So just educate us. What exactly is soft life?
Okay. When we hear soft life, a lot of people, the first misconception they're going to get is that soft life is mostly for girls and is about them spending money, enjoying life, having fun, spending men's money. That is like the most thing they'll think about. But then soft life is not just about that. It's about your mental health. It's about thinking about yourself, arranging your time, and trying your best not to be burnt out and having too much pressure on yourself. It's not just about enjoying yourself. It's about also thinking about yourself, not just for females and males. And as a student, you should really prioritize your soft life.
Yes. Okay, so it sounds to me like this has become some sort of a philosophy, even if it's something that you practice, maybe yourself and people around you, soft life, prioritizing your health and things like that. At what point, or is there a story behind it? What happened that made you begin to think, in this direction that really this soft life should be about this and it's really important, students, professionals across board?
Yeah, it's more personal to me because I'm a content writer. I learned how on content writing as a student. So I became very, very interested in it. And as a content writer, you have to know a lot of things in order to give your customers what they want best. So along the line, I wanted to also be a virtual assistant. I also wanted to learn content creating, video editing. I just wanted to learn everything at once. And that put a lot of pressure in me, including school. So it put a lot of pressure in me, and I just wanted to be free to stop, and I got burnt out. Even the one I already know, that is content writing, I just stopped it. So, and whenever I tell people I just want soft life, they'll be like, are you trying, you want to go and be a sugar baby, that kind of thing. It's just I want to rest, I want to just calm down, take a step back, arrange myself, know the ones that I just do one project at a time, not doing everything. Because I started first as volunteering, so that at least when people see my work, my portfolio, so that they'll be like, yes, this girl has done a lot of things. But it became too much. I just had to take a break. So when I see my friends be like, I want to go like you, I want to do this, I want to do that, I'm like, I beg you. It was before. Right now, soft life Veronica. That's my go now.
All right, interesting. I did hear you talk about portfolio. You talked about content writing, which means you did it professionally. Did you do it on an app? I know that there are a few apps that you could go to if you're a content writer or a copywriter. Yes. How did you, to what extent did you actually practice content writing?
Okay, I was doing my internship with CopySo, where I learned it. So I started like diverting into digital marketing, where I help people sell their products in their social media accounts, handling people's social media accounts. It was more of volunteering and internship. I did not really put myself out there because, like I said, I'm still in school, so I had a lot to do. But then with managing multiple social media accounts, people's businesses, and putting people out there, it became too much, so I really just stopped. I just calmed down on that aspect.
Interesting. So how would you recommend this philosophy of soft life to a man? Just explain yours, you're a female. How would it apply to a man?
Society has put a lot of pressure in men, that you have to be the head every time, you have to do everything, you have to always lead, you have to have the solution for everything, you have to be the front. I have a younger brother, but because he's a male and we are girls older than him, people still want him to be in charge, to lead. And I'm like, you have elder sisters who can help you with this. It does not matter that we are not males. We can still help you. You don't have to do everything by yourself. You don't have to start making money at a young age in order to support your family, to support. You can also relax. Sometimes take yourself out. Enjoy yourself. Like, think about yourself first. Don't think about maybe your family, your babe. Today is Valentine's Day, so there's going to be a lot of pressure to get things for your girlfriend, your family, to show love, to show that you actually care. But if you do not have, you can take care of yourself. Take that water, drink a lot of water, like our local doctor says. Drink water and rest in your house. You don't have to always do everything. That your man does not mean you have to kill yourself.
That's right.
Sometimes relax and have soft life.
You know, it's the philosophy of soft life is going to stand against a culture that men are in charge, that pressure that even says men cannot cry and the bottle of everything. Yes. Do you think this philosophy is strong enough to break down that culture?
Currently, with the Gen Z, yes. Because there's a lot of people now that really think about their self. It might seem selfish, but you don't know what the person has passed through. Most times when I used to help a lot of people to write reviews, their CVs, but when they call me now and I be like, I don't have time for that, I cannot do that for you. I used to be straightforward, I can't do that for you. They'll feel like I'm being selfish, something I can help with, something I've been doing before, I don't want to do it again. It might look selfish, but you don't know what that person is going through. My sister, I'm supposed to help her with something, but I'm like, sister, wait first. I'm writing my exams. Let me calm down first. Let me know what I'm doing. So with men, these days, just look at social media. You see that everybody's thinking for himself. They just want to also relax. You see, they have their guy group always hanging out with themselves. Like, everybody's taking it easy these days. That's why they say Gen Zs are rude, Gen Zs are this, but they're thinking about themselves.
Okay, so finally, before we let you go, how do you intend to maintain a balance? So you don't soft life and be soft lifing and forget your calling or your purpose. How do you maintain balance?
Yes, like I said before, one project at a time. You don't have to give up everything you are doing. You just have to pick one. When you are done with it, you can pick another one. It's not by relaxing finally. Just release others. Do one at a time.
still think about yourself. As a student, I'll work on a project, then I will read my book for my exams. Currently, I'm writing my exams, read my books for my exams, write my exams. When I get back, I do a little bit of work, then I sleep for night class. So just your time. Give everything time, because if you say 2 hours for everything, just arrange it by your time. You should see everything will be easier and it will sort itself. And don't because you want to be nice to somebody or you want to help somebody, you let them scatter what you have planned or your plans or the way you have put things.
Thank you so much for your time. I really enjoyed that conversation. Sandra, thank you for coming.
Thank you.
So you're a student.
Yes.
And you're also interested in entrepreneurship.
I'm an entrepreneur.
You are an entrepreneur.
Yes.
So tell us, what does entrepreneurship mean to you?
Okay, entrepreneurship means to me, I see all about value and solution, because forefront is profits, especially in the economy and the state of the country. And being a student, what am I working for right now? But to me, I'm seeing more of value and solution, bringing it out to people.
Value and solution.
Yeah.
So before you went into entrepreneurship, what was the gap or the need you saw and felt, maybe I should provide solution to this and get into entrepreneurship?
Okay, I saw the need of being useful at first, okay, because it was born out of idleness. Being a student, I spent some time before getting into the university. So forefront, I just wanted to be useful. From being useful, I saw a problem specifically for my business. Currently, I'm a graphic designer and I have interest in, I'm also a mini importer. So I found problem around these parts that I think I can bring solution. And so far, I would say for the past 5 years, I've been doing it, even if it's still on a small scale level. Yeah.
Wow, impressive. So tell us about mini importation.
Okay, mini importation is a business that's been existing for a long time, but people are not seeing it in the lens that we business owners are seeing this business, because recently, as of 2025 ending, it became an upload online. You see the issue between Very Dark Man and Below. Yeah, that's mini importation has been there, but this upload came up because a lot of people want solution. We are getting these goods from China at a very, very cheaper rate, and most of these wholesalers and retailers are really killing us with price and our economy. So this is a business have been there for so long. When you buy, personally can get goods by yourself from China and sell. Maybe it's more cheaper because China comes down to the level of selling to individual. You must not get a container or you must not get a whole warehouse of goods before you are buying. So it's a business that has come to solve problems, especially in Nigeria for our economic situation. It's a business that has come to stay.
All right, so you mentioned China and a light bulb went off in my head.
Yeah.
Because there's this case of what's the word now? What I asked for versus what I got, especially with mini importation. You see very beautiful pictures, you pay for it, and then when you get the merchandise, they're like, what exactly is happening here? Have you had that kind of situation, and how did you handle it?
Yeah, the experience has always been there, because when it comes to business, talking about value and solution, there are so many entrepreneurs that are out there that their forefront is profit. So they don't care what they are selling to you or what they are dishing out to you. All they care is what they are getting in the pocket, and that is where this problem comes to play. I'm advertising something that is wrong. This is not the actual picture or the real life look of this, and I just want to get profit. And I know that if I advertise at this certain amount, people are going to buy. Imagine selling a smart TV for as low as 50K, and that's not what you're going to deliver, because my forefront is profit. So I've experienced that. But if you're running a business with integrity, it's not something that will come to play for you, because you are selling at your worth and at your value, and you're also giving it out to your customers. So it's not something that will come to play for you if you're running a business with integrity.
Yeah. Now, someone is listening to you and the person is like, I've been thinking about mini importation.
Yeah.
How do I go into it? What's the funding? What's the seed
funding I need to go into mini importation?
Okay, well, coming into importational business, first thing advice is the knowledge, because it looks complex, because it's not something that a whole lot of people have been into. Even if right now it's going far, I'll talk more on the education, getting the knowledge about this business, how it goes, people you meet, people you're going to encounter, the terms, the things I need to know. Who am I buying from? Who am I giving my money? Which currency am I buying with? Because it's between Nigeria to China. You know, you're not buying with your currency. I believe the knowledge is forefront, getting the knowledge first. Then from the knowledge, you know about the other what mouth-watering offer this business has to give you when it comes to profits. Yeah, when it comes to profit.
So how profitable has this business been for you?
Okay, for me, it has been so profitable, just that I'm still running a small scale business being a student. But so far, my previous encounter with importing some few goods to Nigeria, I've made a lot of profits, because I can't really compare the difference between the market price to what I'm selling. Like, there's a huge gap, and I'm still making a whole lot of profits because I'm buying directly from these suppliers outside the country. So it has really given me a lot of profit.
Okay, so you keep saying Nigeria, China.
Yeah.
Do Nigeria and China have a bilateral agreement for mini importation, or you can try out other countries like Vietnam, Thailand, or is it strictly China?
I think for China, it has been the most popular and the most easiest. So they also have other links to other countries like Vietnam, you talked about, Vietnam, I think Turkey as well. But China has been the easiest. It's really easy to access, to buy from, and to get quality goods. So that's where we be.
It's been nice talking with you. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
My man, Victor. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing so great. Thank you.
So you're welcome. The last time we spoke, you blew my mind with your vision about prosthetics.
Yes.
Tell us, what are prosthetics and how important are they?
All right. Thank you very much. So prostheses are basically devices that are being fabricated to replace a lost body part, especially in the upper and lower limb. In our society, there are a number of amputees. Some of them got amputated. Maybe it's congenital. They gave birth to them. Some persons from trauma, they had an accident and they led to amputation. There are others that from diabetes mellitus, it led to the amputation. So these persons now, you will notice that after the amputation, they find it hard to be integrated to the society. They face stigmatization, and some of them may even lose employment. So prosthesis is actually a system to ensure that their mobility is restored and they regain their independence. It also ensures that their quality of life is restored. Yeah.
All right. So what is the scope, or how far can prosthesis go? Because there are some people that lose as much as half of their limb or the entire limb or just a toe. You know, some people is maybe an accident and part of their earlobe got cut off. So what the scope? I mean, how far can prosthesis go?
Yes, prostheses are of various kinds, both in the upper limb and lower limb. For instance, let's look at lower limb. So for lower limb, we have toe prosthesis, right? We have transtibial prosthesis for somebody that was amputated in the lower leg. That's the region between the tibia and fibula, right? So we also have transfemoral prosthesis, as much as even hemipelvectomy prosthesis. So these prostheses help to ensure that that person regains mobility. And prosthesis goes even beyond some of these physical devices. There are some prostheses that are used in case of knee replacement, right? There are some that are used when the head of femur, for instance, is severed and a surgery needs to be performed. So the prosthesis can be more like an implant put to replace the head of the femur. And that way the person's function can be restored.
So how affordable and available are prostheses in our society?
Yeah, affordability is a serious factor because most of these equipments and materials are imported, right? They are imported. However, Nigeria is really working on that. There is one particular foundation, Manako, that hosted a challenge, and the goal is to get many persons that are willing to use local materials to fabricate prosthetic devices. Because we don't just want to fabricate devices, we want quality devices. Now, like carbon fiber, for instance, which is mostly imported, some persons can get it through something like banana leaves and all that, but if you check the quality, you will notice that it is lower than that of carbon fiber. So even though some persons can use as an improvise, it does not equate to quality. So I believe affordability is a factor, and some organizations are already working to sponsor and to also ensure that people get to adopt local materials for the fabrications. Yeah.
Okay, interesting. As a student, because I know with pharmacy, compounding drugs, is a challenge.
Yeah.
What other challenges do you think people in those who are graduated and those still in school like you, what other challenges do you think, you are experiencing in terms of maybe courses or trainings that you need to really equip yourself, with the knowledge and the know-how, towards making these prostheses?
All right. The field of prosthesis may not be that popular right now in Nigeria. And because of that, training places are limited, right? So for my training, I actually went to Abuja. I worked at Crest Hospitals at Gudu, where I was able to gain access to trainings from practitioners in Nigeria, from Germans and all that. So I think one of the challenges is access to quality training. And currently, there are some organizations and companies being established, like Ifian Health, Orthofix Orthopedics is there doing exceedingly well, and the goal is to ensure that students have access to the practical experience.
Have you or persons in your field considered collaborations? Because I noticed even with Western world, there are a lot of